All places, people, events in this work are solely a figment of the author's imagination. It all has nothing to do with real people, places, and events of 1980. The fly looked at him greedily. She treated him like garbage that could be eaten at any moment. It was a fly climbing over his face and he felt it moving its paws, he felt its every movement. She flew around his head and constantly made buzzing sounds. It was terrible torture for him. The commander looked at him and in a loud voice asked why he was grumbling under his breath. The young man whispered for food. He kept asking for food. He was very hungry and wanted to eat. One of the thugs who beat him came up to him and said that he was completely crazy. Maybe in the South they feed dogs like him, but in their great republic they don't let people like him eat. The young man replied that if they want him to tell all the information himself, then they just need to feed him, and after that he will tell who he works with, tell his rank and give his name. The only thing they had to do was give him something to eat. He was very hungry. The thug turned to his boss, saying that this guy was completely crazy, that most likely he didn't understand who he was talking to and couldn't imagine what they could do to him. The boss turned to the young man, said that he was a stinking dog and continued, if they feed him, he will tell them how he got here and what his goal is. He definitely must tell everything. The young man agreed to everything they wanted and was ready to tell them so that they would only know. He wanted them to give him food. All this was to earn money for food, and now he is hungry. The boss turned to his wards in a dissatisfied voice and told them to bring this guy food. One for his subordinates turned his head at the boss. I told my master that this is wrong. The boss ordered his subordinate to close his mouth because he didn't ask him whether it was right or wrong. If they hand him over to a higher authority without information, then none of them will receive encouragement from above and they won't be allowed to work. But if this guy gives them all the information, then everything will be perfect differently. The subordinate understood everything and agreed with his boss. He said that he would do as he was asked. He would just have to wait a little while they found food. They brought him soup and some strange porridge. The young man looked at this food and wanted to vomit. The food looked disgusting, but he was too hungry. One of the guys who had beaten him before brought a spoon that he could eat. He put it right on the table in front of the young man and said he wanted to eat, so let's eat now. The imprisoned young man carefully examined this spoon and the chopsticks that were brought to him. He tried to understand what they were made of. He took the spoon in his hands and realized that it was made of metal. This spoon suited him for his plan that he wanted to carry out. He looked at the boss and his henchmen and realized one very important thing. Perhaps these people were strong physically and put pressure on him with their majority, but they were very stupid. The young man scooped soup into his spoon before eating it. He said that he always knew that northern food was not so tasty. But he couldn't even think that it was so tasteless and turned to the thug and asked them, "Did they really put machine oil and tail in this soup?" The young man turned to the boss asking him why their soup was so thin. It didn't look like rice at all, most likely it was corn gravy. He asked if he would eat the same crap. The boss looked at him with a surprised look and asked what he meant. Everyone knew that both in the South and in the North, army food was always unbearably disgusting. It was impossible to eat. One got the feeling that it was being prepared for waste in society. The subordinate looked at the young man and decided that he was completely crazy. He was some kind of psycho. He was now worried about the taste of food instead of thanking them for bringing him at least some food. Turning to the side of the boss, he asked for permission to kill him. Guy to shut up, but it was already too late. The boss had an iron rod sticking out right in his forehead, which the young man had thrown. The boss was already dead and it was unlikely that he would have been able to give another command to his subordinate. Before he completely lost consciousness and died, the boss managed to say the last word. He was only interested in one question: what happened? After which the boss fell and hit his head on the table and an iron rod pierced his head right through. The guards looked at their boss. There was fear in their eyes. They didn't understand what could happen to him. Now the young man was standing right in front of these pumped-up guys, holding a second iron stick in his hands so that the guy would be remembered once and for all. The taste of food is always important and you should never neglect it. The guards thought that this guy was completely crazy and decided among themselves that they needed to kill him now because he killed their commander. They needed to punish him. The guard, turning to the young man, said, "Does he really think that he will be forgiven for this act? Then he will most likely die in a punishment cell where he will be beaten every day for killing their boss." They considered him a stupid cretin. The young man was ready for the fact that these guys would be unhappy with his action, but he could not do anything about it. In his hands there was still a second iron wand with which he wanted to figure it out. They didn't even imagine what he could do for them. It was a surprise. The next moment, the iron rod was already covered in blood. It was the blood of the guys who kept him here and beat him all this time. He decided that he would keep his promise only because they fed him. He began to tell the already wounded guard that he was higher in rank in the special forces and his name was Du Jiangong. He got here by crossing the whole sea. His goal was to kill northern soldiers like them. This had to be done immediately. Before he left here, he wanted to do one more thing that was very important to him. The fly that had been climbing over the young man's face all this time landed on the wall and sat there calmly for several seconds. The next moment her life was over because he threw an iron rod at her that killed her. It was his revenge for all the time that this fly tormented him and climbed on his face. Everything in this world must be punished for its actions. Even the fly that did not allow him to be here in peace had to be destroyed because it tormented him. After some time, he was already in Seoul. He stood near a shop where they sold food. He still decided to go in. He waited for the waiters. He ordered 2 servings of Solantan. Opposite the young man at the table sat a man with black hair. He was wearing a brown suit and constantly smiled when he looked at the young man. His name was Park Jungnan. He was the boss of Zangan. He told the young man that his company did not have such an employee and he did not understand why he suddenly decided to quit. The young man replied that he no longer likes army food. He is tired of it and he finally wants to eat in restaurants. The waiter brought the young man's boss his order, placed it on the table and wished him bon appetit. When he looked at this soup, he realized that he was hungry again. Most likely, this was a very tasty soup in the guy's opinion because he was drooling every time he saw this magnificent dish. The boss offered a bowl of soup to the young man because he was very hungry and he decided to order one more serving for himself. The guy took the plate that the boss wanted to give him with his iron chopsticks and pushed it away from him. He definitely didn't want to eat it. Pushing the plate aside, he asked for forgiveness that he had to refuse food, but he definitely couldn't eat like that. He never put all the rice in at once, but added it as he ate and preserved all the taste of the dish. This way the rice will not swell while it is in the broth and you can enjoy every grain of rice when you take it out with your spoon. Zhang turned to the young man. The boss, maybe he wants to quit because of the one who recently passed. What kind of hints were these? He completed his task flawlessly and returned back unharmed. He even managed to try the enemy's cooking, although he didn't want it. The boss looked at him for a few seconds and then said that he himself knew what kind of operation was being discussed. The boss said that the original plan was that it was every man for himself, so it was not his fault that only one returned alive. The young man explained to his boss that this is not the case at all. He wants to leave the service for a completely different reason. The boss looked at the guy for a few seconds, then took a deep breath, then exhaled. He tried to understand what was happening to him. What was the reason for his leaving? Then he suggested that we eat normally and not discuss business while eating. This was wrong. The guy thanked his boss. He did it anyway, although the boss didn't understand why they were thanking him. It was strange for him. Then Zhang replied that he was grateful to his boss for giving him the opportunity to live and eat well when he was a homeless and rootless guy. It's unlikely that anyone else could measure him up. The boss said that the guy is great. It's only because of his skills that he became the way he is and he will live well after his dismissal because he is a very capable guy and he knows a lot. A whole year has already passed since he quit his job. There was only construction around him. He didn't see anything else. The workers were talking among themselves about their new employee. Before Zhang, of course, he was new here. But when he was working, he simply flew among everyone who worked at this construction site. He was the first person who did everything so well. He was doing work that meant carrying heavy things around. Type of cement log blocks. Every day when he went to work, he was determined that he needed to move these bags of cement even faster. He should earn a lot more money because he needed to hurry up. Now he needed to move the bricks to the top floor. All the work he needed to do as quickly as possible. As his boss said, the young man's abilities were very good and of course they were appreciated. But strangely enough, he did not live in wealth and prosperity. Despite this, he did not lose heart and continued to try. It was time for lunch instead of going to eat. He needed to go to the bank located not far from the construction site. He went into this bank and looked around. He wanted to understand which bank employee would be better for him to approach with his request. He saw a young girl who was helping her grandmother deal with her bank card. This girl turned around and looked at the young man. She smiled at him. She noticed him as soon as he came here. The young man waved his hand at her in greeting and she began to smile even more and was embarrassed. He really liked it when they smiled back at him. Every time during lunch he went to the bank. He started doing this a year ago when he first got this job. He took the envelope from this girl's hands and told her words of gratitude. A strange man approached the young man. What he said was not entirely clear. He suggested that Du Zhanon stop wasting money on all sorts of nonsense. The young man did not understand what he was talking about. He asked again what this strange man wanted. The man continued to tell the young man not to live one day at a time and collect money so as not to be left broke like those guys who drink in bars every Friday. And I explained to him that he is still young, this money will help him achieve what he wants in the future, unlike all those guys who lost their youth for some stupid waste of time. The young man didn't know what he wanted and didn't know what he was saving this money for, so the next day at lunchtime he found a bank next to a construction site and there he saw this girl for the first time. On the very first day, she opened my savings book and explained that now all his funds would accumulate on it, thanked him for deciding to use the services of this particular bank and told him that she was still waiting for him at the bank. And I was simply beautiful. He saw her then for the first time and to this day only she remains in his head. He constantly remembered how she smiles. The young man could not help himself, he just stood and looked at her like a statue, and at one time she glowed like sunlight and he saw nothing but her. After that, he goes to the bank every lunchtime to see her and every time he deposits a book of 5,001 because he wants to go there as often as possible. Thus, during this year, certain relationships and money have accumulated in his account. At first she began to recognize him among the other visitors to the bank. Then they began to remember each other's names. He filled in her name thanks to the badge that hung on her blouse, and she remembered his name thanks to the monetary contribution and the statements on which he signed. In a conversation with a girl, the young man found out that her name was Sona and she grew up in love and a good family. Although she had money, that's why immediately after graduating from a women's higher education institution, she began working in this bank and Sona also found out that he was a former military man and that he has neither a home nor a family and I knew that he works at a construction site. Once she had a question and she asked the young man why he worked as a military man for a long time but he had no savings, it was not very good. She said that she could not help him in this situation in any way. The guy replied that all the money he earned there was given to the family of his colleagues who died. It seemed to him that this was the right decision because they needed the money much more than he did. He didn't have a family and he didn't have parents, he didn't have children, and in these families there was no breadwinner, so he helped them. No big deal, he'll earn more. The girl looked at the guy with surprised eyes. He seemed somehow special to her and his actions were also special. For some reason it was always difficult for him to talk to her, he seemed speechless when he was next to her. All he could do was take his passbook and say thank you. This time the girl invited him not to come every day but to collect money for a month and bring it to the bank. She had a lot of clients do this. He didn't agree with this. Well, why would he do that if he brings money once a month? Then he will see her only once a month and he didn't want that. The girl did not agree with him and said that he was wrong. Let them take their book and thank you for using the services of this bank. Every time she was nervous at that moment. Every time he looked at her before he left the bank, he really liked to see her every day. Just for this reason he came to the bank and left his money there on this book. When he met her, the young man had a desire to have a good life. He found his dream and strived for the best, but he still could not afford a luxurious life. Unfortunately, he was too far from what he dreamed of. There was a radio in his room and on the radio they said that today the director of the Yidisam Social Center received a presidential award, that this center makes a great contribution to the public life of the city. It clears the streets of homeless people, place them in their homes. He was very annoyed. He came up and turned off the radio because he was tired of listening to this false news. He was very tired of this nonsense that was said every day on the radio. Upon reaching adulthood, he enlisted in the military and was engaged in various things, breakthroughs, infiltration, terrorist acts, carried out the most difficult assignments. This was what he did well, but over the past year he had not had such a feeling. He could not understand in any way what was happening in his life now. Or it was that he didn't know how to live like other people. He desperately wanted to eat something very tasty. He heard that someone knocked on his door and opened the door. The young man wanted to go in, turned towards the door and thought that he needed to open it. Before opening the door, he asked that who needed him there? Who came to him? The man who stood on the other side of the door said that he needed Du Jianon, that he was from his boss and he needed to talk to him about a very urgent matter. The guy opened the door and looked very carefully at the man who stood in front of him. He asked who he was and why he needed him. In front of him stood a brown guy in an expensive suit and slicked hair. He greeted the young man and asked if he remembered him. After all, they served together and that his name was Cho Tae-mun. The young man remembered him. Yes, of course they served together. It was the same junior sergeant who ran with him. This junior sergeant Cho Tae-mun worked with the young man only once and only on one of the assignments. He was an excellent soldier. Well, he left the service because of his character. It seems that he adapted well and began to make excellent money. This was evident because the young man had an expensive watch on his hand. And the suit was not at all cheap. Cho Tae-mun answered indeed, he started making good money after leaving military service. The young man asked how he found out where he lived and why he found him. The guest explained that after he quit, he looked for him for a long time and therefore went through hundreds of rooms to find that he had a very important matter to do. Sunbeam him. It was very unexpected for the young man that he came to him. I also found his room and now I offer him a business. It was not clear what kind of business he might have. The guest said that he wants to offer him a business in which he is the best, and in which he simply has no equal. The young man was wary of his words. After all, he was already beginning to understand what he was leading to. Most likely, he would want him to carry out some military operations again, but he left the department a year ago. The guest explained that when he heard that the young man quit, he collected all possible information about him and he has a very good job for him. All this, of course, was very interesting, but the young man would like to know what kind of work we are talking about and what they offer him. The guest said that he is offering a job in which he has no equal, he does it better than anyone else. The young man replied that he was not going to stain his hands with blood again for the sake of money, that he did not want to return to this dirty business, he was tired of it. No, you got it all wrong, the guest said. He didn't ask to kill anyone, he just wants him to teach some people a lesson. The young man said that they should tell him everything as it is, absolutely honestly, what he should do and what they want from him. He should know the whole truth about the business that is offered to him. This man told him that he was just an entrepreneur in the eyes of the public. But to be honest, he is the head of a large gang. The guy asked him if he was in a gangster group. To this question, he answered that yes, and he wants the young man to deal with the head of another gang. He told the guest that he could forget about it, he didn't leave his job to do something like that. He doesn't want to kill people anymore and doesn't intend to get involved with the criminal underworld. The guest didn't understand whether he really left his job to live in such a terrible place like this and engage in construction while earning pennies. The young man told the guest to better watch his language and he will not tolerate insults addressed to him. If he wants to somehow offend or hurt, then he is ready to close his eyes to the fact that the guest is a very respected person and will fight with him. The guest did not stop and continued to clean up the young man. If he takes up this matter, he will give him 50 million won. He thinks that he has never seen such money. With that kind of money, he will definitely be able to buy a normal house somewhere in the capital or open his own business and no longer worry about the fact that he has no money, said the guest. And he continued, whatever he chooses to do with this money, he will be able to live better than he lives now. The young man thought 50 million won is a very large amount of money. In order to accumulate such an amount he will have to save 5,000 won 10,000 times. Well, if he changes his mind, the guest said, then let him come to his office and said that the building of his company is located in Dessen. He handed over a business card and explained how to get there by express bus. But before going, he asked to be contacted. And she continued that this is very strange. What is a great man like? How is he trying to avoid his fate, to avoid those matters in which he has no equal? His business card began to carefully examine everything that was written on it. He thought that this could be a good opportunity, but for now he did not want to do it. He put this business card on the bedside table that was in his room. On this bedside table there was a TV and toilet paper that held this business card. It was already too late in the yard, it was dark, a man was lying on the floor and could not sleep. Various thoughts were creeping into his head. He looked at the ceiling and kept thinking about what happened today. He thought about his life and about all the events that happened in his life. The appearance of this man in his life began to sow a seed of doubt inside him. He could not calm down and forget about this proposal. He thought that this guy was right when he said that he shouldn't live the life he lives now, but still he tried to do what he was doing for a while, so of course he won't be able to make a lot of money. Maybe he should still accept the offer and then he can normal life. It's strange who this person is. His words that he avoids doing things in which he is indispensable. Can he live without doing these things in which he is good? All these words greatly influenced the young man. The next morning when he came to work, there were boxes in front of him with bags of cement on them. This was his job for the whole day. He looked at these bags and realized that he was already feeling bad just at the sight of these bags of cement. His days were absolutely the same. Nothing new happened in his life. They approached the young man and told him that today he needed to move all these bags upstairs. He was a better worker than them, so they were completely confident that he could handle it. The young man asked his boss where all the other workers were and the boss told him not to worry. He only called him. He saw him the other day. He liked the way he worked. The boss realized that he was a conscientious worker and was confident that he would fully cope with this task. The guy was very upset. He wanted to punch the boss right in the face after such words because he behaved disgustingly. Did he really call only him today to carry these bags? Of course. He was a very strong guy. Well, he didn't want to work alone all the time. There was a break at the bank. The girl went outside to get some air and drink a cup of coffee from a paper cup. Sun had a very terrible day at work and she didn't know how she would survive. Until the end of the day, she couldn't do anything and couldn't cope. Her work colleague told her not to be upset, that her face always lights up when it's time for lunch. It probably had something to do with that guy. She became happy every time that guy named Du Zhangong came. It seemed that she was very interested in him. Everyone around saw how the girl began to smile when he came every day to deposit money into his account. If it was a store, he would be their regular customer, so he needs to be treated very well. Of course, this young man was not so handsome and looked very poor, so most likely his girlfriend could not have liked him. Of course, he was not the most handsome guy on earth, but he had a very beautiful body. They decided this was all due to the fact that he is a builder and he has to carry bricks and metal sticks all day. That's probably why he pumped up such a body for himself. Sona drank coffee from a paper cup and said that she doubted that it was because of the construction, because her dad also used to work at the construction site and he didn't have such a beautiful body. And she continued saying thank you to her friend for meddling in her affairs and asked her to stick her nose out of her affairs. In turn, she would not poke her nose into her affairs. She meant here an affair with a manager who recognizes them because they are from a technical school for girls, so she asked for more, don't meddle in her business. Sona, at her desk, she didn't have a single visitor. She said that she was always waiting for only one thing. When will this guy come? Wait, why was she so angry at this girl? They were just talking about this guy who was a bank client named Du Zhangong. Then why did these words hurt her and she couldn't help herself? Today was no exception, and this guy also came to the bank today. He doesn't miss a single day every day to see this girl. Today he also came to her. He entered the bank at the entrance and waved his greetings to her. It was one of the most favorite moments. For the young man, this is the moment of their meeting. Sona immediately jumped up from her seat and asked him why he came so early. It was not yet lunch. She heard an answer from the young man that he would be a little busy during her lunch, so he came a little earlier. The next question was about the purpose of his visit. How did he always going to put money into the account? The young man replied that no. Today he will not deposit money into his account, and he went to the bank branch only to see Mrs. Sana. He said that he would return soon and deposit a huge amount of money. Well, now he came in to say goodbye to her. He just wanted to see the girl again. The girl was a little embarrassed and said that if so, the bank's services were not needed today. She was glad to see him and would wait for him when he sat with her again. He came just to see me. The girl thought something must have happened to him, that today he didn't bring money to put it in the bank, but came to meet me. It was very unexpected. When the young man left the bank, he still felt that the girl's gaze was following him. It was very pleasant for him. It was important for him to see her before he carried out a new task. He went to the bus. It was a bus station, said the guest who offered the job. The guy went to buy tickets. He needed one ticket to Daesang. He told the cashier that he needed a ticket, preferably for the very near future. He needed to get there as soon as possible. After that conversation with the guest, he didn't think long and called Cho Taemun to say that he had accepted his offer and that he would come soon. The young man needed money, so he made such a decision. He was tired of living very poor. He wanted to finally get out of this vicious circle and earn enough money so that he could afford everything he wanted. When the bus arrived at the place, the young man got off the bus. He needed to go to the office that the person who offered him the job was talking about. To his surprise, people were already waiting for him near the bus stop, waving to me, and there was a car behind them. Most likely they had come to accompany him. He walked up to them and got into the car. The next moment the car started moving and drove off. He sat calmly and waited for him to be brought to the place where they were supposed to discuss everything and finally include the contract. But Cho Taemun did not wait for the car to reach the office, and already in the car he immediately began to discuss the task that needed to be completed. He said that the target was a man. His name is Park Gwang-ho. He said that now this man's gang and Cho Taemun's gang are fighting for the right to sell machine guns in a tourist hotel. This is a very profitable business. Cho Taemun said that he wanted to break into him himself and fight face to face. He did not want to interfere with anyone in this matter, but someone from the top warned him that if he himself was liquidated, he would not receive this right. The right decision would be if this is done by an unknown person who has nothing to do with this matter. He should suddenly appear and make Park Gwon-ho appear, then things will go much easier. The young man listened to his new boss and said he will do everything as he is told. But it won't be easy after all. This guy knows that Cho Taemun wants to poison the bandits on him, so he's walking around with 1,000,000 of his mongrels. So it's probably better to wait until he relaxes a little. The young man suddenly asked his new boss what time it was. He looked at him in surprise and didn't even understand why the guy needed this. The new boss looked at his watch and told him now it's about 12:30. It's still just the beginning of the day and, in principle, what's the hurry for me? The guy looked thoughtfully out the window and muttered under his breath that it was still so early and until 16:30 the bank had been open for quite a long time. Towards his new boss and said that he should be taken to this Park Gwang-ho or whatever his name is, that he will quickly deal with him and immediately get his money, and asked again, he will be able to deposit the promised money into his bank account today. The boss explained that if the young man goes to carry out tasks today, he will have to additionally fight with his subordinates who are constantly guarding the goal. Of course, the young man was one of the best mercenaries and special agents who had ever met, but the boss was not sure what exactly this task needed to be done today, and so he asked the young man again that it might be worth waiting until Park Gwang-ho relaxed. Of course, let's continue. The boss, he should not interfere with the progress of the operation. He suggested that they find out where this person might be now and take him there. The car stopped on a building with a signboard Yonghwa-do. The young man looked out the window and tried to inspect this place. The boss said that Park Gwang-ho and his subordinates are now in this very building and warned that he has a huge security guard whom he carries with him everywhere. This man was involved in Korean national wrestling. Therefore, you need to be careful. When the young man looked around, he looked at his new boss and asked what is the best dish to order in this restaurant. This question surprised the boss a little. He did not understand in what sense the best dish was and what the young man was talking about. After thinking a little, he answered that he had not been to this restaurant for a long time and had not ordered anything here. The driver who was driving the boss and the young man all this time turned around and said that this restaurant has very tasty fried dumplings and he advises you to try them. So, fried dumplings, the young man thought that this restaurant had the most delicious dish. It was very good. He got out of the car and said that he would be back very soon. Getting out of the car, the young man headed towards the restaurant. Most likely, he wanted to go to this restaurant to look around and at the same time satisfy his hunger. The boss turned to his driver and asked him if this restaurant really has very good fried dumplings. The driver answered him that yes, indeed, they make them themselves and it turns out very tasty, and asked if the boss is sure that this guy can handle it himself. The boss answered his driver that if there is another young man like this in the world, then in the Queen House, and after that he took out a cigarette and stuck his teeth in. You can watch this for a long time. When you pour sake from a bottle into a cup, the man who needed to be killed was sitting at a table. There was a lot of different food on his table and his assistants were constantly fussing about pouring him sake. When a young man entered this restaurant, you sat down at a table, a waiter approached him, he ordered fried dumplings. During this time the guy managed to analyze the situation in the restaurant. He saw this man who needed to be killed, his target was sitting at the very end of the hall. A young man sat and looked at the dumplings that were brought to him. He liked the smell. He wondered what they would taste like. Of course, he really wanted the dumplings not to disappoint him and, in fact, to be very tasty because he wanted to eat well. He took the soy sauce jars that were sitting next to the other jars of condiments because he liked it the most. He poured this soy sauce into his spoon. He wanted to hold on for a while so he could enjoy his meal later. There was no saucer on the table for sauces and the young man took it out, so he poured the sauce into the saucer. He took the next jar that stood next to the sauce. It was a jar of vinegar. He needed to pour the saucers in proportion to exactly the amount of sauce he poured. So he took the spoon he was measuring and poured vinegar into it and then poured it into the dishes that were on the table. The most important secret is that you couldn't skimp on ground red pepper. You definitely had to sprinkle in more in order for the taste to be rich. Finally the young man started eating. He dipped the fried dumplings into a bowl which he made his own unique sauce and kept it in this sauce for a while. Then he brought it to his mouth and took a bite of the dumpling. When he started chewing he felt an incredible taste. It really was great. The dumplings in this restaurant were incredibly tasty. The young man ate the entire portion that was brought to him very quickly and didn't even notice how it happened. The taste of the fried dumplings was incredible. As always, in such restaurants they bring something as a gift from the establishment, and this time the young man was given a gift of a drink with which he washed down his lunch. He thanked the waiter for the food and said that it was very tasty and that he had not eaten such delicious food for a long time and that he loved people who knew how to cook. And now he needed to get down to business. If he really was so happy about the food, then things should go very smoothly today. The young man decided to start his work right now while he was in this restaurant. He decided that he would throw a glass at his target and see how his security would react to it. The glass that the young man threw crashed against the wall above Park Gwang-ho's head. This is the man he needed to kill. From behind the table where the glass broke, a scream was heard that who did this, who dared to throw glasses around? Let the one who did this show himself, the guards shouted. The young man came straight to these guys and said that he was trying to pick a fight with them because they were very boring when they ate at their table and made loud noises when they chewed pickled radishes. All these noises irritated the young man. The man who needed to be killed told the guy that he had gone completely crazy and that he was walking and they didn't understand who he was talking to, and ordered his guys Sheba to deal with him. Was not yet completely angry. He shouted for them to grab the guy and break his face so that the guards would show the young man that he had made a mistake for which he would have to pay, that they couldn't just offend their master. One after another, the guards began to run up to the young man and try to engage him in battle. This moment the young man liked the operation the most. He really loved when a lot of guys want to die for their boss. This moment always amused him. This was the time when you need to show what he is capable of. There was a plate lying on the floor, it was turned over, there was once soup in it, now it leaked out and a puddle formed on the floor. The soup spread all over the floor of the restaurant. Everything around was broken and scattered. The tiles on the floor were broken. Here the big guy his new boss told him about was already lying in a puddle of his blood mixed with a puddle of soup. In the restaurant on the floor there were many corpses and wounded guys. He beat them all who were guarding Park Gwan-ho. Opposite the young man sat the same Park Gwan-ho whom he was ordered to kill. This man asked Du Zhangong who he is, where he came from and why he did it. And he also added that he didn't know that in their circles there was such a strong guy like him and no one had talked about him yet. The young man replied to be remembered as an outsider with serious problems with anger control, that's all, and asked not to be treated as just another fighter. The guys he had just beaten were lying on the floor and writhing in pain. They could not do anything. He beat them to such an extent that they would lie in the hospital for a long time and heal their wounds. Park Gwan-ho sat and looked at the young man through his broken glasses. He didn't understand what was happening. It seemed to him that the amount of security that was near him was supposed to protect him, and now he was left alone with this guy. An outsider means, the man said, and I will continue, that it is very interesting for him to meet him and that he is hearing about him for the first time. He asked who paid the young man. It wasn't Cho Tae-mun, and if so, he would pay more than the amount that was offered to him, and Park Gwang-ho needed such a guy to work for him. The young man thought that he was now being offered an amount twice the amount that he was supposed to be paid for his murder, which meant that he had just been offered 100 million won instead of 50 million. But in reality, will this man be able to pay that kind of money? Park Gwan-ho continued to insist that the young man tell him the amount he was supposed to be paid for the work and he would immediately double it, and also said that he was ready to pay him much more, and then fell silent for a minute. Everything he said had no meaning. The young man asked why he stopped there and did not finish speaking because he still wanted to say something. At that moment, the young man heard a strange sound behind him. One of these guards who worked for this man was still able to get up. The young man wanted to see who it could be, turned his head and saw that it was the same thug who scared him. The thug stood and held a stool in his hands. Most likely he wanted to come up from behind and stun the young man, but his plan did not work. Du Zhangong realized that this thug had already come too close to him and he did not have time to dodge the blow, so something had to be done. The thug struck with all his might. He was indeed a very strong young man. He did not expect that he would be able to miss such a strong blow. Before Zhangong, you at home were absolutely not prepared that he would now receive such a blow. It seemed to him that he would knock out this thug and he had to stand up for me. Park Gwang-ho shouted to one person, calls himself an outsider, and it's not just that he will be killed right here in this place, he may not even expect that he will be able to escape from here. At this time, the thug rose again to strike again. He thought that if he succeeded the first time, then he could strike the young man again. This time he didn't succeed because Du Zhangong stood up and dodged this blow to the side. The man slipped between his legs and struck right between his legs with his foot. The thug did not expect such a blow. He hit him so hard that the thug started to have tears in his eyes and foam came out of his mouth. Of course the young man put all his strength into this blow that he could concentrate into it at that moment. Then, without stopping, Du Zhangong struck again. He wanted to completely finish off his opponent and neutralize him for a while. He hit the thug with all his might. After this blow he fell to the ground. When the thug was already lying on the ground, the young man finished him off completely with his last blow. He wanted him to be unable to wake up here again. Yes, this thug was really very strong and very resilient. It was rare to find such strong fighters, and that's why Du Zhangong you were able to cope with him. The young man turned his head towards the guy who was sitting in the corner. He asked him what time it was and asked him to do it as quickly as possible because he was worried that it might already be 16:30. The guy replied that it was not yet 16:30 and not even 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The young man breathed a sigh of relief. This suited Du Zhangong very well. Now he managed to do everything he had planned for today. The man began to be indignant, did not understand what this meant and why he said that everything was fine. He did not understand what he was saying and why he was going to leave. But the young man ignored him. This led to the man losing his temper and starting shouting at him that he was a scumbag and he just couldn't ignore that he is obliged to answer his questions and have no right to leave without his permission. This was the same building on which the Chowon Bank sign hung. It was the bank where the young man's new boss was serviced. The boss, together with Du Jianong, left this building and the cart handed the young man a book with money on it, which he promised to pay after completing the work. His new boss said that he really didn't believe that they would make it before the bank closed and that the young man works very quickly. This is the first time he has seen such a good result. The boss asked the young man what he planned to do with the money he earned for this work. The young man was not sure yet. Well, most likely he wanted to buy an apartment. Today he saw that apartments were being sold not far from the car park. The new boss looked at him and said that he had nothing to do in this area and it would be much better if he bought an apartment in the city center. The guy never thought that he could buy an apartment in the city center. Maybe he should try to buy shares now everyone is involved in shares then. He advised that he knows what share to buy. The young man replied that perhaps these are shares of the Khan or Sam Corporation. Most likely, these two corporations should buy shares of the Khan Corporation. The shares of such a company cannot go bankrupt because this company provides electricity to the entire country. Of course this is correct, but the Sam Corporation also seems fine with a smart look, the guy answered. Japanese electronics are much better than Korean TVs, rice cookers, everything is made in Japan. The young man lowered his eyes and felt some very strange pain. He had never felt anything like this before. This pain was unfamiliar to him. His hands began to hurt very much and only started to hurt now. A whole hour had passed since he fought, but the pain appeared only after a while. He had never experienced anything like this before. The new boss suggested that he go to the hospital of the man. There was pain in the place where he received a blow from the thug. The boss insisted on taking the young man to the hospital if he had a health problem. The young man agreed to go to the hospital, where he was examined and a cast was put on both of his arms. It was the doctor who said very scary things to the young man, something he definitely didn't expect to hear. Of course the young man was scared. Not only was he scared, but even the boss felt uneasy when he heard what happened to Du Jianong. The young man said that he could not believe everything that the doctor said now. It was simply impossible. The doctor continued to say that your young man has a crack in both hands, that these cracks in the bones are not very big, so they will heal in about a month. He said that he should recover quickly, but he will have to walk with a cast for a whole month. The young man asked the doctor if he really had to walk like this for a whole month with a cast on both arms and that he couldn't do anything about it. The doctor replied that the young man understood everything correctly. And he also added that he should not move his hands, that they should not be strained, and the most important thing is that he should hit something in order to slow down the process of bone fusion. The young man thought that he was terribly unlucky. How could he get into such a mess? This of course was a problem for him. Now he won't be able to do anything with both hands at once. The boss immediately approached the young man. He said that of course this was big trouble and now he would have a hard time and extended his hand to take the young man's medicine. The boss invited the young man to stop by one of the establishments to relax a little and drink some vodka. Du Jianong agreed and they went. When the young man drank a little vodka, he felt much better. For some reason he began to understand the fact that his hands were broken and he needed to be very careful with them. The young man really liked this condition, but he didn't know if he could drink when his arms were broken and he was taking medicine. Of course, what could have happened because he drank alcohol? The boss reminded him of the good old days when he taught how to heal all wounds with alcohol. The young man laughed at these words. Yes, indeed, there was once such a situation. Well, that was a long time ago. Of course time just flies by. Talking in their days in the army, now they were just drinking and remembering the good times when they were in the army together. They drank a lot of alcohol together in a restaurant. The young man had not drank like that for a long time. There were a lot of empty bottles around them. The new boss said in a conversation that he knew that the young man was very strong, but he had no idea how strong and did not think that he would be able to fight not only with the guards, but with this thug. Just in case, he prepared a weapon. The young man asked did he find a real weapon, how could he do this? The boss replied that he really found a real weapon for the young man and that he thought that it could be useful to him. Well, if not this time so maybe the next. Young man asked again and took out a weapon. The new boss said that shotguns are always easy to get because I sell them for hunting animals, but with a pistol everything is much more complicated since they need to be smuggled from Russia. But it can still be done. The young man told his new boss that he had chosen the right job. He seemed to be doing well, and if he had access to weapons, this was very good news. He told the young man that the army suited him very well, that he felt good when he served in the special detachment and he did not understand why Du Jianong left there. The young man pulled the glass towards him and poured alcohol down his eyes. It was very difficult for him to tell the reason why he had to leave the army. The guy drank the alcohol that was in his glass and said that he and 3 junior soldiers participated with him in the same operation. The only one who returned alive from this special operation was a young man. All the others died, and he felt guilty for what happened. Everything that happened to him then was all in his head, and he thought that he no longer had the right to serve in the army, so he left. He felt guilty for the death of the soldiers. He thought that they would come to him in a dream and he would see them again, but in all this time they have never appeared. He thought that this was all because they also believed that it was he who was to blame for the death and that he could not save their lives, and now they will forever be angry with him. The interlocutor handed the young man a glass of vodka and told him to drink it, then he would feel better. Du Jianong looked to the side where the box of alcohol stood and realized that most of the bottles were already empty, which only meant that they had drunk enough. He told his companion that they had already drunk normally and he didn't even notice how they emptied all these bottles. He replied that this was certainly good, but let's order more. Du Jianong said that his interlocutor was too drunk and that it was time to stop, that he could no longer drink and they had already brought enough alcohol. And what did he say? The young man thinks that he is very drunk. This is not true, he is absolutely sober. If you look at him, he has not blushed at all. He asked the young man again why he thought he was drunk. Although he was not drunk at all, he was fine. You couldn't tell from him that he drank a lot of alcohol. The young man said that this was all nonsense and he went home, that he could no longer be here. He needed to sober up and rest. The new boss asked how he would get home. The young man answered him that he would go by bus and sleep at home in his bed, so it would be best, to which the boss told him to go very far. He offered to give him a ride or, in the second case, rent him a hotel room so that he could sleep, and I'm back home tomorrow. Du Jianong didn't want to be dependent on someone, so he said that everything would be fine when he gets home. Let them not worry about him, and he already went goodbye, saying that maybe I'll see you sometime next time, to which his interlocutor today replied, "You young man says that he's drunk. It would be better if he looked at himself, he can barely walk." He felt very bad because he thought that he had eaten a lot of food and that he needed to eat less, and he drank alcohol normally, but he was sure that he was going to feel sick because he ate a lot. He decided that he needed to sit and rest for a while. He was very tired. He needed to take a breath because his legs had already stopped obeying him. He loved lying on this bench so much, he was ready to sleep on it, but he understood that he couldn't live on it for a long time because he still needed to buy a bus ticket and get home. He tried to get up, but he couldn't do it. There was only one thing spinning in his head. He promised Mrs. Sona that he would see her tomorrow and he must keep his promise. Therefore, he urgently needed to get home today. The only question that arose in his mind was, do buses run at night? There was a car driving down the street with a sign that it was a bus and that it belonged to the Daesing Homeless Help Center. This bus stopped near the bench where the young man was lying. They saw him and most likely thought that he was one of the homeless because at that moment he was sleeping soundly on the bench. The car door opened and people started getting out. The young man didn't notice them at first because he was very drunk and then fell asleep on the bench. These people didn't look like people who really wanted to help in any way. They looked more like bandits who drove around in a cover car. One of these men got out of the car, said to look at the young man and added that he was not only drunk, but also with 2 broken arms. How could this even happen? Most likely, he fell after another drinking session. All homeless people sleeping on the street have the same thing. One of these guys said that they need to take the young man and help him. At these words everyone else laughed. These people loaded the young man up without even asking whether he wanted to go with them or not. They didn't even think about waking him up. They just carried him into the car and threw him in. The car door closed and the car drove off. The car was somehow strange. It drove for a very long time. It didn't go through strange places and drove somewhere into the forest. In the forest, the car drove up to some very large gates. They opened and the car drove into a protected area. When the car had already driven inside, the gates automatically closed. At first the only thing was that there was some kind of protected area here and the young man found himself in some kind of unpleasant situation. Above the gate at the entrance to this territory there was a sign about which there was an inscription, "The Social Birth of Dessen." The young man lay with his eyes closed. Well, he clearly heard someone's voice. This voice repeated only one word, "Mr." Then there was this terrible scream from all sides. The sergeant major was heard. It was the only thing the soldiers called him. It could only mean one thing, that one of them needed help. Sergeant Major Du Jianong stood looking around. Everything that was happening around him was already familiar to him. He had seen it all once. He stood in the middle of a field on the street. It was deep night. Something was glowing from different sides. Most likely it was fireflies, or I thought he was. What kind of new place was this? Someone's voice kept repeating, "Sergeant." Before, the young man was sure that he had heard this voice before. One of his colleagues was calling him. The voice was continuously repeated by Sergeant Du. So in the young man's head it sounded like a drum roll. He did not understand where he was and why exactly this familiar voice was shouting to him. Before Zhang On looked around, it was night and it wasn't very clear, but who should be nearby for him to hear so clearly what's his name? Somewhere in the distance, he saw two shadows of his soldiers. They stood very far away and called him. These were the same soldiers who died in his last battle, because of which he quit military service. When he examined them, you saw that hanging on their workshop were the same chains with medallions that he removed after their death. Sergeant Du Zhangong froze for a few minutes and then asked again, "Is it really them?" And the most surprising thing for him is that they were here with him. The young man replayed in his head all the events that happened to him and why these soldiers died. All of this he only blamed himself for not being able to help them survive the last operation. On Earth, right in front of him, lay his combat pistol. It appeared precisely at the moment when he began to blame you for what was happening. This pistol was a solution to his problem. He told himself that this is exactly what happened. This gun will be the solution to the problem and he will never torment himself with these memories again in his life. Sergeant Du Zhangong presented the pistol to his temple, removed the safety and was ready to pull the trigger at the last moment. He asked his dead soldiers, is this really what they want, and if so, he will shoot right away. He began to press his finger on the trigger and at that moment someone began to tug at him. What it was, he opened his eyes and understood everything that had just happened to him. It was just a dream. He dreamed of dead soldiers for the first time today. The young man was lying on someone else's bed and a guy unknown to him was sitting next to him and was quietly muttering something. The situation was a little tense. Before Zhang On, he didn't remember how he got here and what happened to him yesterday. The guy who was sitting next to him said that it was time to wake up, so Du Zhangong should get up. He said this very convincingly and therefore most likely it was necessary to do so. Before Zhang On, these words outraged him a little. He couldn't understand why he had to fulfill this guy's request, so he asked who he was and where he was, and the biggest thing that surprised him was why he was wearing the same clothes as everyone else. The guy said that he asks a lot of questions at once and he will answer them one by one. He said that his name is Yi Sunjo and that they are in a social institution. Day saying, these are clothes. They are the same for all prisoners, and since he is here, he also has the same clothes. In addition to this, the guy said that there are still a lot of things that need to be explained to him, and most importantly, how to lead here. Du Zhangong did not fully listen to this guy, stood up and walked along the long corridor. In the direction of the door, the guy asked where he was going, to which Sergeant Du replied that he was going home. They looked at him in surprise. When a young man approached the door, he saw that the door was bolted and there was a huge lock hanging. It was simply impossible to open it. The voice of that guy shouted to him to wait. He was ready to explain everything to him. The most interesting thing was that this door was locked from the inside. That is, someone who was in the room had keys to open this door. When the guy approached Du Zhangong, he said that he wanted to explain this to him and would continue that putting people here against their will really angered the young man. How can you put a person in a closed room against their will? While the guy was explaining everything that was happening here, before Changong, someone was heard screaming. Someone asked them what they were doing near the door. The young people turned around in response to the scream. In front of them stood a huge bald man in the same uniform as them. He had a bandage on his sleeve and keys were fastened on top of this bandage with a pin. The guy said that this man was the commander of their platoon. And I'll continue that this commander is incredibly hot-tempered. So you shouldn't irritate him, you should only do what he says, otherwise he'll see for himself what will happen. The platoon commander continued to shout. He asked what they were doing there near the doors. Du Zhangong drew attention to the keys fastened with a pin on his sleeve. The young man, without hesitation, told him to give him the keys to the front doors. He didn't want to stay here anymore. This whole situation was incomprehensible to him. The platoon commander looked at him in bewilderment. The next moment the young man saw the platoon commander's leg begin to rise. He stood pretending that nothing was happening. Of course he understood that he wanted to hit him. The platoon commander missed and could not hit the young man because he moved away in time. This made him very angry. He began to shout that the young man was an impudent idiot. Lately, no one had behaved like this with him. The platoon commander shouted. He considered himself the most important among all the prisoners here and thought that everyone should obey him unconditionally, but here some new guy is behaving very defiantly. In addition to the fact that this new guy dodged his blow, he was also ready to strike the platoon commander, which infuriated him even more. Before Zhang On was almost ready to strike this screaming platoon commander as he was called here, he remembered the words of the doctor who put a cast on him in the hospital. The doctor then told him that under no circumstances should he dare move his hands. He should not strain them or hit anything with them, as this would only slow down the healing process of cracks in the bones. It's good that Du Zhangong remembered these words of the doctor, otherwise he could have struck now and then the crack would have become even larger and his hands would have taken even longer to heal. Several more young people approached the platoon commander. They asked him if everything was okay and if he needed help. Apparently these young people were friends of the platoon commander. One of them suggested completely breaking Du Zhangong's hand because he was trying to hit their platoon commander and then send him to the hospital. All these three aggressive guys didn't understand what was wrong with their new guy. He had 2 broken arms, but he acted as if he could stand up for himself. Du Zhangong thought to himself that even if both his arms were injured, he could easily cope with these 3 who were ready to tear him apart. But these 3 were also one of those who were driven here against their will. That's exactly what that guy in Sunjo said, and this only meant one thing, that there were others who brought them here. It will be difficult for a young man to restrain himself in such a state. He wants to escape from here, then he will have to wait until his injuries are completely healed and then he can easily cope with everyone who will prevent him from doing this. Well, if a fight starts now, they might hit his hands, thought the young man, and that meant only one thing, the injuries would most likely get worse, his hands would hurt a lot. Then he had to fight with these 3 and try to protect his hands. Of course it would be difficult. He didn't know what to do at that moment and Sunjo intervened. He shouted for the commander to stop and listen to him. And Sudza said that he is new here, he was brought last night, he still doesn't understand where he is and that's why he behaves so defiantly. And he continued that no one had yet told him how good their commander was. Of course he couldn't have known this, but if he had known, he wouldn't have behaved so arrogantly. Such words, of course, were pleasant for the platoon commander, he thought. The guy asked the platoon commander to give him a chance and he would train him well and asked the platoon commander to please forgive him this time. The platoon commander listened to everything the young man had just said. These words seemed fair to him and he decided that he was ready to give the newcomer a chance. The guy turned to Du Zhangong to ask for forgiveness from the platoon commander. The young man did not quite understand why he should ask for forgiveness, because he had not yet done anything reprehensible. The guy continued to insist that he apologize and admit that it was his fault, which he had to do as quickly as possible so as not to anger their commander. Everything that fell on the young man today was all very strange. He had no idea what was happening to him, how he got here, he didn't remember. Well, he decided that he needed to get out of this situation. First, he would figure it out further. Du Zhangong lowered his head down and said that the platoon commander would forgive him and admit that he was wrong. These words were very difficult for him, so he closed his eyes. The next moment he felt a blow to the head with a fist. It was their commander who hit him and said that he behaved well further, and he added that now he must prepare for the roll call. And Sunjo came up to him and said that he did an excellent job and everything that he did not have time to tell him and explain he would tell him later after the roll call. The platoon commander ordered everyone to sit down and pay off. Whoever was in this room sat down and then, one by one, they began to pay off, saying 1, 2, 3. When the turn came to the young man, he said the number 7, which meant he was 7th in this platoon. Everything that happened was very strange. Then I heard 8, 9, 10. It was so incomprehensible. After all, they were not in the army, then why are they being counted? And here is some kind of platoon, an incomprehensible uniform, everyone has the same. 24 people include a newcomer, the platoon commander said out loud, then said that this is very good. He reached out with his hand to the keys that were hanging on his sleeve. This man approached one door and with the key that was hanging on his sleeve he began to open the padlock. The young man thought that he really was right and the keys were inside this room all the time. He decided to observe the whole situation. The first thing he thought was that the commander opens the door only after counting the people. In order to open the doors for some reason it took a number of people. The commander removed the lock and pushed the bolt. The door slowly began to open. This means that in this territory there is not only this room, but also other rooms. All 24 people who were in this room went to the exit. Du Zhangong asked where they were going now, and Sunjo told him that they were going to breakfast. Du Zhangong was very happy after yesterday. For some reason he was hungry in the morning. This was the first good news he heard today. It was not a military base, but they all behaved as if it was one and it was not a prison. But here there were people imprisoned against their will. It was some kind of very scary place. Well, the worst thing for Du Zhangong was to be disappointed in what they called food a few minutes ago. The news that he was going to have breakfast even lifted his spirits, but now he was completely disappointed. It was something that looked very inedible, but they called it food, so Du Zhangong lost his appetite completely. He definitely didn't want to eat it. He was ready to stick chopsticks in the forehead of the person who cooked it. Not only did he not know how to cook, he also ruined a large number of products. A young man sat down at the table and Sungjo is ready to explain to him this place is accepted and helps the homeless. Du Zhangong immediately responded to these words. He said that he is not homeless, he has a home. That's right, at first everyone says that when he disappears here, the guy continued, they say that they are not homeless, they are picked up on the street and brought here and then forced to work. And he continued that every homeless person receives money from the state to get this money. These people catch and bring people here from the street. The young man asked that they were simply detaining people on the street and bringing them here for their own good. What kind of people are they who are engaged in such an obscene matter? Someone said hello very loudly. Everyone turned their heads in the direction from which the greeting was heard. And Sunjo told the young man that he was asking what kind of people would do such a thing, so you can look at them. There were two young men standing in the doorway, one was shorter, the other was taller. In the dining room everyone stood up and lowered their heads as a sign of respect and greeting to these people. These two people were the children of the director of this corporation. The one who was smaller, this was the vice president and co-founder of Daesang. This was the eldest son of director Park Kwon. The second young man, this was the general director and the second son of director Park Yom. They went into the dining room where all these people were eating. These two bosses began to approach people and ask if everything was okay. Everyone thanked them as one. The young man had the impression that some president was conducting an inspection here. These two sons of the director gave the impression of very powerful people. And now Sunjo said his chance to definitely pay attention to this powerful man. Du Zhangong did not quite understand why these words were said and what he should do. One of the directors, the smaller one, approached Du Zhangong and asked him where he received such injuries. He was a newbie and this director had not seen him before. The guy who was sitting next to him, that yes, he was a newbie who got here only yesterday and his hands were already in plaster. The director listened to everything and said this is a very incomprehensible situation. Well, can he live in such a place? The guy continued that he takes good care of him so there will be no problems with the newcomer. Then the director continued that and Sunjo is such a good, friendly prisoner. Guy replied that the director is too kind to him. And he asked the director if he was good enough to become honorary. Most likely it was some kind of certain difference among the prisoners, both honorary and chalk some additional rights. The director asked the guy again, he wants to be chosen according to the even prisoners. He said that he will remember the young man and the next time he chooses an honorary prisoner, he will not forget about him and asked him to tell him his name. The young man stood for several minutes, satisfied with himself. Today the director paid attention to him, this meant that he could move to the highest rank. The guy said his name, said that his name was Lee Sunjo, that's why he was so willing to help the young man. It turns out he had his own motive for this. The director turned to Du Zhangong. He asked how their new injured prisoner was doing and whether he liked the food they served for breakfast. The young man didn't try to be nice. He sharply replied that the food in this canteen is simply disgusting, it's unbearable to eat, no one has ever said that here. The director did not know how to immediately react to these words. Every day when he came to the dining room and asked the prisoner, he was always answered only with words of gratitude. The guy who was sitting near Du Zhangong froze in fear. He thought that the young man had just asked for forgiveness from their commander, and immediately after he told them who these people were, he insulted them again. There is one thing this guy doesn't know about and that is that Du Zhangong doesn't joke when it comes to food, so he can't lie about it. The young man was completely sure that this is food not for people because the fish was very salty and rotten. What it was unclear how the soup was cooked because it was bland and all the vegetables were boiled and turned into porridge. The director took the delivery that was standing in front of the young man and said, let's look at these products that they brought you. The next moment, everything that was being distributed was poured onto the young man's head by the director. All the food was dripping from his head. Today this was the second time this morning when he finds himself in a stupid situation. He started shouting that he was coming, he should be grateful that they even give him this kind of food and he has no right to ever complain about anything. He continued to shout for the young man to pull himself together and stop being rude to him. This was the last warning he was going to give him. The young man sat and pieces of food flowed down his head. In any other situation, he would no longer tolerate this and quickly resolve this issue. Now he was restrained only by two broken arms. His hands were already clenched into two fists and he was ready at any moment to strike his offenders. The director couldn't calm down and continued to shout. He called the guy who was looking after the young man and told him to do it better because Du Zhangong some nonsense. The guy replied that he understood everything and this would not happen again. The guy didn't understand what was wrong with the salted fish and thought that there were still idiots like this young man. The two directors returned and went to the exit. Nothing was stopping them here. He approached the young man and asked if he was exercising and that he needed to clean himself up because there were food residues in his hair and on all the things he was wearing. Before Zhangong, he had not been so angry for a very long time because he never allowed himself to be mocked like that by people who tried to offend him in this life. They always ended badly. He sat clenching his fists and could not answer this guy. This was before Zhang On, this was 29 days before the healing of the hands. They came to a room that they called a shower room. It was a fairly large room with several taps and showers. They could both bathe and wash their things. The room was very old and one wall, due to the fact that repairs had not been done for a long time, was covered in mold. It's good that there was water here. The shower didn't work. That's the only positive thing that happened to the young man lately. He stood under the shower so that all the dirt and pieces of food that were on his hair and body could be completely washed away. He had to stand under the water so as not to wet his hands, which were in a cast. He caught himself thinking that even washing himself was very inconvenient, but he is ready to endure another 29 days so that his hands become the same as before and his bones grow together. After he had been in the shower with all his things, all the prisoners were forced to clean the courtyard, including him. Despite the fact that he could barely move his fingers, he also began to take revenge in the courtyard. Only half of the clothes that the young man washed could dry properly, so in fact he put on wet clothes and, in addition, after that he went to work. Everything that he had to endure now was all because of this director, because he poured food right on his head. How irritated he was by the fact that he was here, the way they treated him. For some reason he had to walk around in incomprehensible things, and most importantly, he couldn't get out of here. The clothes will dry on you, said Isunjo, and continued that it was very good for the president to do this before the shower, and he managed to get himself in order. Before or after, is it normal to treat people like this? It's not at all humane, said Du Zhangong. The guy seemed to agree with him, but he still had doubts. The little plump man said that he agreed with the newcomer. He was one of those who generally supported him. Everyone else pretended that nothing had happened. Before Zhang On, for the first time, he was surprised by the behavior of one of the prisoners. None of those here were completely on his side, they were unselfishly ready to help him. The guy saw this man and said, about your superiority, you are here. Du Changong was very surprised because this plump little man was addressed as your superiority in Korea, so only the president can be addressed. The young man thought that most likely he had already been told about this president here because he had not seen other presidents here. Another prisoner came to the threshold and shouted, your superiority, you said that you would wash everything with a rag, but you are relaxing here, and ordered you to immediately approach him. The little fat man to whom everyone addressed your superiority began to be indignant. He thought that it was unfair that every time he had to do it. The young man became interested in why they were addressing this man like that and why he was talking like that. He behaved as if he were the president. The guy answered him that he was not pretending, but he actually thought that he was the president. Then he's probably a little crazy, the young man asked, and the guy replied that yes, this guy has gone crazy. After returning from the Vietnam War, he saw all sorts of things there and had nightmares. Was this little fat man really a soldier? Now looking at him, it was impossible to see anything that connected him with the army. The guy continued to say that then this man was sent to a correctional camp in Samcheon. After this camp he was very afraid of that bald president. Every time this president was shown on the news he trembled with fear. As he grew older, this man became bald, his hair began to fall out a lot, and then he stopped looking in the mirror because it reminded him of that president. Du Zhangong thought that this was a very terrible story and it could happen to any soldier who went through such ordeals. The young man asked the guy how he knew all this, and then he answered that this guy's friend was also here, so he told him everything, but he had already died from some kind of disease. The young man asked again. He died here in prison. These events seemed very strange to him. This meant that there was insufficient medical care for prisoners here. The guy added that many people die here, some are injured during work, others because of illness or because they were beaten by the center employees or the commander. He reminded the young man that the commander said that they would send him to a hospital ward if he went there. They would not treat him there, but not they just leave people to die. Everything that the young man heard was simply terrible and it was in no way invested in his concepts. How is it possible to make money from people without feeding them and then leaving them to die? The loud voice of the commander was heard. He called on all the prisoners who were doing the cleaning to pay attention. Most likely he wanted to say something now. The platoon commander stood near the open door of the building and shouted to the entire yard that today was the day of interrogation and that everyone finish cleaning and immediately gather on the sports ground. The guy said if today is the day of interrogation, then this is where you can meet the most terrible people who are here. This was one of the next mysteries that Du Zhangong has repeatedly encountered today. All the prisoners were gathered at the stadium. They stood in groups since they lived in front of them. There was a small podium behind it. There was a man, most likely he was the director. These were all the organizations. After the podium there were two young men, these were his sons, they were all guarded by guards. Behind the podium stood the director of the social institution Daesung Park Inji. he was ready to proclaim his speech to the prisoners. All the prisoners, when they saw the director, lowered their heads and shouted hello. In this way they showed their respect for the management of this company. Before Zhang Ong finally saw the most important person who invented this company and became its director, he now knew his enemy by sight. The director began his speech. He began to tell that there are various trees in the world and each tree has its own purpose. That some trees are used as supports for mansions, he continued. His speech began from somewhere far away. Most likely he wanted to say something with these words. I will continue that some trees are used as firewood to light a fire in the stove. Everything that he said he allegedly tried to convey to those prisoners who stood in front of him. He began to scream and his face became aggressive because he began to talk not about trees, but about people who used their purpose depending on their character and potential and love for God. Even St. Peter and Pavlov Paul used according to their characters. Well, you are just a non-entity, he addressed all the insignificant creatures standing in front of him who are no good for this center. All who are here are ugly trees. His speech reached a climax and he began to compare you with Jesus, that he also became a carpenter and that he prunes such useless trees as all those here so that after that they can be useful. When the director finished his speech, his guards loudly clapped their hands on one side. This was a sign for the prisoners to start clapping too, and on the other hand, the guards counted in the same way as the director. All the prisoners who were standing there from the stadium also began to clap their hands loudly. They applauded their director, although many of them did not understand what we were talking about. Before Zhang Ong was forced to stand in this crowd, he understood that the director was saying all this nonsense. Without any shame, what he said there was not a single word of truth, it was all crazy nonsense. I pretend that he is listening to the director's speech. He found out the location and structure of this institution. He only had to stand and look around in order to assess the situation. The Dessen Social Institution is a place that was built cutting off the middle of the mountain. It was supposed to be a completely deserted place and no one was supposed to see this institution. Most of the institution is surrounded by a high wall. It was built specifically to prevent anyone from leaving this institution in any way. The only place where there was no wall was the rock, where they cut off the mountain. It was also impossible to get through this part in any other way. It was possible to enter and exit the territory of this institution only through the main gate, which was also quite high and opened and closed automatically. The young man thought, if he tries to escape through these gates, then most likely he will be immediately attacked by guards, and there were a sufficient number of them in this social institution. He thought that with hands like his it would be very difficult to escape. So he would have to put up with it for exactly 29 days until his hands healed. The director of this social institution began to descend from the podium. He was met below by his two sons. They thanked their father for his kind words and said that they would go and take care of the rest. The director thanked his children and said that he lives and will live. I trust only the two of them and that he loves his sons very much. They reciprocated and all three of them hugged and they stood there for several minutes. But this was not the end of this meeting, so the eldest son climbed to the podium. He said that he would now announce the most diligent prisoner for many who lived here. This was a very important moment because everyone lived with the hope that his name would be heard now. The prisoners who stood below perked up a little. They began to look at each other and then at the director's son, waiting for the fact that maybe his name would be called. The president found out his name, which means he has a chance, said in Sunjo. The young man did not understand what diligent prisoners mean and why do all people want to get this particular title. The guy explained that, as the name suggests, the most trained prisoner receives this title per month. 3 or 4 prisoners are selected after they are released from the institution. Of course, it was very strange. They could just let him out just because he was a diligent prisoner, and so after a short pause, the director's son said that this time the diligent prisoner was coming from the 4th group. The guy was very upset because he was from a completely different group. He was from the 3rd group, which meant that this time they would tell me his name. A few more seconds and it became known who received this title. It was Kakduing. The fate of everyone else was already decided. They will continue to remain in this institution. Kwakduing jumped for joy. He definitely didn't expect this. Everyone else stood and looked at him with envy because he was the one who would leave this establishment today. The director's son asked to give a speech to today's winner. He walked up to the microphone. First he said thank you and then began to stutter a little. It was most likely out of surprise. But then he pulled himself together and said that he was free and now he could go home. It was the happiest minute of his life in recent times. The guy couldn't calm down because he still hoped that his name would be heard and he could leave here. He even shouted that he was seriously jealous. Everything that was happening now at the stadium was completely incomprehensible. Before Changong, he understood that something was wrong here and it was too easy. They were returning people back home. Today's lucky winner was invited to the office of the employees. They had to let him go home. he sat and waited for permission when he could leave here. The lucky one plucked up a little courage and asked the son of the director of this institution when he could go home. He was very impatient to leave this institution. The director's eldest son answered him that the doctor would come now and check his health one last time. This is very important since everyone who leaves here must be completely healthy outside the walls of this institution. Kwok Doing thought that this should be the case according to the rules, so he obediently agreed with the words that the director's son had just uttered. The second son of the director appeared at the door, accompanied by a doctor. In the hands of the doctor there was a tray on which lay his medical instruments and medicine. The doctor, smiling, said that he was ready to check the health condition of the diligent prisoner. He began his examination with the condition of the cornea of the eye and continued to do a full examination of his body. And look at him, the doctor concluded that he is in good condition. Well, the only thing is that he needs to get one injection. The man didn't understand why and asked the doctor again. The director's eldest son intervened in the conversation. He said that these were vitamins and nutrients and that they were obliged to release him completely healthy. Therefore, he should only endure one injection. And he added that immediately after the injection they would let him go home. The man heard these words that they would immediately let him go and immediately agreed. The doctor began to give him an injection. The man realized that something was going wrong. He began to lose consciousness. His eyes began to close and his whole body became cottony. Gathering his last strength, he asked why they did all this. Of course, he no longer received any answer because he could no longer hear. He was passed out. The doctor felt his pulse and said that everything was ready. He passed out and that they could already take him out of the office. Two prisoners came into the office. They took the body of Kwok Doing, who was passed out, by the arms and legs and began to carry him out. The director ordered them to take off his clothes. It can be useful for beginners since sewing new ones is a waste of money. He heard these words and said that their vice president is simply an amazing person. He doesn't understand how one can think about money in such a situation. Most likely money is very important to him. The vice president looked at the doctor with a disapproving look, and in response, of course, the doctor didn't care about the money. He squandered the hospital that his father-in-law opened and lost all his remaining savings. And he continued that for a doctor who works for them, it may seem that money is of great importance. In fact, it is so. The vice president warned the doctor not to try even in front of this line with him if he wants to keep the money he earns thanks to this organization. Night came, each of the rooms were already asleep, the prisoners were already asleep. This was the time when it was possible to do the most terrible things, and that's what happened that night. Kwok Doing was lying on the operating table in only his underwear. He was very thin, his body looked exhausted. This operating room was entered by a doctor who was already wearing a mask. He was putting rubber gloves on his hands because he was preparing for the operation, turning his head to the people standing behind him. He asked what they ordered today and heard a clear answer from them: liver and kidney. The doctor thought about how to perform this operation. He had to remove the liver and then the kidney at one time. The vice president of this social institution came into the operating room. When he saw him, the doctor thought that he was so tired of this little idiot. Besides, he was very rude. All he did was for money. One of the prisoners who helped the doctor asked him if he shouldn't be given anesthesia. It seemed to him that he would wake up soon. The doctor replied that he was not a doctor and thought to himself that even the prisoner treated him with disdain. Give him a reprimand. Kwok Doing opened his eyes. He immediately couldn't understand where he was. What was happening to him? Everything was still spinning in his head and he didn't feel very good after the injection. He raised his torso and sat down on the table where he had just been lying. There were a lot of questions in his head. Why is he in this form? What is this? And where is he in general? Why are there people in masks near him? The doctor began to make excuses and said that they were just examining him so that he would not be afraid. Nothing bad would happen so that he would calm down. Kwok Doing did not believe a single word they said. He shouted for them to get away from him, jumped off the operating table and headed towards the exit from this room. When he jumped off the table, he was able to push the doctor away. So he fell to the floor. Kwok Doing ran to the exit. He wanted to leave this establishment as quickly as possible. The doctor shouted to catch him quickly. Kwok Doing along the corridor, he had only questions. Why was he here? After all, they had said before that they would let him go home. At the end of the corridor stood the second son of the director of a social institution. He was a very huge young man. He almost never spoke. Kwok Doing ran up to him. He still had hope that he would now tell what happened to him and the director's son would let him go home as promised. The next moment, Kwok Doing received a strong blow to the face with a fist. Blood sprayed in all directions. He staggered and fell to the floor. Kwok was lying on the floor with blood. But he tried to shout to the director's son. He screamed. They promised to let him go home. Why is he still here? The director grabbed him by the leg and dragged him back to the operating room. This huge man held the practically naked, very thin Kwok Doing by the leg and dragged him along this long corridor. Traces of blood remained on the floor. He dragged him into the operating room door, which closed behind them. This could only mean one thing: in a few minutes, Kwok Doing would undergo surgery and his liver and kidney would be removed. At the same time, in the city at the Chazhanman restaurant everything was as always. The doors were open, visitors were ordering their favorite dishes. Sitting at a table in a restaurant were two well-dressed men. One of them was the new boss of Du Changgong, a task he had just recently completed. These two men were talking to each other. One of them said that Park Gwang-ho and his people were hospitalized, so his organization was completely weakened. As a result of this, Congressman Choi's office immediately decided to give them the right to operate gaming machines, which was very good news for them. The man in the brown suit admitted that he had a terrible hangover. Of course, yesterday he and Du Zhangong drank a very large amount of alcohol, which is why he felt so bad in the morning. The man in the gray suit said that Congressman Choi's office knows about everything. All these events happened in one day and he said that he would immediately give the business to them, to which the second man replied that Congressman Choi is a wise old man. He became a member of parliament only because he knows how to make decisions quickly. The man in the gray suit said that in any case, if there is no problem, then they are ready to cut the ribbon to celebrate the opening of the slot machines. A man in a brown suit brought fried dumplings to his mouth with two iron chopsticks. He remembered something about yesterday, how it all happened. How he met Sergeant Du at the station, and when they arrived at this restaurant, Du Zhangong asked what is the best dish here. For some reason he did not understand this question from Sergeant Du and began to say something indistinctly. Most likely this was because he was interested in something completely different. But the driver answered that this restaurant has excellent fried dumplings and explained why they are so delicious. Sergeant Du then opened the door in the car from the side where he was sitting and came out with the words "okay then fried dumplings" and that he would be back soon. These fried dumplings are really delicious, the man in the brown suit thought as he took a bite. It's not for nothing that the driver then said that this is the most delicious dish in this restaurant. The next thought that came to his mind was as a sergeant major. Before he returned home, he had both arms injured. Was he able to get home safely at night? Although the doctor said that you couldn't move your arms, Du Zhangong had to do the same work as all the other prisoners. He sat and assembled bottle sprayers. All the prisoners sat in one large room at a long table and did their work practically. This is how their every day went. The guy who looked after Du Zhangong all day sat next to him, yes, at the desk. He said that enough time had already passed. Well, he still doesn't know the name of the newcomer and asked what his name is. The young man answered Du Zhangong. Then he asked who he worked before he got to the social institution Du Zhangong for a few minutes because he didn't know what to answer to tell him. He served in the army and the special forces and carried out the most difficult missions. It wasn't necessary to know that there was no one here, so he answered that he took on any job where physical strength was needed. Then the guy asked Du Zhangong that he had injured his hands at work. He was very curious and always asked a lot of questions. Sergeant Du remembered how it all happened in a restaurant where the thug took a stool and struck a blow in order to soften the blow. He covered himself with both hands, so the blow came all on his hands. The young man decided not to tell the whole story. I answered that yes, he was injured at work. While they were chatting, the platoon commander came up from behind. He was not entirely happy with how they were doing their job and therefore we would make a remark so that they worked more and that they should not just chat. The guy got very scared and began to apologize. The platoon commander turned to the newcomer with a question about what he said to the vice president. The young man reacted and shouted at him and wanted to explain the events that happened in the dining room. The platoon commander told him not to worry too much and to forget, just not to create problems in their group. This is the only condition that the platoon commander asked to fulfill. Du Zhangong was silent, which made the platoon commander very angry. He hit one person on the head with his own hand for a crack and told him to answer when asked by an idiot. The young man sat with his head bowed and replied that he understood. He could barely restrain himself so as not to respond to the insult directed at him. The platoon commander walked between workstations and continued to observe everything that was happening after he made a remark. Before Zhangong, he switched to other workers. He also shouted at them. Are they going to work? When the platoon commander left them, the guy began to say that they, too, were afraid that they themselves would end up in a problem situation, so they went around and monitored the work of each of the prisoners. Before Zhangong, he didn't say anything. He listened carefully to every word this guy was telling. He watched everything that was happening here in a social institution. Before Zhangong asked the guy, he was very interested, why are the barracks being taken from the inside? If they are trying to close it, isn't it better to take the barracks from the outside? The guy replied that a long time ago someone came to check that closing the barracks from the outside is wrong, it looks like a prison. Therefore, since then, the commanders have kept the key and locked the barracks from the inside. But the commander is also stuck here, and why is he closing the door? The young man asked himself. Well, the guy answered him that they gave yellow armbands to people who had no power outside, and they were obsessed with the fact that they now have so much power. Everything became clear to the young man. Well, the guy continued to say that he was very jealous of the lucky guy who became a diligent prisoner today, and that he was most likely already home. At the same time, in the doctor's office, a mini refrigerated container is in the hands of the two sons of the president of the social institution. At first, only one thing is that he did his job. The doctor turned to the vice president and said what happened earlier. He really wasn't very attentive, that's why it happened. But despite this, he completed everything that was needed without incident and asked to inform the director. After listening to the end of everything what the doctor said, the director's son said only one word. Mr. Why did he say that? The doctor didn't quite understand at first. Therefore, the doctor did not know what to answer. He could not even imagine what might happen next moment. He was a little naive. The vice president has the same stony face that he always had. I think for a long time I kicked the living doctor. He was spinning in pain. It is necessary to speak, Mr. Vice President said. The son was the director of evolution. There was no emotion. I never forgot to understand what he was thinking about. The doctor was squatting, crouched in pain. Mr. Vice President told him that if he had made a mistake, then let him accept it and think about it, and threw an envelope in his face. And I will continue so that he doesn't try to fix everything. This is the way people move forward. The doctor thought to himself that there is nothing good in the way they do business and how they treat people like meat. The doctor put the envelope in his hands and began to count the bills. He thought to himself, well, let them treat them like meat, at least they pay well, and decided that with such a sum of money he will definitely win today. It was night outside on the pier. There were several boats, not a single person was visible anywhere. Everyone had been asleep for a long time. It was just that time when it was possible to do dirty deeds. Mr. Vice President was carrying a container to a minibus on which was written Duck Professional Butchering. Most likely someone was waiting for him there. The Vice President handed the container into the hands of a man sitting in a minibus. This man was wearing a mask on his face and had a hat on his head so that his face could not be seen quite clearly. He did not want his face to be seen. This man also gave the vice president an envelope with money, only this envelope was dozens of times thicker than the one he gave to the doctor. The director's son took the money and went back to the office of the social institution. He walked along a long corridor. He performed all these actions purely automatically. When he approached the office on which the director's office was written, he knocked on the door and said that he was his son. He had to follow all the rules. Entering the office, he handed the envelope with money to his father. The director was very happy and praised his son for his excellent work. I told him to have a good rest. He was probably tired of walking back and forth on the seat all day long. The son replied that yes, he wants to rest. The director of the social institution turned to the side where the safe stood. He began to dial numbers. This was the code for the safe to open it. Inside the safe on the top shelf were dozens of the same packages as in his hands, which means Kwok Doing was not the first and they sold organs and other prisoners. Having placed this money with everyone else, he closed the door of his safe and checked that it was definitely closed. That night at the Dessen Social Institution everything was as usual. There were no incidents. All the prisoners were asleep in their rooms. In the prisoners' rooms there were bunk beds. Next to each bed there was a small closet where they could store their things, although they had practically no things because they all had the same uniform. Before Changong fell asleep today like never before, he had already begun to get used to this place. He understood perfectly well that he needed to hold out exactly until he had his hands. They will heal. I heard a cry of getting up, then I shouted again, get up. Du Zhangong opened his eyes and looked up. Every morning he saw the same mattress of the bed on the second floor. 4 days have already passed since he got here, so he already managed to learn the schedule of each day. In principle, one day was no different from the next. He was already used to this place. In principle it was not difficult for him to get used to it because he was in the army for a long time and there was also a certain order of the day there. His experience of intense training while serving in the army helped him adapt here. Just like in the army, the most important thing is to follow all the rules. Of course, this stupid situation irritated Du Zhanong very much, but he had no choice other than to hold out here until his hands healed. Therefore, he decided for himself to think that he was here on a very secret operation. Well, when he thought so, he began to get even more angry. Before, he was never afraid of anything. He wasn't worried about anything at all. Even when he was on the most dangerous mission, he wasn't worried. And now he began to worry about one thing. This thought did not leave him. Every moment he was at home, he thought only about her. His concern was that he would not be able to see Sona at lunch either today or tomorrow. It would take some time before he could get out of here. He was worried that she might forget him. The weather was beautiful outside. The sky was blue and white fluffy clouds were floating across it. Today it was warm as always. Sona sat at her workplace and could not do anything. Her gaze was precisely through this window. She watched the clouds move across the sky. Now it was just time for a lunch break. She hoped that the door would open and her regular client would come in. He promised her to return. The door actually opened, but a completely different young man walked in. Sona was a little upset that she couldn't see Du Zangen. Her employee approached the girl and invited Sona to go have lunch, and while Sona was away she would look after her cash register. The girl agreed. Sona had only one thing on her mind. She hadn't seen Mr. Du Zhangong for several days. He hadn't come during his lunch break for several days. She was sure that he should come again, but for several days he has not come to the bank at all. She recalled their last meeting when he said that he would definitely return and deposit a huge amount of money into the account and said goodbye. She really hoped that nothing had happened to him. He was just being delayed somewhere where he had such circumstances that he could not temporarily keep his word. Du Zhangong sat at a long table with the rest of the prisoners, fulfilling his daily quota. He could not understand how it happened that he was being held by force. Sun's thoughts were more only about him and her thoughts. She even worried that he would not get hurt and nothing bad would happen to him. Before Zhangong, I thought that he injured both hands. He needs to somehow get out of this situation. He won't be able to get out of here until his hands heal, and that's why he's forced to be here. Sona didn't know how to explain his action. She even suggested that he might have had an accident and that's why he didn't make himself known. The voice of the platoon commander interrupted Du Zhangong's thoughts. He shouted at him that he was disabled and was working too slowly and threatened that he could send him to a separate building, that is, a punishment cell. The young man had nothing left to do how to ask for forgiveness. A small plump man who believed that he was the president said that he was ready to work. So let the platoon commander not shout at the young man. This is not how a traumatized person should behave. The platoon commander said that if he was going to work here for more, then he should stop talking such nonsense, that he was completely crazy, to which the man replied that he was not crazy, he was the president of the country. The platoon commander continued to shout at the man that he was crazy, and since he did not want to understand him, he punched him in the face so that he fell out of his chair, after which the platoon commander turned around and left and the man remained sitting on the floor. Du Zhangong could not do anything to protect this man. He restrained himself for several minutes, but we still overwhelmed him with emotions. This has most likely already arrived. When he couldn't stand being humiliated by people anymore, the young man jumped up from his workplace. He had not yet decided exactly what he would do now, but he knew that he could no longer leave it like this. He clearly understood that he would now have problems. Du Zhangong called out to the commander and then shouted to the entire room that the commander was an idiot. The commander stood with his back turned when obscene words were heard in his direction. It seemed that he wanted to listen to who was shouting to him. This had never happened in his group before. Everyone who was in this workroom stopped working and began to watch what was happening. Du Zhangong did not hide and stood in the middle of the passage. He was waiting for a reaction from the commander. There was absolute silence in the room because everyone knew how this could end for the newcomer. Everyone sat watching what was happening and were afraid to move. The commander turned his head to see who this daredevil was who shouted that. He saw a newcomer standing in the aisle. Du Zhangong could no longer stop. He was very angry with the commander, so he was ready to teach him a lesson so that he would no longer speak rudely to people. Two more assistants who were close to the commander did not understand what was happening in the workroom in this group. Everyone was very afraid of the commander and his assistant and could never contradict them. Du Zhangong looked around to correctly assess the situation. After all, two of his arms were broken and he should not have injured them anymore. He thought until these two intervened, he would try to kill this commander. The commander shouted that he was an idiot and ran with his fists to attack the young man. The commander fled. I think that we need to punish this upstart as quickly as possible so that everyone else doesn't feel bad about it and so that they know how to behave with the commander. Du Zhangong waited until the commander came closer to him in order to kick him. Today he could not throw punches, so he had to cope without them. The young man concentrated and kicked so that his platoon commander could no longer resist. Du Zhangong understood that this was not the end. The commander did not know how to react after delivering the blow. He could no longer control his body. This blow was almost fatal for him. The next moment the platoon commander was already lying immobilized on the floor. His two assistants were quickly heading towards their commander. They did not understand what had happened to him. The guy who previously helped the young man all the time. You are very scared. Nothing like this has happened in their lives lately. They were under constant pressure from the commander and his assistants. Sergeant Du thought that it would be difficult for him to cope with three at the same time when he was injured and took his hands away. Well, he already realized that the platoon commander and his assistants were not as strong as they wanted to imagine you to be. The other two assistants were a little different from their commander. They were a little different, so a plan arose in his head on how to deal with them. The young man needed to lure them so that they would follow him and then he could defeat them both. It was not difficult for him. One of the commander's assistants rushed at him, shouting that he was an arrogant brat. If he thought that he would go unpunished, then this is not true. Now they will avenge their commander. Sergeant Du moved to such a distance that he could dodge his blow. This assistant tried several times to strike the young man. Well, all this was useless. He waved his fists over and over again. Well, every time he did not achieve his goal, all his blows missed the young man. A plan arose in Du Zhangong's head on how he could quickly deal with two stupid assistants. They were so stupid that they did not understand that doing everything as the young man had planned. As soon as one of the assistants turned his back to the young man, he was tripped and the next moment he was already falling to the ground. When he fell to the ground, he was lower than the young man's hands were. That is, he was at the level of his legs, so Du Zhangong came up with this plan to finish him off. Sergeant Du delivered several more very strong blows in a row. So this assistant could no longer move and could no longer harm anyone. He, just like his commander, was lying on the floor. The second assistant commander remained, who was still ready to get into a fight with the young man, but he was not as strong and not as brave as the second assistant, so he stood and waited for what would happen next. Du Zhangong did not wait long and struck his opponent in the lower jaw. Blood splashes scattered in different directions. The second assistant instantly fell near his comrade and commander. In the room, all the other prisoners arrived. They were not working but watching what was happening. Du Zhangong stood in the middle of the passage and in front of him lay the immobilized platoon commander and his two assistants. All the prisoners in his group were very surprised. None of them could afford this. During the entire time they were there, they were afraid to contradict the commander. In the eyes of these prisoners there was complete support for Du Zhangong. Each of them was ready to follow him. They were all tired of these bullying. The young man thought that he had lost his composure. He had to somehow sort this out. The situation could become more complicated when one of the guards came here and saw two assistants lying on the commander's floor. The guy who helped the young man all the time began shouting in support of his name, Du Zhangong. All the other vital prisoners repeated after him, Du Zhangong. The young man looked in their direction. On the one hand he was very pleased, but on the other hand, this could lead to the fact that the guard heard these screams and could come here even faster. The entire group of prisoners stood and chanted for the young man Du Zhangong. At the moment he was their only idol that they could now believe. They screamed with all their might. Before Chang'an, it seemed to them that this was how they showed their respect for him. And the scream became stronger and stronger, and this alarmed the young man a little. Therefore, he asked them to stop and stop shouting anymore, but they were already very excited and continued to chant his name. Du Zhangong thought that this is not very good. If now this scream is heard on the street, then this is where the employees will come in and then something will need to be decided. And so it happened. The door opened and one of the guards came in response to the noise. He asked what happened in this group and why it was so loud in their room. The prisoners who had just been screaming very loudly began to stop screaming. The guards saw that on the floor in the room where the prisoners were supposed to work there was a motionless body lying on one of them. There was a bandage on it, which meant that it was the commander. The guard could not understand what was happening in this room. He began to loudly ask and shout at the prisoners, but none of them gave him an answer. The commander of this platoon was lying on the floor. He was an immovable guard. This was determined by the yellow bandage that was worn on the arm of the person lying down and the keys fastened to this bandage. The guard had no choice but to take his telescopic stick and start threatening everyone in this room with it. He told them all to shut up. Since they were shouting the name Du Zhangong, the guard decided to approach him and asked what all this was. He started this work of his own and began to threaten him with a telescopic stick, which was a weapon for him. The young man began to make strange sounds. He was not quite ready to answer all these questions, so he began to delay time. He thought that, in principle, there was only one guard in front of him and he could easily neutralize him. He knocked this telescopic stick out of his hands. The security guard did not stop shouting at the young man to answer all the questions he asked him in case he asked him. Before Zhangong, I really wanted to strike one blow so that he would be silent for the rest of the time, so that he would lie next to those three who were already lying on the floor. This guard had such a nasty voice that the young man wanted him to shut up for a very long time, after which he was ready to give him a couple more. maybe 3 blows, so that this noisy guard would never work as a security guard again in his life. The young man thought, if he does this, it could lead to problems, and he was not quite ready to solve all the problems right now. He thought if he could cope with this guy security guard, then he could run out of this room towards the exit of this institution. The only exit from the territory of the social institution was the high iron gate. Only through them could one escape to freedom. If he approaches the gate, the staff will try their best to stop him, and he has already considered that the number of security staff here is quite large. And if they also find out that I beat up their colleague, they will be even more angry. And in such a situation, it will become almost impossible to defend yourself with his 2 hands. Of course, he will be able to kill a few more people from the guard, but there are a very large number of them and he will not be able to fight with all of them at the same time. And if these guards start using their telescopic sticks, they will begin to hit his hands and therefore the plaster, and it may break and then they may hit his hands. This will lead to bad consequences. Therefore, the young man decided that he seriously needed to weigh the pros and cons if he was stupid. Who would win the battle? Well, he might lose the war. Therefore, he made a not entirely clear decision for himself. He decided that it would be better if he did not get into a fight with this guard. Unexpectedly for everyone, he approached the guard closer to his head and said that he was wrong and asked for forgiveness. He decided that he would bow and return back. He did not need to complicate the situation. While he stood with his head down, he saw that a leg appeared and it was most likely one of the sons of the director, the vice president of a social institution. When he raised his head, he saw that there were 2 sons of the director of this institution in the room. She said that they did not walk one without the other, that he was smaller, he was very loud and harmful, and now come in. He had already started screaming. Before Zhang On, it seemed like I had read the whole situation and it couldn't have been any worse, but with the arrival of 2 vice presidents it just happened. They passed by the place where 3 bodies were lying. The vice president said that it was unrealistic that one guy with injured hands could cope with 3 at once, and he continued speaking, turning to the young man. He thought that he was a fool who couldn't stand up for himself and just complained about food, definitely more than that. The second vice president, the one who was a thug, stood with a stone face and, as always, did not understand what was happening, most likely. He was a very limited person with a broken brain. The vice president asked what the young man's name was. He replied that his name was Du Zhangong. He had no intention of hiding his name and was not particularly afraid of this vice president. The son of the director of this institution understood what the young man could only think when he did this. It seemed to him that none of the prisoners had the right to contradict not only him, but also the entire guard and commander. He insisted that none of the prisoners have the right to their opinion, and if one of them thinks about it, then this is also a crime. The president shouted what the young man was thinking, and this is a huge problem in his opinion. No one except him had the right to think. Before Zhang On, I had never heard this before. How many times had he found himself in different situations? He was limited in everything, but this was the first time he was forbidden to think. According to their rules, members of the group, that is, prisoners, must unquestioningly listen to their commander. If the vice president comes up with these rules twops absolutely, and the young man must follow them and not think. The young man thought that this vice president was somehow inadequate and most likely he was a little crazy. Not only did he keep people in a closed institution, feed them poorly, force them to work, and in addition, he also forced them not to think. The vice president could not calm down. He continued to insult the young man. Don't tell him that he sees in his eyes that he continues to think. Therefore, he decided that Du Zhangin should be sent to isolation ward for 3 days. It seemed to him that this was a very serious punishment. The young man would not be able to cope with it. A guy named Yi Sunjo was very scared for the young man. He even shouted how 3 days in the isolation ward was most likely for all prisoners. It was a very terrible punishment. The young man thought that the isolation ward was something similar to a cell. Being in a prison cell for 3 days is bad. At least he won't be able to see from all these idiots. The vice president was sure that when the young man returned with the isolation cell after 3 days, he would no longer have a single thought left in his head. And so it happened. He was sent to an isolation ward, and this place was not what he expected. The vice president was completely sure that in these 3 days the young man would be able to break down and he would become more obedient. The son of the director of this institution said that he was given 3 days to think about his behavior in the detention center, which he said with a kind of grin, and he received great pleasure from it. Before Zhang On listened to everything that was told to him, he decided that things couldn't get worse and he was ready to be in complete isolation away from absolutely everyone. He needed to think and decide what he would do next. If one vice president made some decisions, the second was only to intimidate and carry out all the decisions of his brother. The thug listened to the end of everything his brother said. He had to carry out his decision exactly because he himself did not know how to think and did not want to. He approached the young man addressed him. He didn't know what this thug was capable of. He decided to see what would happen next. The next moment, the thug, the vice president, with all his might, struck the young man straight in the face, splashed in all directions. With this blow he broke his nose. This thug wanted him to answer him quickly. Before Zhang Ong, after he received the blow, he replied that it was him, but in the master's opinion it was too late. He was ready to find fault with him just like that. The young man lowered his head and the big vice president shouted and demanded that he answer very quickly after he was addressed. Du Zhangong thought that it was a pity that he couldn't break him off right away, that he would have to endure all these humiliations for a while. The huge vice president did not calm down and dealt several more blows to the young man, all the time repeating that he needed to answer quickly and that he must understand this. The little vice president, of course, had already sent him to the isolation ward. He chose the testimony for him, but this seemed not enough to him, so he asked his thug brother to teach him a lesson. He definitely needed the thug to teach a lesson in front of the rest of the prisoners in this social institution, otherwise the rest would understand that it was possible to act as Du Zhangong did. He took the young man to the isolation ward where he had to stay for 3 days. All the other prisoners stood and looked at what was happening. Each of them was afraid only for their lives. The fat man who called himself the president quietly told the guy that this newcomer was looking for problems for himself, to which the guy replied that it was unclear what to do with him. The guard led the young man into the room where they worked. All the prisoners followed him with their gaze. Many of them already knew what a detention center was and therefore I sympathize with him. Although Du Zhangong's face was broken and wood was flowing down it, he left with a smile. It seemed to him that this was not the worst option that could happen. The guy Sunjo looked at the trace of the young man and thought that's what he's doing. He's smiling, most likely all his brains were knocked out of him. Of course he'll have a hard time in the isolation ward. Before Changong, he was escorted by a guard through the courtyard of this social institution. Most likely the detention center was located in some separate building. He didn't know this yet. In his thoughts, the young man constantly replayed how this thug the vice president hit him in the face and broke his nose. This happens very rarely. He couldn't even defend himself at that moment. Anger was raging in him. He decided that this guy likes to wave his fists. Well, then the moment will come when he will explain to him that this is not a very good habit. And he was too until recently. He didn't mind waving his fists. If only now his hands healed and this became possible, he will definitely punish this thug. The guard turned towards the young man and told him to move quickly, the brat, after which he hit him on the head with his stick in one day. Du Zhangong received so many blows and was never able to respond to them. The young man said that he was coming and thought to himself that this guard who was waving his stick would soon not seem like enough. The platoon commander began to make some drowning sounds. The palm of the vice president's thug hit him on the cheeks so that he would come to his senses. After one blow there was another and another. So the commander opened his eyes. I didn't understand what happened to him. He yelled, "What the hell?" No one was working. Everyone stood and looked at what was happening and he could not understand what was happening and why he was on the floor. In front of him stood the thug president. The platoon commander whispered to the deputy director in a very quiet, shaking voice. He knew that for everything that happens in this group, he will first of all be responsible. The thug deputy director was, as always, stone-faced. He looked at the platoon commander and told him to get up. He had a conversation with him. Turning his head towards all the other prisoners, the deputy director ordered them to get to work, that their break had ended. They had exactly 1 minute for this. The platoon commander went out into the street, where the two sons of the director of the social institution where they were waiting for him and they were having a very serious conversation. The vice president started from afar. He turned to the commander. Someone responded quickly so as not to irritate his own people. The lord. He understood that he would still have some kind of punishment. The vice president wiped his glasses and told the commander that he was looking at him and it seemed to him that he was not coping with his position and responsibilities. The commander did not know how to answer correctly, but with a trembling voice he began to deny everything. He said, "No, no way." The vice president continued. He said that you are mumbling and not weaving. How could you get punches from an armless disabled person and then fall to the ground, passed out? And I'll continue how such a weakling can be a commander. He took his yellow bandage and began to take it off. The commander didn't want to be left without his position and he was ready to agree to everything the vice president said. Well, at first he tried to justify himself in the eyes of the vice president and deputy director. This was very important for him because he had just lost trust in the eyes. He began to explain that it's not a matter of his weakness, but that the newcomer is too strong and most likely the vice president and deputy simply don't know how fast he moves his legs even though he can't use his hands. The platoon commander thought, if he says exactly that, he will definitely be deprived of his position and he will become an ordinary prisoner like everyone else. The vice president looked at the commander and said it only happened because the newcomer, like a coward, attacked from behind and asked the commander again it was true. And then he continued, he would definitely win against this newcomer if he stood one-on-one with him in battle. The commander had no choice but to agree. The vice president did a favor for the platoon commander and said that you tried to defeat him in a duel. This was the condition of the vice president. The platoon commander turned red, his face became frightened. He asked the vice president in a pleading voice, "Is it necessary to do this because he understood that he had no chance?" "Authority must be earned," said the vice president, and continued that how is he going to command the prisoners when he just fell so pathetically and helplessly in front of them. The commander had nothing to object to, he understood that he had no chance in the duel, but on the other hand, he did not want to be deprived of the position he now held, then he would be the same as everyone else. And he forgot to say something, the vice president remembered and continued as punishment. He put the young man in isolation for 3 days. The commander asked the gentleman again, he will be in isolation for 3 days. You will fight with the newcomer after he spends 3 days in the isolation ward, said the vice president. Now it was clear why he did it. The commander thought that if a newcomer spends 3 days in isolation, then he will be in a half-dead state and then he has a chance to win this duel. The commander was very pleased with what the vice president did. It was practically not a punishment for him, it was the only way he could remain in this position. So that's what his motive was, the commander thought to himself, he wants me to confirm my status by beating someone already half dead. After everything that the vice president told the commander, he asked him, now he can beat the newcomers in front of everyone else so that they don't want to repeat after him. The commander answered of course. The guard brought the young man into the building where the isolation ward was located. They had to go down the spiral staircase to get into this room. When they were at the very bottom, in front of them there was a room with metal bars. It resembled an ordinary prison cell. Du Jiangong has seen this more than once. The guard put the key in the lock of the cell and began to turn it to open the door of this cell. When they opened the door, they walked along a long corridor. Along the wall there were doors on which inscriptions with the numbers 1, 2, 3 were melting. Most likely these were insulators. He walked to Zangin and thought to himself that he knew that the isolation ward was a solitary cell, but he just couldn't understand why they placed solitary cells in the basement. The guard approached one of the doors and began to open it, which means this was the cell in which the young man would spend the next 3 days. The security guard opened the door and told a young man to come through and he would be very surprised at what was before his eyes, something he had never seen anywhere else. For some time he was even speechless. What was in front of him could not even be called solitary confinement. He did not expect that they could resort to such abuse here. In front of him there was a room in which he could only be standing. He could not walk, sit, or move because there was no room for that. It was not solitary confinement. It was just a group of how they could build something that is used only for torture in this particular cell. He had to stay for 3 days. No matter what power they had, they couldn't do that. They completely forgot that there were completely innocent people here. They caught it themselves. The guard shouted that he should stop and come in urgently and again took out his stick and started threatening him. He did this every time he tried to say something. The young man stood up and digested everything that was happening in his head. He was a little shocked by what he just saw. The guard ordered the young man to come in, he will break his arm. Until Jiangong, he will not tempt fate. He said that he understood. He went to the side of the camera. The cell was so cramped that he could barely fit into it. With his hands in plaster, it was very difficult to pack into this box. The cell door closed, which meant that the young man would have to stay in this state for exactly 3 days. It was just a mockery of people. For 3 days he will be in this dirty, tattered basement with a flickering light from the damp walls. The young man's isolation cell was number 4, which means there were also someone in the first 3 prisoners. Most likely this type of punishment was common in this social institution. Before Jiangong, when he was locked in this room, I thought that he served in the army for a long time and quite often went through many tortures when he fell into the hands of a stew while he was performing a task. Such coffins were one of the tortures that the enemy inside invented. You can't sit down or lie down, so you can't take a nap. So it was still impossible to go to the toilet, not to eat, not to drink, forced inaction, impossible to do anything at will. This was torture. This punishment was invented in order to break the spirit and body of the enemies. He didn't understand why the hell they used this punishment on ordinary people. These were crazy people who came up with the idea of using such torture on ordinary people. This is exactly what the young man could not understand. What could be more important than the fact that this director and his 2 sons were definitely crazy? They should have been treated in a hospital for the mentally ill. Before Zhang himself, he needs to hold out here for 3 whole days, so he shouldn't freak out, but should concentrate on only one goal. Night fell on the street in the camp of the social institution. There was complete silence because according to the schedule, all prisoners at that time had no right to move, they had to stay in their enclosed spaces and sleep. When the sun came out from behind the mountains in the morning, which completely surrounded this institution on several sides, then life began here. You could see people. Only a day passed since Du Zhangong got into the isolation ward. During that day, no one went down to the basement, so the guards did not know how the prisoners were feeling in the isolation ward. They did not bring them food. Du Zhangong tried to concentrate and not panic. He was a very experienced soldier. He understood perfectly well that this type of torture is to break a person's spirit and to weaken his body. The young man thought to himself how long he had already been here. At least one day had passed. He was already very tired, but he didn't understand. Did he manage to sleep, since he had to wake up and fall asleep? He had to stand. The worst thing for him was that he had a very strong feeling of hunger whenever she had a feeling of hunger for a while. Before Zhangong he was very hungry, so at first he was not very loud, then he began to ask for food louder. But since the isolation ward was in the basement, no one could hear him. If when sounds were heard from the isolation ward, the guards were in no hurry to go to the door of the room and find out what happened, and now, having heard the scream coming from the isolation ward of a young man, they said that this was a new asshole who was locked up yesterday. After the young man was placed in isolation and the same commander was left in the group, everyone who supported Du Zhangong was unlucky with the first one who decided to punish the platoon commander. It was Yi Sungzhou. The commander approached him and hit him in the face and said that he heard him shouting Du Zhangong while he was passed out and that he did not understand at all when he shouted it. The guy tried to justify himself. Of course he understood that now he would get it and he wanted to say something in his own defense. The platoon commander was not going to listen to him. He ordered him to shut up and hit him on the knee with all his might. So the guy couldn't stand on his feet and sat down. The commander shouted, he knows that they all incited him to give them a reason, then they will immediately kill their commander and that all the prisoners are a bunch of useless scum. Since the guy was squatting, the platoon commander easily grabbed his head. He was so angry that he needed to take it all out on someone. The plant commander constantly shouted that he would now show everyone what would happen behind such actions as they behaved and this would by no means be unpunished for them. The next moment, the platoon commander, who was holding the guy's head by the hair, hit her in his knee with all his strength. He could show his superiority only when he knew that no one would answer him. After delivering several kicks to the head, the platoon commander threw him away so that he could fall and Sungzhou. He was already unconscious. When the guy was already lying on the floor, the platoon commander came up and kicked him several more times while he was lying down, while he said that this would happen to anyone who did not obey him. A small fat man who called himself the president of the country asked the commander why only this guy was being treated this way and it was his mistake. The commander did not want to defend anyone who humiliated him, so he said that no one allowed this man to get involved in the conversation and began kicking him a minute later. The fat man was lying next to the guy on the floor. The commanders, 2 of his assistants, kicked 2 prisoners lying on the floor. It was a young man named Yi Sungzhou and a fat man who considered himself the president. They could not fight back this freak. In the office of the institution in the director's office there was a real division of money. He took out all the packages that he had collected in the safe and began to put them in piles. His son stood silently and watched. The director counted and then put money packages into a box of sports sneakers. While saying that Caesar's is due to Caesar, he reassured himself. And the rest for those who live in front of him were several bags. In each of these bags he put a box with sports shoes inside of which there was money. The director ordered one of his sons to take 3 packages and said that the amount in each package is absolutely the same, so let him distribute them one by one and come back. The vice president of this social institution, who was smaller, told his brother to go with him today and help him. The thug, the vice president, did not contradict and agreed. The sons of the director of a social institution in the hall held in their hands all the packages that their father told them to distribute, but on the floor there was another large box completely filled with money. One of the sons asked what it was. Their father replied that they should leave it. This box belongs to the one he needs to meet and give personally. The bully vice president thought why it was such a big box and asked his father about it. He was a little stupid and asked the same stupid questions. The father answered him that this man is far from the one who lives at the expense of the country. He is the one who holds in his hands the lid of the pan in which rice is cooked for the people. A few minutes later a black executive class car was already driving along the road to distribute to everyone who was entitled to a package containing a box of money. They were driving very fast and in the car they were playing loud music. The thug was trying to sing along to a song that sounded familiar to him, he wished Daniel would give your heart at the same time to the video. No, these were the words from the song. And he continued to sing along that the man flashed a glimpse of him, who winked, has already left now he will give you a smile if you wink at him again, he is ready to fall in love just for the fact that they wink at him, he was driving, he was singing, he was in a very good mood. His brother was sitting behind the wheel and thinking about how exactly these types who carry money help them. He decided that his father and they were simply paying for the received item in this financial way. They drove up to the building. This is where they were supposed to bring their first package. They had to give this package to the civil servant in the mayor's office for the Social Security Administration since he received such a package. He needed to do something for them and he helped them receive a government subsidy. Having received the package, it was enough for him to work as diligently as usual. Everything should go according to a well-established scheme. It was a corruption scheme. Sons of the director of the Daesing Social Institution, we went further because they still had a few places left that they had to visit. The next stop was the police station. They had to hand over the next package to the police chief. When the vice president gave the package, he said that the police chief was always on his feet for the sake of the people of the city and asked him to accept the shoes and that he act in the same spirit. That they could not meet with the next participant in this corruption scheme in the office, so their meeting took place in a park in a very deserted place. This was the chief prosecutor of the city, of course. He was very pleased that he received a package with sports shoes. The prosecutor helped hush up all the claims against their social institution. The son of the director of a social institution said that he would bring him apples when they are ripe. The prosecutor replied that of course he likes apples better. Well, pears are not bad. These people never spoke directly because they were afraid for their places. After receiving the package, the prosecutor ate his car and left. The vice president was unhappy with the meeting and said that don't look a gift horse in the mouth and let him be content with what he was given. He handed the bank package with money to his brother and thrashed the vice president and told him to take it. It was the amount of money for the work they had done. The bully vice president was very happy. He guessed that it was the remains of all the money they were delivering because they were used to doing any business for their own benefit. Last time he left a certain amount for himself. No one noticed this, so he decided that this time he would also leave you and his brother a certain amount so that their father would not know. When they got into the car after completing all the tasks and delivering the money, he said that they had worked well and therefore could go eat meat. They arrived at the restaurant where they always ordered food for themselves and today they ordered a very large piece of meat to be cooked and served in this restaurant. After some time, the waiter brought them the finished meat on a plate and it looked very appetizing. The meat lay on green lettuce leaves. There was also a small amount of rice and an unusually tasty sauce. It smelled very tasty and looked appetizing. The vice president took his hand to wrap a piece of meat in his salad and began to feed his brother right from his hand. It seemed to him that, as his older brother, he could allow this to be done even in a restaurant. He chewed slowly. The vice president looked at him and thought how nice it was to see his little brother eat. It seemed to him that he was still small. Then they sat down at the table and began to eat everything that was brought to them. It was quite a large number of dishes. While eating, the younger brother decided to ask his older brother what the fate of the newcomer and the commander of the third platoon would be. He was wondering if the commander of the third group would really fight with Du Zhangong when he came out here with the detention center in 3 days. His brother replied, "Does he really think that a person who was in a detention center for 3 days can win a fight? It was simply impossible." Of course he didn't think so, but this newcomer scattered 3 people. Although he couldn't move his arms, so suddenly he can fight well even after the isolation cell. The vice president also thought about it. Suddenly it seemed to him that such a capable Du Zhangong could become useful for their social institution. Until that time there had not been a single prisoner with such capabilities. The thug agreed with the words of his brother. After all, this commander was also very capricious and did not obey for a long time, but they crushed him under them and now he is a completely controlled man. The vice president took a piece of meat with his 2 chopsticks and said that now the most important thing is to break his spirit in the isolation ward, then he will become completely controllable. I will not be able to use him. The elder brother wanted Du Zhangong to completely obey him, in which case he would have a person among the prisoners who would be feared and he would be able to solve his issues this way. Before Zhangong, he had already been in the isolation ward for 2 days. No one from the guards approached him. They didn't bring him food or water. He didn't understand whether he was sleeping or not sleeping because he was in the same position all the time. There was only one thing he was tired of and wanted to sleep, and the second he was very fit and wanted to eat. Well, since he served in the special unit, he knew that he just needed to endure. Therefore, he began to say out loud those foods that he would like to eat right now. It was a river there, ribs after ribs. He would eat meat, and he also wanted kimchi, so he went through all the dishes that he would like to eat when he gets out of here. He found himself thinking he needed to find a reason to survive and get out of here. it had to be a very good reason so he wouldn't lose his composure. He realized that he had such a reason and it was not food at all. He had to survive and get out of here just to see Sun. He remembered her face and thought that they had never had dinner together. Therefore, he needs to go out and immediately invite her to dinner so that they can be together. He even imagined what it would look like. He would approach her and invite her to have dinner together. Mila would ask him again and agree, and she would also add that he wanted to eat. In his dreams, he decided that it didn't matter to him what was served for this dinner, the main thing was that she was nearby. He convinced you that it didn't matter to him what kind of food there would be, the most important thing was that Sona would have dinner with him and they would be together. He drove away all other thoughts. There was complete darkness in his eyes. He no longer understood how long he had been here because it seemed to him that an eternity had passed since he was locked in this isolation ward, but only 3 days had passed. The doors of the isolation ward opened and Du Zhangong fell out onto the ground, tired of just standing without moving for the last 3 days. He was hungry. He looked at the light through slightly open eyes. He did not have the strength to say anything. He made some incomprehensible sounds to himself. Having got used to the light, he opened his eyes and saw that one of the vice presidents was standing in front of him. He recognized him by the patent leather boots he was wearing here. Before Zhang Ong was barely alive, he didn't want anything and he looked at the whole world around him with absolutely indifferent eyes. At that moment he was like the rest of the prisoners. The vice president saw the young man and was very happy. He decided that this was great. These were exactly the eyes that he wanted to see after his imprisonment. The vice president shouted for the guards to come in and pull him out of this room because the young man was lying absolutely motionless. He had no strength at all. In 2 basements where the isolation ward was located, 2 prisoners appeared. This was the same guy who helped the newcomer all the time, and the second was a small, plump man who called himself president. These 2 had to get him out of the isolation ward. They took him by the arms from both sides and began to drag him towards the exit of this room. He was in very terrible condition and could not move on his own. When they went out into the street, 2 vice presidents, a small one and a thug, walked along the courtyard of a social institution in front of them. Replaced the bag with a guard who was supposed to guard them, and behind them a guy and a fat man were dragging the barely alive Du Zhangong. They were all heading towards their room. The guy asked the newcomer if he was okay. He didn't answer him and asked him what was wrong with his face. He replied that he was beaten by the commander because he supported him and received his superiority for trying to stop the commander. His Excellency said that he was fine and nothing hurt at all. Du Zhangong realized that in this establishment he had at least 2 people whom he could count on for help. Du Zhangong replayed all the latest events in his head. He didn't understand yet what could happen to him and that this was not the end at all, but he knew that these vice presidents were quite cruel people. Du Zhangong was very hungry. The only thing he wanted now was to eat. He asked where they were taking him because they passed by the cafeteria. They were definitely not going to feed him. They led him to a part of the stadium where there were quite a lot of prisoners. They stood waiting for some events. Their faces were not very joyful, therefore the events should not be joyful. In front of this group of prisoners stood the platoon commander. He lost his fists. It seemed that he was preparing to strike someone. Before Zhang Ong they put him right in front of the platoon commander. Then it became clear that now there would be a massacre between them. The leadership was honest on the part, but they were never honest. Du Zhangong thought that before he had time to leave the detention center, they had already organized a duel between them. Anyway, this duel would be unequal. The platoon commander exhaled before the massacre. He understood that his enemy was very weak and that he had no other way. How to beat a newcomer to retain the position of commander. He remembered the words of the vice president when he told him that authority must be earned and how he was going to command the prisoners when he pitifully fell before them without help. The platoon commander thought that the deputy director himself had presented him with this chance on a silver platter and he should not have let him down. He really wanted to remain in his position. The platoon commander could only take full advantage of this chance and he had to do this in front of all the other prisoners. The vice president said that they were about to have a whole gladiator fight. That was his joke. At least that's what he wanted and he needed to understand the outcome of this fight. His brother, as always, stood with a stony face. He had no emotions. He did not understand jokes and did not understand pain. With the current situation of the young man, it was not a battle, but more like a sentence weakened with 2 broken arms against an absolutely healthy, well-fed platoon commander, but the leadership thought it would be more fun this way. The vice president gave the command to the guards for the battle to begin. The guard lowered his head and respectfully replied that it's good, sir, and walked towards the opponents, after which he shouted that at his signal the fight should begin. On opposite sides of him stood on one side the platoon commander and on the other side a young man who had just left the isolation ward. Before Zhang Ong, he only thought about one thing. He wanted to rest, he was so tired over the last 3 days. He didn't sit or lie down, but he didn't sleep. On the other side stood the commander who had already decided for himself the outcome of this battle. He could not lose because he would have lost his position and then he would have become like everyone else. There was complete silence around. Everyone had already seen once how the duel between them ended and now they wanted a repeat. They wanted their commander to lose again now. Only 2 young men among this entire crowd were on the side of the commander. These were his 2 assistants, who were also beaten last time and were lying on the floor. They still had a grudge from last time. The guard raised his hand up at first, just about to give a signal, and so it happened. He shouted, "Start from this moment." Each of the 2 opponents had to fight to the last. The platoon commander with crazed eyes began to head towards his enemy. He decided that he would deliver the first strike today, at least he thought so. The day before, the platoon commander, his 2 assistants were talking in the yard so that no one could hear. The assistants were asking their commander if he would fight with a newcomer when he was released. If the battle was immediate, then there was nothing to worry about because he would be in very bad condition. Well, what embarrassed the platoon commander, he told his assistants that you also got it from this newcomer and they know very well how strong he is. That let them remember how he beat them with absolutely no hands, just his legs, how strong his blow is and how fast he can move and deliver his blows. Of course the young man will be in bad condition. Well, the platoon commander wanted him to win for sure and the newcomer didn't have a single chance to win. He had to fall after the first blow. One of the assistants said that this newcomer's arms were broken, so as soon as the duel begins, the platoon commander needs to aim at the hands after such a blow was inflicted on him. It will be very painful for him. Therefore, he needs to hit the weak spots. The platoon commander thought if this was too mean, but on the other hand, they were here for survival. If he didn't win, then his enemy would win. But what a winning method it was. If he hits his sore hands right away, then the newcomer will no longer be able to strike further. Therefore, the platoon commander moved towards the newcomer in order to deliver the first very strong blow to his hands. He wanted this battle to end immediately. He practically ran up to Du Jianong, stood there motionless, didn't even try to defend himself. He thought that let it be like this and this will all end quickly, let them beat him. He looked at his enemy and thought, let him strike faster and I'll fall and that's all over. Well, the only thing he couldn't foresee was when the platoon commander was going to strike. The young man was ready to take any blow. The only place in his opinion that could not be hit was his hands, so he carefully looked at what the platoon commander wanted to do. When the commander ran up very close, he kicked his hands with all his might, so that the young man fell to the ground. The commander thought that this was most likely the end and he had already won this battle, so he relaxed a little and decided that he would not finish off the man who was lying down. He did not understand one thing: Du Jianong was not going to forgive such vile actions, so the young man decided to enter into battle with his commander. He rose from the earth, and he delivered a very strong blow to the commander's chest. No one from the environment expected this. Everyone thought that after the isolation ward, a person who had to be carried in his arms would never be able to deliver such a strong blow. The next moment the platoon commander realized his mistake. He realized that he had lost this battle too. He again received these strong blows and he could not respond. The bully vice president was surprised for the first time. He didn't understand what kind of guy he was, how prepared he was, this newcomer. He thought that most likely someone had trained him. The only one who liked all this was the second vice president and the older brother of this thug. He looked at everything that was happening and it amused him. He laughed constantly. It seemed like he was in a circus. The platoon commander could not understand why this newcomer was so strong. Because he had just left the isolation ward, he had not slept or eaten for 3 days, he was motionless and his blows were just as strong. The prisoners stood very quietly. They waited for Du Jianong to beat the platoon commander. Each of them believed that he would do this for him because the platoon very often offended his subordinates. The 2 prisoners who wanted it most of all were the young man who helped him in the early days of Ansunjo, and the second one was a small fat man who considered himself the president of the country. Du Jianong looked at all their faces and understood what they wanted. They were exactly the same prisoners as him, only they didn't have that strength, only he could beat this commander. The platoon commander was still on his feet after receiving blows and tried to say something insulting towards the young man. Of course, he no longer had the strength to continue this duel. He understood perfectly well that he had lost this fight, but he did not want to give up. He decided that he would go to the end. The next moment the young man kicked him. It was for him. But when he merely kicked him on the hands, it splashed in all directions. He slowly fell to the ground because he could not stay on his feet. The blow was so strong that splashes of blood flew in all directions. One blow was followed by another blow. Then it became clear to everyone who was the winner in this fight. All the other prisoners were very surprised because before their eyes the same situation was repeated that was exactly 3 days ago when their commander then fell to the ground. now this fight ended in the same way. Not only the prisoners were surprised, there was surprise on the faces of the assistant commander and two vice presidents who watched this fight. All these people definitely did not expect an ending. The young man did not stop and decided to complete this duel and leave victory for himself. He beat his platoon commander perfectly, striking him blow after blow with only his legs. The commander's assistants understood that this loss was not only a loss for the commander, but them too. They wanted to rush to the aid of their commander, but until the battle was over, they had no right, so they just watched as he was beaten. The silence was interrupted by loud screams. Everything was repeated like the last time. All the prisoners who were watching this duel began to shout Du Zangen, thus showing their support for the newcomer. The platoon commander was lying on the ground and trying to say something, but his speech was no longer connected. There were some intermittent sounds because he was practically passed out. The assassins of the president, and only one question arose: how could this be? He thought that he had calculated everything. He sent this man to the isolation ward for 3 days. Today he fed him, and when the door opened, he was practically on the verge of death, and exactly after a while this young man won the battle. Healthy platoon commander. Mr. Vice President decided not to continue the fight for one big reason: that the young man could completely kill the commander appointed by him. He said that this was enough and the fight should be stopped. The gentleman thought that the newcomer was a very interesting fellow. Of course the fight should be over, but he had to think about what to do next with this young man. Before Changong asked the vice president if he finished the fight, then can the young man go and rest because he is very tired. The next moment after these words, the young man collapsed to the ground. A frightened guard ran up to him asking what happened to him. No one could understand what happened to him. The vice president, the security guard, everyone tried to ask the young man what it meant that he fell, but they could not shout to him. Various thoughts came to your mind. In front of them lay the motionless young man who had just beaten the platoon commander. When everyone heard snoring, it became clear that Du Zhangong would just fall asleep. He was so tired lately and had not slept for 3 days right on the ground. He decided to sleep because he no longer had the strength. The vice president watched him sleep right on earth, and it amused him even more. He realized that in front of him was really a very interesting guy, and he had a very good thought about the newcomers. While the young man was sleeping, several prisoners carried him into the room and laid him on the bed, and today he deserved it. Du Zhangong opened his eyes. He saw a mattress on the second floor in front of him, tried to remember the latest events that happened to him. He didn't understand why he was in bed. A guy named Yi Sungjo stood next to him, just like on the first day. This time he asked the young man if he most likely woke up here and he had some news that he wanted to tell. Before Zhangong asked the guy what happened, he couldn't remember the latest events. Most likely it was because he was completely weakened. The guy replied, "Well, what happened? You were just sleeping. He brought it here and he also went to bed, using it as an excuse." It became clear to the young man. He decided that he needed to get up, that he had slept enough, he needed to get up to eat. He was very hungry. All the events that happened to him recently were very strange to admit what kind of person he was, and that he served in the army in a special detachment. Well, from his actions one could understand that he was far from an ordinary person. When he stood up, he saw that he was wearing a yellow bandage on his arm, the same bandage that the platoon commanders were wearing, and the keys to the front door were fastened to the big pin. So the deputy director decided. He made the young man the new commander of the third group. This was his plan if the previous commander did not win the duel. It was an office in the office where two brothers worked. They returned here to their office. The elder brother decided to make tea for both of them. He always looked after his younger brother, although he was much larger than him physically. The vice president stood near the table where tea was brewed, counted 2 spoons of sugar into 1 cup and then 2 spoons into another. He crushed the tea with them exactly the same way. He took the cups in his hands. He approached his brother and, handing the cup to him, warned him that it was very hot and that he should sing very carefully. He behaved like a real older brother. Bruiser Vice President asked your brother why he did this. He wanted to know the answers to the questions he asked after this battle. The brother pretended that he didn't understand and that he wanted a lot more sugar, but it was just right for him. Thus, he wanted to take him away from the upcoming conversation. The vice president is that no, he's not talking about sugar, he's basically happy with everything and the tea is normal. He's talking about the fact that his brother made Du Zhangong the commander of the 3rd platoon. His brother answered him that, firstly, this idiot of a previous commander turned out to be much weaker than he thought, and secondly, the newcomer exceeded all his expectations and that he needed to wait a little and he would definitely be of some use. The vice president said that this young man, and as simple as they think of him, fights very well, which means he must have a good school. Before Zhangong, he graduated from some school. It was not so easy, With 2 broken arms he was able to cope with a healthy group commander. He had very good technique and delivered accurate blows. His brother did not understand what was his concern. Then he continued that now he is like this with broken arms, and as soon as his bones heal and he is cured, he will be able to put everyone on the shoulder blade. The 2 brothers continued to argue about the newcomers. One argued that one guard could hold a whole crowd of prisoners and the second said that one prisoner could put them all on a shoulder blade. As an argument, the vice president said that their one employee of the social center stood up to a whole squad so that he could see how they were afraid of the guards and did all their work. But the second brother told him that if only 20 or 30 prisoners attacked the guard, then the employee would definitely not be able to cope with them. It would be a logical coincidence that they could have been released 20 times already, but none of them did it. However, no one even thought that it was possible to attack the guard. It's just that none of these prisoners could afford to do this because they were not capable of doing so. Well, it was most likely because they were afraid, and if help had come they wouldn't have shown much. They could defeat a couple of guards, but in the end they will remain behind high walls and large doors and they will be severely beaten or sent to a room for punishment. Yes, but the real reason lies not in this, said the vice president. Thanks to all this, the prisoners themselves developed a sense of fear. I am not ready to completely obey my masters. They say when in Southeast Asia they tame an elephant, they tie the baby elephant by the 4 limbs and beat him with an iron club to create fear of people in him. So even when the elephant grows up and is already capable of trampling a person, he is still afraid of people with people, the same scheme. Therefore, it is necessary with before Changong do as usual. Now everything was clear to him. Of course it was correct. His older brother made Du Zhangong the commander of the 3rd group so he could control him. The privilege of a commander will make him relax and he will stop being so aggressive. His thoughts will go in a completely different direction. Over time he will come over to their side. After some time, he will begin to consider this place as his own, just like other prisoners, and he will begin to understand his position as a privilege over the others in the group. The young man was sitting on his bed. 2 assistants of the previous platoon commander approached him. They asked him for forgiveness. He did not understand why they were doing this. The former commander was taken to the hospital wing after the fight. His subordinates began to bend over backwards to survive. Before Zhang asked them why they were asking him for forgiveness. He said that he could not forgive them. The former commander's assistants did not understand why he was doing this. Du Zhangong continued, to be more precise, he has nothing to forgive them for. He hasn't been here that long, and he doesn't have any complaints against them. The 2 assistants calmed down a little because at some point they thought that this was the end and they would no longer be able to survive in this group. Du Zhangong explained to them that they needed to ask for forgiveness not from him, but from those people who were behind them, which means they needed to ask for forgiveness from all groups of prisoners. The 2 assistants turned and really saw that behind them stood a large number of prisoners from this group. They were all waiting for them to ask for forgiveness. The young man told them to sort out their problems themselves. He doesn't want to get involved in this. He has only one desire and he went to sleep. He turned on his other side and immediately fell asleep. The commander's former assistants continued to beg him to forgive them. And they said, "Commander, please," but he no longer heard them. Du Zhangong was lying on the bed, thinking that it was great happiness to just lie down and lie in bed for the last 3 days. He didn't have such an opportunity, so he was now catching up on lost time. He lay there and thought, why did the vice president make him a commander? It means he had some kind of plan that he didn't fully understand. The vice president wanted him to become an example of how not to behave when he was dragged into a duel immediately after he left the detention center. He wanted to raise the reputation of the past commander in the eyes of prisoners. Well, then his plans changed. It was only because this duel was before Zhang, which means he came up with something new and needed to understand what he wanted. The only thing the young man understood was that he wants to get rid of the old commander since he lost to him twice. All this was clear. Well, why did he give him this position? It was a question. It means he has some kind of cunning plan that he came up with. Maybe the vice president decided that he would go crazy because of power like the previous commander and would start listening and obeying only him. But this is ridiculous nonsense. He didn't know who Du Zhangong was. Apparently his environment is so close-minded that he has never met anyone smarter than himself. He doesn't even think that other people are not as selfish as him. Thoughts filled the young man's head, but he decided to stop at the fact that for now he would need to join these smart people. Today in the city there was a grand opening of the hotel and all the establishments that were in it. This event was one of the most important in recent times in the city. A large number of flowers stood near the entrance to the hotel. Everyone considered it an honor to congratulate the new owners of these establishments. 3 men were holding scissors in their hands. They were waiting for the signal by which they had to cut the red ribbon. What did the opening mean? And so now the tape will be cut. The presenter shouted to the standing microphone and began to count 1 or 2 for a few more seconds, and the new establishment will already be open. 3, shouted the presenters. In exactly 3 places the ribbon was cut. The ribbon was carefully held in the hands of the owners of this establishment. Many journalists were invited to cover this solemn event of the city. Each of them wanted to take their own exclusive photo or some video material to be the first to publish. The 2 men who had just cut the ribbon shook hands. One of them said congratulations and that there was no point in waiting. The young man in a handsome brown suit did not answer. He just thought to himself that this employee did not know what happened between him and Park Gwon-ho, and he didn't have to wait that long. Another young man approached them and turned to the gentleman that he already needed to move forward on the next case. He had a very busy schedule and the whole day was scheduled. The official said that in this case he would free up time a little later and then talk about everything unsaid. He said goodbye and the young man in a brown suit bowed low to him and wished him a good trip. He stood there for several minutes with his head in his hands, seeing off this important official. He could have stood there for a while longer, but his companions and comrades said that he had already left. The young man in the brown suit was a little dissatisfied that the official said that he would free up time for him, so he ordered his assistant and companion to prepare the box of apples again. He understood. And then he said that now they need to go to a corporate party with all their employees. They needed to decide where they will celebrate today. Not long at home. He decided that they would go to that same cafe and order fried dumplings. Today they would order everything they have on the menu there. The table was bursting with abundance. They really ordered everything that was on the menu of this restaurant. They had a very big holiday today, so they could afford it. They really ordered everything that was here in the restaurant. The officials brought absolutely everything that they had prepared to their table. In addition, they brought out a large amount of alcoholic drinks. Today they had an opportunity not only to eat deliciously but also to drink well. Today everyone wanted to have a drink with him. Everyone came up and said let's have a drink, and he didn't refuse anyone and drank with all his employees. He told his companion that he had done a good job, then he was told that he did too, and they continued to drink glass after glass for their future business. The companion asked the young man in a brown suit why he has such a sad face. After all, today he opened another business of his own, so he will receive enough profit from this business. Then it is not clear why he is sad. He replied that money is very good and of course he does everything to earn as much as possible, but lately he has been very bored and nothing has stopped surprising him. When he started working in this city, he really liked it so that everything would work according to certain rules. The one who wins the battle here climbs the very top. That's exactly what he did throughout all this time, bowed his head before the strong and stepped over the weak. And now he is already engaged in business. He will need to bow his head not only to the strong, but also to tolerate many weak ones. This is the rule of business. He didn't really like these business rules. The party was coming to an end. He said goodbye to everyone and got into his car to be taken home. He was driving a luxury car. His personal driver was driving this driver's car. He could afford it from the moment he started doing business. He looked at the city flying past him and understood that there is life outside the window of this car and it can be much different, and you are in the life he is now leading. He asked his driver to stop, but it was still far from his house and so the driver did not immediately fulfill his request. He said everything was fine, the house was visible too. He just wanted to walk a little. The driver said that he was drunk and that he shouldn't get out of the car. He would now give him a ride right to the house. He said that he wanted to walk in the fresh air. Most likely, he would sober up faster that way. The road really wasn't very long. I passed by several shops that were near his house, and when he approached his house, then someone's voice called him by name. Someone shouted Taemun. He didn't understand who he hadn't met yet today. All the people he knew were at the opening of his business. When he turned, he saw that Park Gwon-ho was standing in front of him with his guards and with that same thug of whom he was proud. It seems he had a business opening today and asked for forgiveness for not coming. Taemun asked why his ranks had thinned out so much. Apparently not everyone had yet been discharged from the hospital after the massacre that occurred in the restaurant. Park Gwon-ho was very angry. He just came to talk about this. It seemed to him that only he could decide his affairs. A young man in a brown suit said that he would tell everything if he defeated him and began to tease him and asked again if they understood the rules. Park Gwang-ho was an impudent person and he had no right to do this to him, so he was very offended by him. A crowd of distraught security guards rushed at the young man. Their boss shouted for them to hold him. He wanted to punish his offender not only for what happened in the restaurant, but also for the fact that he took away his business. Everything became clearer in the young man's head. He thought it was because he was walking in fresh air, but in fact it was because of a stressful situation. He rushed into the buoy towards the guards who were rushing towards him. They were all either with batons or with some other weapon. Park Gwon-ho shouted for the guards to grab him. Well, they couldn't easily take the young man, so they were ready to use the sticks they had in their hands. One of the most aggressive bandits swung with all his might to strike the young man to knock him down. When he ran closer, the bandit struck with all his might. The young man flew to the side. He really did not expect that their massacre would be with weapons, but they didn't know. This young man served in a special unit and he had good training. Of course he wasn't the best, but still he was quite prepared, so he stood up and began to fight back his opponents. Everyone called him arrogant. He really was like that. He wasn't going to stand on ceremony with anyone and did only what he considered necessary. When one of the bandits came closer to him, he hit him on the head several times, so his head began to stagger and he did it very skillfully. The bandit stood with a broken nose, his face stained with blood. There were quite a lot of them, but they could not catch him in any way. One half of the bandit was already lying on the ground because he got what he deserved, and the second was still trying to resist and deliver some blows. But it was all so insignificant and the young man in the suit coped with it all quite well. When the young man looked, he saw that half of the bandits were already gone. This was not bad news for him, he understood. This means that this massacre will end soon. The young man in the suit didn't understand where the one who waved the stick the most went and tried to knock him down. He stood behind and tried, like a rat, to hit your head with your stick from behind, but the young man quickly reacted to his blow and delivered his blow much faster. So he fell to the ground. The young man warned him. He told him that you should not start if you are not confident in your abilities or do not have the skill. The next moment, the thug who was one of Park Gwan-ho's guards grabbed the young man by the throat so that he turned red and could not breathe. Park Gwan-ho told his guard to continue and he wants to see how all the organs fall out of this impudent guy. The thug lifted him above his head, holding him by the throat and began to demand that he speak or shut up and that he never speak again. The young man was blushing. He had no air at all and he began to wheeze very quietly, making some incomprehensible sounds. The thug said that this could be his last word. But the young man was not ready to give up and he thought, if he cannot hit this thug with his hand and hold him somehow, then he can kick him and hit him so that he no longer wants to come near him. All the other bandits watched how the thugs dealt with the young man. They thought it was very cool. They were much weaker and could not afford this. The next moment, when the young man kicked the thug between the legs with all his might, he doubled over in pain, screamed wildly and released his hands from the young man's throat. Everyone else who was watching this also grimaced their faces. Recently, this thug was beaten for the second time so that he could not do anything. A young man stood next to him and explained to the thug that he could not say anything if he was holding him by the throat. He was so angry that he hit this thug several times and the bandits standing next to him scattered in different directions. The rest of the bandits did not know what to do. If this thug could not cope with this young man, then how could they cope with him? They could only run away in different directions. The young man in the suit thought that he was warming up after eating and drinking well. It was such an adventure he had. He came closer to Park Gwan-ho and the remaining bandits and said that he had already warmed up and now let's try to really fight, and pointed with his finger so that they begin to approach him. Park Gwan-ho said that it was time to end this massacre and invited him to talk. He thought that this way he could solve his issues. The young man agreed that if he wanted to talk, then let him talk. He had nothing against it. Anyway, the position of the strongest remained with him. Park Gwan-ho came here to take revenge on the young man, and here he took away his business and opened his own, which meant that now only the young man in a brown suit would make money from it. Park Gwan-ho assured the young man there was no need to bring up the past. He came here for something completely different. He wanted to talk and ask him something important. He started his question not very clearly, like he wanted to know if someone had attacked Bob in a restaurant. And he continued so that the young man would not try to lie that it was not his man. There was no need to hide anything anymore. The business was now his. The young man rubbed the back of his head, said that it was really the one who attacked in the restaurant. It was his man, and then asked why he was looking for him. He wants to take revenge on him. In any case, he was not going to tell him anything. This is only because they had a condition that he would tell everything, that they would ask him only when they defeated him. Park Gwan-ho asked to say only one thing: where was this guy getting dressed? He took a break all over the city but he was nowhere to be found. He wanted to meet him again. The young man answered as he left that he did not know and saw him last on the day he attacked them. And I thought to myself, he really doesn't know where he went and where he went. His two arms were crippled, they were in plaster. Park Gwan-ho also wondered where he could hide in this city. There has never been a single time when he couldn't find the person he needed. The young man looked at himself and realized that he was sweating a lot. His shirt and very beautiful suit were wrinkled and wet under his armpits. But he had so much fun because today he had an adventure that he could afford lately. He even began to smile. Park Gwan-ho gathered all her guards in her office, led by a thug. They sat and said nothing because today they received another lesson on how not to behave. All his guards were unable to carry out his order. The thug turned to the gentleman and asked for his forgiveness, to which he replied that he did not expect much from them. They had just left the hospital and it was not a fact that they would defeat him on normal days. The door opened and someone called Park Kwan-ho. Everyone sitting turned their heads towards the door. They wondered what else could happen today. There was some toothless man standing at the door in a military uniform constantly shouting what happened. He was very nervous and irritated. Apparently something really happened that put him in such a state. He didn't think at all that this could happen while he was undergoing military training in his city. He began to ask for forgiveness from the gentleman. He replied that he shouldn't ask for forgiveness, it's not his fault. He began to say in two ways that it was all Joe Taeman's tricks to go deal with him. The gentleman replied that there was no need to deal with anyone, he had a completely different matter. He asked if the military knew which hospital the young man in the brown jacket went to. He not only knew the hospital where Joe Taeman's people go, this warrior had to go find out because the guy who beat them broke his arms and he's probably being treated in this clinic. He sent the lighthouse to check. The toothless military man didn't understand why this guy was sent to his master by Joe Taeman Dai. He took the business from them. Isn't it easier to take revenge on him right away? This guy hurt the master's pride and this was much more important than the physical injury inflicted on him. He then felt very humiliated and this feeling did not leave him. This was the most important thing that could be heard and therefore this crazy warrior he was taking revenge for his master on that guy. The next day, a toothless warrior went to this clinic. He wanted to find out as much as possible about this guy. He needed to know his name and where he lives. He made an appointment with the doctor. When he entered the office, the doctor asked what was hurting him. He treated him like an ordinary patient. The doctor asked again where it hurt, to which the toothless man, already dressed in civilian clothes, replied that his soul hurt. Whoever offended his master very much. Next moment he grabbed the doctor's head and pressed it to the table. He needed to get as much information as possible. Scattered on the table in different directions were a pen and pencil and someone's medical history in which the doctor had just written down after seeing the patient. The doctor replied that this young man's name was Du Zhangong and he really had an appointment with him. He had 2 broken arms and the doctor put him in a cast. This was already something. Now this toothless man knew the name of his master's offender. He demanded that the doctor tell him his phone number or address. Well, the doctor could not give such information because clients from Mr. Cho Taeman do not share such information. Of course, this was not entirely good, but the toothless man decided that he already knew the name and that was enough to find it further. He reported this news by calling his master on the phone. Of course, he was not entirely happy because it was very small. One name did not mean that he could be found quickly. Sancheol was the name of this toothless warrior. He needed to go somewhere else, and this was the restaurant that Cho Taeman's people go to. Park Kwan-ho's people found out where Du Jangan and Joe Taeman were last together. It was one of Cho Taeman's most visited places, so Toothless went there when he entered this establishment. He asked the waiter to bring him one with ju and udon. When the waiter brought the already prepared dish to the table of the visitor, he asked him without teeth if a guy with 2 broken arms had come to their place. Without thinking twice, he answered that he had. Toothless offered him a bill for remembering everything connected with this guy. All the waiters were not particularly clean. I was not ready to tell everything that interested these people for a small fee. Therefore, without thinking twice, the waiter began to talk about how this guy got drunk and then went home drunk. It seemed like he had to catch a bus. It seems he wasn't local, but at this time the buses don't run anymore, so he didn't know anything else. While the waiter was telling everything about that guy to the toothless gentleman, the man from the next table called him by name. They shouted Sancheol. Most likely they knew him well, but judging by their appearance, they didn't want to see him here. One of the men who were sitting at the next table asked again who forgot in this restaurant. These were Cho Taeman's people, so he was not welcome here. Toothless let the waiter go, said that he could go, they would talk later. Now it was necessary to somehow solve the problem with his opponents. He had clearly entered their territory. He had no choice but to say that he came here to find out whether it is true that the local hoopu is the most delicious in the city. The men, after listening to all this nonsense, explained to him that he should know that this is their office, which means this is their territory and he has no right to enter their territory without their permission. He continued to make excuses that he was not in their office eating a hoopu. Then the man told him why he hatched on him. He continued to say that he should know that while he was away, their office had already been ruined. When the man said these words, there was some kind of pride in his voice. He wanted to humiliate this toothless. Without a tooth, he didn't want to listen to the end of what this man was telling him. He sent the contents of his plate in his face. A second later, Toothless was already standing with a bottle in his hand, ready to defend himself because he had 3 opponents. He had just started this showdown by throwing a plate of food in the face of one of them. Why did he raise the bottle over this man's head? He understood that if he didn't attack first now, it would trample him in an instant. Toothless was not one of the timid, so he was ready to start a fight at any moment. The bottle hit the man on the head, the fragments scattered in different directions. This meant that the massacre was about to begin, so simply no one would let him out of here. Two other men who approached him, they stood watching everything that was happening. Of course it all hurt them because it was happening on their territory. But on the other hand, they didn't know how strong he was. Someone's foot trampled the glass from a bottle that was broken. Another young man just approached these three, most likely it was someone from Cho Taeman's group. These two stood and looked at the toothless warrior, showing with all their appearance that he was an unexpected guest in this restaurant and that he urgently needed to leave this restaurant. The man who was being warmed with a bottle woke up, grabbed his sore head and began to moan loudly. He was completely defenseless and needed medical help. The toothless warrior did not agree that they wanted him so quickly. Escort him from this establishment. He had not yet fully learned all the information from the waiter. This was his only chance to find out everything about this man. Therefore, the warrior decided to deal not only with the one who was passed out, but with the other two. He quickly got his bearings and delivered several very strong blows, scattering these two in different directions of the restaurant. Everything that happened here was video by Cho Taeman. He couldn't understand how in a restaurant where his people were, a stranger could come and beat them up. He himself was ready to throw this stranger out of his establishment. It took him a few minutes to assess the situation in the establishment. He didn't know why this man came to this restaurant, but he understood that this man was Park Gwanho and he didn't come here with good intentions at all. Therefore, he decided to act proactively, and while the toothless was busy with completely different people, he decided to strike him so that he could switch off and be neutralized. But this toothless man was quite experienced. He had been in the army for a long time and had good training, so he quickly reacted and prevented the blow of the young man in a brown suit. He hit him on the chin with all his might, so the young man staggered on his feet. I flew to the side and fell. Two others picked him up and began to take him outside so that he could come to his senses. Toothless, he remained sitting at the table and continued eating, because he came here precisely to eat and find out some information. Teeth called the waiter over and said that he was now listening carefully. What he started talking about earlier and was interrupted, the waiter obediently agreed to answer all his questions because he had already received his money. The waiter said that the buses stopped running then and this guy decided to slowly walk, but due to the fact that he couldn't get on the bus and also managed to get very drunk, he got lost along the night streets somewhere to lie down to sleep. Most likely this is how it was. Maybe the next day when he woke up he got on the bus and left. Then it turns out he left this city a long time ago. Toothless thought that he was already tired of this work and he wants peace of mind. Why does he need to look for someone every time? After thinking a little, the waiter said that most likely he didn't leave the city the next morning. He was most likely still here. Toothless, he didn't understand why you were so confident there, waiter. In recent days, the city's homeless assistance center has been catching not only homeless people on the streets, but also drunkards who wander the streets at night, so most likely he picked up a car for you from the homeless assistance center. There were rumors that even an ordinary person can be caught and brought there if he walks the streets at night, Toothless thought, and this was one of the versions of where this guy he is looking for could be. Toothless thought that he should go to this social center and see for himself whether he was there or not. He had no other choice. The canteen of the social institution, as always, breakfast. Each prisoner was given a choice of food. Of course, everything they gave out was very small in size and practically inedible. Du Zhangong also received his delivery of food and sat at the table trying to eat this unbearably tasteless food. The only thing he understood was that he needed to eat at least something so as not to be so hungry. He was the commander of the third group and he had very great authority, so everyone looked very closely and repeated everything he did after him. If he ate, then barely everyone else. The guy who helped him from the very beginning asked Du Zhangong what was the matter and why he was worried about something. The young man replied that he was really worried that his injured hands would not heal properly if he continued to eat only this food. The little fat man who considered himself the president, having heard this conversation, said that he was ready to bring the young man medicine that would help him achieve speedy healing of his hands. Du Zhangong couldn't believe his ears. It's true that there is a medicine here in this establishment that could help his hands, and thanked the man sitting next to him who considered himself the president. The guy whispered in the ear of the young man so that he would refuse him because everyone understands that this old man is constantly talking some kind of nonsense. Most likely, he has now come up with something about the medicine. The dining room door opened and someone loudly said hello. The young man turned his head towards the doors. He wanted to see who came to them for breakfast today. Two vice presidents came into the dining room. As always, the older brother was the first behind his back. The younger brother was always the thug. They very often went into the dining room and looked at the prisoners. Today we came here to look at Du Jiangyong. The vice president wanted to see if his plan worked and the fact that he appointed this young man as group commander. Did he change his views or remain the same? Passing by the table where Du Jiangyong was sitting, the vice president looked at his side and said, by chance this is not our new commander of the 3rd platoon, he did it on purpose. Du Jiangyong stood up and greeted the two vice presidents today. He tried to be with them as politely as possible. This was his plan. The vice president asked what he today most likely came to the cafeteria for the first time. And he added how the food tasted to him. He remembered what happened at their first meeting when the young man was dissatisfied with the food they feed the prisoners. Du Jiangyong, before answering, decided to think carefully, because then it all didn't end very well and he received a crack from the former platoon commander. He stood and looked at the vice president. Of course she wanted to tell him the truth that the food was unbearable, but the only thing holding him back was that he needed to get out of here somehow, and for this it was necessary for his hands to heal. He persuaded himself that please don't say stupid things out loud like he did, then he needs to be patient a little and all this will end soon. He took a deep breath and in one breath, as he exhaled, said that thanks to them, he had the opportunity to eat such very tasty food. Today the vice president was very happy. This young man said exactly what he wanted to hear, so he praised him and said that this is how he should respond in the future. All the other prisoners stood and waited for them to be allowed to sit down. They wouldn't be able to finish their not very tasty food. They had no other choice. They lived according to the rules that this vice president came up with. The guide who helped Du Jiangyong said that he was great, that he said everything correctly and did not create a new conflict. They needed to hold out for a while. The president was also pleased and, leaving the dining room, told his brother that people tend to change depending on circumstances, everyone adapts to them, whether they want it or not. The bruiser vice president looked at his brother and thought, is he really right and this newcomer gave up so easily? He thought it was very strange. The fat man who considered himself the president continued to pester Du Jiangyong. He asked him if he really wanted to find the medicine he needed. Of course the guy answered. But it's worth it first. Eat food, your superiority, because before taking medicine you always need to eat well. The bully vice president seemed very stupid, but now the behavior of the young man made him think. For some reason he did not believe that he could change. Although his elder brother was pleased with everything, he continued to say that even such a person as Du Jiangyong would become a puppet in his hands. He would be completely sure of this. It was starting to get dark outside and there were practically no prisoners walking in the courtyard of the social institution. They had all already done their work and therefore were in their barracks. His Excellency Du Jiangyong and the guy went into the depths of the yard. The man walked up to the wall and began to pick something in the ground. He was digging up the ground. Obviously he wanted to find something there. The guy couldn't stand it and asked His Excellency about what he said, that he could give him the medicine he needed. He was just digging the ground. The guy was wondering if he even had it. His Excellency told them to wait a little. The guy was impatient and continued to lament. Why did they even decide to come here for this crazy person and continue to watch the circus? Du Jiangyong replied that he would finish it only because he still had nothing to do in the remaining time after lunch, so he decided to amuse himself in this way. When in the army, when they had free time from training, the members of his squad suffered from all sorts of nonsense and did not spend their free time. He believed that such seemingly stupid moments helped them remember that they, too, were ordinary people and they had the same emotions as all other people. They should also laugh and rejoice. This is especially necessary to do in order to survive in such terrible places. Social Center for Homeless Assistance. If now you live only according to the rules and do not receive any other emotions, then you can easily go crazy. His Majesty shouted. What did he find? Du Jiangyong and the guy were a little surprised. Was he hiding some kind of medicine there from everyone else? The fat man said that this was the very medicine he was talking about and extended both hands to Du Jiangyong. What was lying on his hands shocked the young people. Du Jiangyong looked at his palms and couldn't imagine how this could be a medicine and why he offered it to him. His Eminence continued to say that these were just born rat cubs. They were very small and several of them fit in his palms. The fat little man told the young man that this could really help, that the mother who gave birth to them is of course a rather dirty creature, but it doesn't really matter because newborn babies, unlike her, their clean flesh bones are now soft, so they can be easily survived. The young man didn't understand. He was now offered to eat these newborn rats whole. Most likely it was not very tasty, but on the other hand, they were still living beings and how could they be eaten? The man continued to check so that the young man thought he now needs calcium and protein so that his hands begin to recover faster. Therefore, he has no other choice with food from the canteen. He will not get it. The guy grabbed his head and began to say to His Excellency that he had gone too far and that they were leaving. His Excellency learned this while in Vietnam, or maybe in the correctional camp in Samchin. Of course he could have learned this while wandering the streets, lost his mind, no one could say that. The guy suggested several times to the young man to finish this circus and leave here, but for some reason he remained and was very thoughtful. After several minutes of silence he said that it was true. The guy was happy. He thought that he also thought that His Excellency had crossed the line and he already agreed. Get out of here. But it turned out that he agreed that he really needs the nutrients that these newborns have, he needs them to restore his hands. The guy was shocked. The young man took one of these newborn rats in his hand. He still didn't fully understand, but he was ready to do anything for his hands to recover and even for what His Excellency was now offering him. The young man began to put these newborn rats into his mouth one by one. He quickly chewed them and then swallowed everything. What was happening now resembled some kind of thriller. At such moments, the young man turned off his consciousness. He only wanted to survive because he had a goal for his life. He repeatedly presented a situation between life and death. Now he had one of such situations. The guy stood covering his mouth with two palms. He couldn't look at it because this sight caused a gag reflex in his eyes. The young man had just eaten a living creature. To support life in such a terrible place, you should never forget that each of them is an ordinary person and he has the right to life. But in order to get out of that terrible place like this, you need to become even worse than you really are. For the security guard, it was the most ordinary job. They came here every morning and left in the evening. They worked in shifts, each other every day. For this they received a fairly large salary. Now there was a shift change and one of the guards was about to go home. His comrades asked if he was leaving work because they were on duty today and stayed overnight. One of those who remained shouted towards the leaving guard that he had nowhere to rush. He didn't need to run to the store for groceries because he didn't have a wife and no one was waiting for him at home. Then why was he in such a hurry? He could have stayed with them. Even though he didn't have a wife, he most likely wanted to go home quickly got dressed and told everyone before he slammed the door and left. Even though he didn't have a wife, no one was waiting for him at home, but there was something that he lived to see more strongly than his wife's face and something that made him quickly run away from work. He never rode home straight away because he ran into a place where he played cards every day. It seemed to him that this was a very good activity, the only way he could calm down and get distracted. Every time in this establishment, he lost all his money. Of course, sometimes they allowed him to win a small amount, but then he lost back. He was not the strongest player. Well, playing cards got him very involved. After the cards were dealt, he counted he had 9 points. Maybe today he will finally get lucky. When he came here, most likely it happened that way. When he saw these cards, he thought that he would finally hit some jackpot today and already mentally began to celebrate his victory. But it turned out as always, in the end he lost everything. So he thought that next time he should definitely be lucky. He even decided to take out a gaming loan so that he would have the opportunity to play again. The gaming credit is issued to players in gaming houses. It is illegal because it is given by private individuals. Every time he lost, he said that it was okay and that next time he would definitely win back. And today, when he took out a gaming loan, he decided that he would definitely win back. He sat and watched carefully when each of the players opened his cards. The fat man with long hair opened his cards first. He had 5 points. It was very good because he had a lot more points and it was a chance for him to win. The bald man who was sitting at this gaming table had 7 points and he said it out loud when he opened his cards. This was very good because the guard believed that today luck was on his side and he was already counting his winnings. Therefore, I boldly put my 2 cards on the table. I announced that he had 9 points. He did it with the air of a winner, so he wanted to prove to everyone that he was lucky. Well, there was a 4th player left who said how funny it would be, but he thought that luck had passed the guard around again and began to lay out his cards. This player continued to say that he was lucky today because he had a jackpot. The game was over and the winner had to take his winnings. The security guard was scared that he had just lost not his money, but the money he had borrowed on credit, and now he would have to deal with these people. Of course, he stood and shouted that no, it couldn't be that way, that it was all a setup, but no one wanted to listen to him because they knew that he never wins. Someone's hand lay on his shoulder. Most likely these were the people who had just given him a gaming loan before the game. They came to deal with him. And so it happened that there was a huge fat man standing behind him who said that the man had just lost the money he borrowed from the gambling house. The security guard did not know what to answer and simply made some strange sounds. This huge fat man said that in that case, could the man come with him so that they could talk about ways to pay off his debt? Sometime later, this security guard was sitting in some basement, tied to a chair without clothes, all beaten. Clearly they tortured him. Most likely they wanted to get their money from him, but he didn't have any. The guard's whole face was knocked off. Well, with all this, he sat and thought only about one thing. Why did everything happen like this? Why did he lose? It seemed to him that today he should win. The door in this room creaked. which means those who just tortured him must return here. He sat and trembled with fear. He did not know where to get the money to pay them off for this loan. Standing at the door was a toothless man who worked for Park Gwanho. He said that you shouldn't blame yourself for losing because starting to gamble was the main mistake of the security guard. The guard didn't understand who this man was, so he asked him, but obviously he wasn't going to beat him or torture him. Someone like him would have killed him right away. Toothless replied that he didn't need to know who he was. He lit a cigarette. He asked who really works here at the Homeless Assistance Center in the city. The guard asked how they found out about this. Toothless replied that he would ask questions here. He just needed to make sure that if there was one person in this social institution whom he was looking for. The security guard said that he doesn't quite understand what they want from him because the organization's information is very confidential and sharing information with third parties is prohibited. Toothless replied that he knows this, that's why he came such a long way here to find out about it through him. The security guard didn't know how to feel about this now. He wasn't in the best situation. He had a big debt to the organization of this establishment. Toothless said that he had repaid the gaming loan he took out and now he must return the full amount of the debt. The turn upset the guard even more. He now did not understand at all to whom he owed what. Well, if you listen carefully, said the toothless one, then he will be able to relieve him of the debt hanging on him and he will no longer have to pay the money. This was the first good news today for the guard. When he heard this he decided that all the conditions of this man. Toothless came closer and asked again at the city's homeless assistance center a man named Du Zhangong. He could easily be distinguished in the crowd thanks to his two broken arms. The guard understood perfectly well who we were talking about. This was the very newbie who, within a few days of his arrival at the social institution, was able to start several fights. The security guard, without thinking twice, said that yes, there is such a thing. He really is in a social institution. The security guard wanted to get rid of his gambling debt as quickly as possible, so he was ready to provide any information. Toothless, on the contrary, was glad. He finally found the offender of his master, so without thinking twice, he asked the guard if he could bring him to him. There are some things that need to be resolved with him personally. And to himself, Toothless thought that he needed to meet with Du Zhangong alone in order to just kill him. He should do this only because he offended his master. The security guard began to explain that he would not be able to help him with this. Even though he is an employee of this center, they are strictly forbidden to take people out of there. Doing this in secret will also not work because there is increased surveillance there. Toothless thought. He stood there for a few minutes, then he decided that if they couldn't take him out of the center, then he could do it a little differently. Then he decided that he needed to get inside the homeless assistance center. The guard did not quite understand what the man standing opposite him wanted to explain to him, that he was only saying that because he knew absolutely nothing about this homeless assistance center. This place was much worse than a prison, and it is unbearable to be there, and once you go there it will be impossible to get back out. Toothless asked the guard if he could help him or not. The guard tried to explain to him that it would be quite difficult to do this due to the high level of security. After thinking for a few minutes, the guard said that there is one working way. This is the only way. How can you get into the territory of this social institution? He explained that at night he often patrols the area, driving around the bottomless city help center in his car. If suddenly he sees homeless people and drunks on the street, he immediately picks them up and takes them to the bottomless city help center. The guard continued, if Toothless goes outside at the time he appoints and pretends to be drunk, who can get inside the city's homeless assistance center without any problems. It was a pretty good plan. That's exactly what they did. The only question that the guard was now interested in was whether his debt would be cancelled if he helped, because he also exposed himself to a certain risk and would be left without work. As agreed during patrol, they picked up an allegedly drunk toothless man on the street and brought him to a social institution. While everything went according to plan, the guard brought out special clothes worn by all prisoners in this social institution and told the toothless one to change into them. In fact, he had already fulfilled everything he promised to this man. After he changed clothes, the guard led him to that building. Where the third group was located, there should have been Du Zhangong, whom the toothless was looking for. When they walked, that he would personally write a document to the guard about repaying the debt and that he had no claims against him. When they approached the premises where the third platoon was located, the guard opened the doors and shouted loudly for the third platoon to accept the newcomer. Toothless was ready to write this receipt only after he met with Du Zhangong. The prisoners stood looking at the entrance doors and Sunjo said, "Well, here's another guy who looks so strong." Indeed, a strong man stood in the doorway. Outwardly, he did not at all resemble an alcoholic and a drunkard. From his stance it was clear that he was a former military man. Entering the barracks, the toothless man thought that he had almost achieved his goal. The silence that lasted several minutes was interrupted by the words of a young man who was already the commander of the third platoon. he introduced himself and said that he hoped that he could get along with him. He madly heard this name Du Jiangong. It means he got where he wanted. The person he had been looking for the last few days to kill was standing in front of him. Broken arms were another proof and confirmation that this was exactly the person he was looking for. He was very close to achieving his goal. Without teeth, he came closer to the young man, lowered his head, said that his name was Choi San-Kol and asked that the commander address him informally. The young man did not understand. Maybe, after all, they had just met and he could not afford such treatment. Toothless said of course he understands everything and they don't force him to immediately switch to informal speech with him, but he's so used to it. And he continued that he should at least show respect to the person who has the honorary bandage, he should bow to him with all his heart. All these words made the young man laugh very much. He had never spoken to anyone like that before. This new guy was obviously very cunning. The young man asked Yi Sungjo to take the new guy to a free bed and show him where they had it. The guy agreed and quickly began to carry out the task assigned to him. The guy told the new guy to follow him. He was very curious and wanted to learn as much as possible about the new guy, so he started asking him questions. The guy noticed that the new guy was adapting quite quickly to being here, and this only meant one thing, that he would be able to quickly adapt to such a life. Toothless said it wasn't that he had adapted, he knew roughly what kind of life awaited him within the walls of such an establishment. The guy continued to say that in this case it would not be difficult for him to be within the walls of this social institution and if he had any questions, he could contact him. The toothless man's face changed, he became more aggressive, he turned his head towards the guy and asked him that he was wearing a bandage. It was a completely incomprehensible question. The guy didn't quite understand why they asked him about it so aggressively. He answered that no, he doesn't wear a bandage. Then the toothless one told him if not and you're not wearing a bandage then why the hell do you keep poking me? The guy got very scared and asked the newcomer for forgiveness. And Sunjo let him down with a bunk bed. He showed that this would be his place now, he could make himself more comfortable. The toothless one replied that it was better this way. Teeth lay down on the bed that was supposed to be his for a while. His thoughts were all about Du Jiangong. On the one hand he had already found him and it was good, but on the other hand he still didn't have a plan on how to deal with him. Another thing the toothless saw was that on the bandage that was on the young man's hand there were keys with a pin. He didn't understand what kind of keys they were and why exactly he was wearing them. The young man sat and thought about everything. What happened? That some newcomer had just appeared in their barracks, who was very cunning and did not look like an alcoholic at all. While he was thinking, he heard someone sniffling from behind. It was Yi Sunjo. Du Jiangong turned in his direction and asked what kind of tears flowed from him. Did he burst into tears? The guy felt a little ashamed and he said that not at all, he just yawned and because of this the tears flowed from him. He wants to sleep a lot. It was all some kind of nonsense. How could they catch this man and bring him here? Maybe he set it all up on purpose and somehow got the armband of a platoon commander. How did he manage to do it all? These thoughts haunted the toothless one. He reassured him that it didn't bother him much. His task now is to play the role of an obedient little dog. And as soon as the opportunity presents itself, he will immediately finish him off, and his assistant has made such a plan for himself. Toothless. Toothless was lying on the bed and sleeping. He easily adapted to these conditions. He had already come up with a plan according to which he would act. Someone shouted getting up. He opened his eyes immediately. He didn't understand what was happening. At some point he passed out and completely forgot where he was. He didn't get up early lately, but he had no choice and he came here of his own free will in order to complete the task of avenging his master. For him it was a matter of honor. He always caught the thought that he was definitely in this social institution. For a second it seemed to him that he was in the army again. Here there were exactly the same rules as there. A guy named Yi Sungjo became Du Jiangong's assistant, so every morning he shouted get up and then he shouted that the third platoon had a morning roll call. Everyone stand in 2 lines, so did the assistants of the previous platoon commander. Everyone had to stand in a line so that they could see and they could count how many there were in this group in the morning. This was one of the tasks that the platoon commander had to perform. Toothless stood at the very end so he thought that this was not very good and he would not be able to get to his opponent so quickly if he was always at the end far from him. Of course, it's very difficult to get closer to him, thought the toothless ones. Well, he convinced himself that he would live in this social institution for a couple of days and choose the right moment when he could accurately carry out his plan. He clenched his fangs tightly because as soon as this moment comes immediately, he will not miss it and Du Jiangong will be destroyed. Life in this social institution was not as cloudless as it seemed to the toothless man at first glance. There were other circumstances that began to depress him after counting. Every morning all the prisoners went to the dining room for breakfast. Today was no exception. When Toothless came to the dining room and took his delivery of food, he was in shock. What was on this delivery could not be called food at all. He did not understand how they could give this to people. This is even worse than the army, he thought. Everything that was on sale, besides the fact that it was not very beautiful in appearance and not appetizing, it was actually tasteless. When the toothless one tried it, he realized that he definitely couldn't eat it, but he needed to hold out here until he took revenge. Therefore, he had to pretend that he was eating it. He sat and achieved this food and thought to himself that it was all because of this bastard. Du Zhangong, for himself, he decided that it was the young man who was to blame for everything. Toothless looked to the side where Du Zhangong was sitting eating with his assistant. He couldn't come closer to him and there were a lot of people here, so he was just looking for a suitable place to take revenge on him. Before Zhangong, he didn't like this food. Every spoon he brought to his mouth was some kind of test, but he pretended that he was eating because he also had reasons to stay here for a while. Toothless watched as the young man choked on this food and realized that he, too, had not yet gotten used to it and could not eat it either. After each breakfast, the working day began. Today, according to the schedule, all prisoners had to carry stones from the rock and put them together in one. It was hard work. The group was divided into some who put stones into the bag, second who loaded the stones onto their backs, and third who carried them. Everyone was busy in this cycle of work. Since Toothless was not exactly one of the skinny ones, they gave him a sledgehammer and set him up to break stones before putting them in a bag. He didn't understand how a social institution forced him to do such hard physical labor. One of the prisoners explained to him that they usually do this work in turns because it itself is heavy, so he will not work with a sledgehammer all the time and he will also have to carry bags. Also, this prisoner explained to him that he ended up in this institution exactly during the shift when their group was engaged in this hard work. He took the sledgehammer in his hands and realized that now he would have to swing it all day in order to show that he was like everyone else and was ready to work on a common basis. Toothless asked the prisoner what he did before he got to this social center. He became interested in what kind of people were here next to him. The prisoner replied that he was the president until the moment he got here. It was the same little plump man to whom everyone addressed his eminence. Toothless didn't understand what this meant. The man was chopping stones and he explained that he was the president of this country. He spoke in such a way that he was completely sure that it was true. Toothless laughed. He didn't understand what he was doing with this crazy crowd. Maybe everyone else here is just as crazy as he is. And again he began to blame Du Zhangong because it was because of him that he was here. Not only was the food here terrible, but they also forced him to work and it was physical labor. He looked towards Du Zhangong and thought that he had put a bandage on himself and was standing there throwing his hat around, as if his arms were broken. Well, everything was completely wrong. The young man worked exactly the same as everyone else. The only thing was that he didn't do anything with his hands. Before Zhangong, like all the other prisoners, he did this hard work. Of course, he could not work with a sledgehammer, but he could carry bags of stones. He took 3 bags behind his back and very quickly lifted them up to where they piled these stones quickly. None of the prisoners worked. Toothless, when he saw how Du Zhangong works, he was very surprised because he was very fast and he had a large number of stones on his back. This was already serious. Who called himself president addressed the newcomer. Why doesn't he work in this social institution? It was not customary for someone to shift their work to other similar prisoners. The newcomer hit the die shaft on a brick and told his partner that he, too, had started working. His plans, of course, did not include such activities. The newcomer began to swing a sledgehammer to break stones. He, of course, had enough physical strength and was well prepared, so it worked out. He did well. He worked quickly. He gave me one gift after another and the stones fell apart under his sledgehammer. He wanted only one thing: this day would end quickly. When he made the next blow, the stone under his sledgehammer crumbled so that one piece very much resembled a dagger. It only needed to be finished a little. Toothless decided that this could be his weapon together. Night had already fallen and all the prisoners had to be in their barracks where they lived approximately like this, and every day passed for them in this social institution. Toothless of such a working day understood what menial work is. He has never seen that here they force you to do very hard work and do not pay money for it. Today the third group ended with stones. A guard came to escort them to the barracks. Being here every day was similar to the previous one and vice versa. His Eminence was very pleased because this hard day was over. It was just great because he was no longer a young man, and every time I do such hard work, he was very tired. Everyone began to return to the barracks. The guard approached the newcomer and took him aside. They did not show that they knew each other. After hard work in the quarry, the prisoners came to their barracks and put it in order. They shook off the dirt from their clothes and then swept the room, as they did every day. The guy asked His Excellency where did the newcomer go because he worked with him, to which the man replied that he didn't know and the guard took him somewhere. Most likely he is leaning somewhere outside. The guy thought it was generally impossible to do this, but he was a newbie and did not know all the rules of this institution. In fact, Toothless did not bend over the territory. He had a goal when he cut stones. He found a piece similar to a dagger, so he now decided to sharpen it even more. To do this, he hid in a very secluded place where no one was supposed to find him and began to sharpen this stone. He wanted it all to end as soon as possible because he couldn't stand another day in this garbage dump. When he had already sharpened the stone, it almost looked like a sharp dagger. He decided for himself that he needed to finish this before Changong tonight. This was the barracks of the third group. Outside its doors there was complete silence, which meant only one thing: all the prisoners were quietly sleeping. After such hard work, every prisoner wanted to rest. Therefore, he did not have the strength. They lay down in their places and fell asleep until the morning. The only one who did not sleep last night but lay quietly. He was a newbie. He had a plan in his head that he wanted to carry out tonight. When it was already deep at night, from under his jacket he took out that same sharpened stone that resembled a dagger. There were only a few minutes left to accomplish what he had in mind. In the direction of the commander of the 3rd platoon, it was precisely this bandage that he was guided by because everyone had the same suits and it was possible to confuse. Before Zhang Ong slept in his place, of course he didn't know who this newcomer was and most likely didn't even know after such a hard day he slept well. When he was sleeping, the young man had wonderful dreams. Today, most likely, like yesterday, he could have dreamed about food. He didn't have enough. Today he dreamed of a huge piece of meat being fried on a barbecue. It was so big and looked so appetizing that even in his dreams he could smell it, the smell of delicious food. He imagined in a dream that he was sitting with his beautiful Sona and they were having dinner. He told her that when one side looks fried, then you can turn this piece of meat to the other side. He looked at her and told her that in this way both sides would be well fried. The girl listened to him very carefully. She also liked it all, this dinner and the way he told her. As soon as the meat is fried enough so that it can be cut, then it must be removed and cut into pieces convenient for eating. He not only told her all this, but also showed her. After everything, he said that only now you can eat meat. Now it's really very tasty and well cooked. The girl sat opposite him and did as he said. She really liked listening to him. It seemed that they understood each other even without words. She put a lettuce leaf on her palm, a few pieces of meat, the sauce, everything was exactly as he said. All that was left was to twist it all. That's what she did and gave him a try. He didn't even expect that she would be so attentive and treat him so well. He was in love with her. Du Zhangong could not afford such luxury and therefore told the girl to eat first. Despite the fact that he did not have enough upbringing, he knew how to behave with girls. She said that this piece could not fit into her mouth because she made it especially for him. Of course she wanted to cheat a little in order to woo him. The young man decided that then he would not refuse and took a bite. It was incredibly delicious, and it was also delicious because Sona made it. He wanted to take another bite, but he couldn't even do it in his sleep. He felt some incomprehensible situation. Someone was trying to interrupt his dream. He sharply opened his eyes. As a former military man, he always knew when someone was approaching him. This had already been practiced for years. Now it was the same situation. Your eyes were completely open and in the darkness he saw that someone was trying to swing his hand and lay motionless in order to understand that he was not dreaming. When he looked closer in the darkness, he saw that there was really a newcomer standing over him and in his hands he was holding something resembling a dagger. Only he could not understand why this man was trying to kill him in his sleep. It was deep night on the street. In some places in the city the lights were on, everything was closed everywhere and there was not a single person walking along the streets of the city. Sona sharply opened her eyes. I had a wonderful dream. She was still lying there for several minutes and didn't understand whether it was real or a dream. She got up and turned on the light. No, it was definitely a dream. In her room everything was as usual. Well, this dream was so realistic that she wanted it to be real. When morning came, her usual day began. She walked to the bus stop and waited for her bus to go to work. When she was riding on the bus, she looked around. All this she saw every day, so today she thought only about one thing about the dream she had. It was very realistic. She couldn't understand why she saw Du Zhangong in this form in her dream. She even began to worry a little about him because he never showed up, although he promised. She got off the bus. I kept thinking only about the young man. Does she really hate him that much, or maybe on the contrary, she is very worried about him? She couldn't answer these questions for herself. Today she took a slightly different route from the bus to her work. She wanted to pass by the very construction site where Du Zhangong worked. She hoped to see him. When she approached this very construction site, she saw that he was not there. This upset her a little. She did not understand how to feel about it all. When he stopped showing up at the bank for a week, the girl went to his work and tried to find out what happened to him. The security guard asked who she was looking for. He was very angry and did not let anyone into the construction site, so it was impossible to see anyone. Then she decided to ask him if Du Zhangong would happen to work here as a security guard. Answered, this guy quit a week ago, something happened to him. And he asked again, he had some problems with the bank. They warned him that he didn't need to quit, but that he needed to work harder, then only he might get money. The girl replied that everything was wrong and asked for forgiveness for the trouble. She decided if he decided to quit, most likely he decided to leave this city and went to his work. But she couldn't forget, she kept thinking, if he wanted to leave, then why did he come to her work that day? And he also said that the next day he would come to her and deposit a large amount of money. He couldn't deceive her. Sona still decided that something had happened to him and it was very serious, but she didn't know what to do about it and where to go to look for him. She had only questions in her head and she didn't know how to answer them and didn't know who to ask to help her. She looked at herself in the mirror and thought why she was so slow. Son Sona. The only conclusion she came to was that she didn't hate him, but was just very worried about him. Sona couldn't do this anymore. She couldn't think all the time about the young man and worry about where he was, so she decided to find out where he went. Du Zhangong was lying on his bed with his eyes open. As a newcomer raised something like a dagger in front of his face, he couldn't hesitate, he had to decide something and very quickly. The dagger was very close to his face. The young man removed his head and the newcomer missed. Until Zhangong understood perfectly well that he would not stop there. Only he did not understand why he was doing this. Toothless swung again and wanted to strike. This time the young man decided that he would not give him such an opportunity and would act proactively. He did just that. The next blow was for the young man. Du Zhangong kicked him in the lower jaw of the newcomers. This threw him aside. The young man was still lying on the bed, but he understood that this newcomer would not stop, so he also kicked him several times in order to throw him as far as possible to the side. Toothless shouted that he would kill Du Zhangong. That's exactly what he wanted to do. He attacked the young man again. No one could stop him. He wanted to kill Du Zhangong. When he got closer to the bed was empty, no one was lying on it. Then the newcomer realized that his task was becoming more complicated and that he would now have to make it more difficult, but he was determined. Because of this noise, other prisoners began to wake up, one another asking what had happened there, someone answering that there had been a fight. Everyone was interested in the question of who fought with whom. This time someone answered who slept next to what was new with the platoon commander. One of the prisoners saw that the new guy was holding a knife in his hands. Well, judging by the way he was holding it, it was definitely something sharp. Before Zhangong asked the new guy why did he attack him, especially at night when everyone is sleeping, only cowards can do this. The newcomer threw something that resembled a knife from one hand to the other. He wanted to scare the young man in this way. After a few minutes, the toothless man took a combat stance and the platoon commander replied that he came here to kill him. There is no other task before him now. The young man was wondering if they knew each other, but this was the first time he had seen him, so he asked how he could wish him death if they didn't even know each other. The toothless replied that he, too, saw him for the first time only here. However, he saw his master and his master also saw him, so they were acquainted in absentia. Toothless continued to say that the young man ruined their business while he was away and humiliated his master, so he came here to kill him. The young man immediately understood who he was talking about. It was Park Guangho whom he beat in the restaurant and his guards. Now the young man understood why he behaved this way, but he was not very upset because he was paid good money then. Du Zhangong told the new guy that it seems his master told me everything. He couldn't understand what he was talking about. Du Zhangong said that his master probably didn't tell him that he single-handedly killed all his guards and what he could do alone against him. After these words, the newcomer decided to strike the young man so that he would shut up, but he did not understand who he was dealing with. He was very confident in himself. He again attacked the young man with a knife, this time like the last one. Du Zhangong quickly dodged and the blow missed. How easily a beginner is fooled by his provocations. The young man knew when a person is overexcited, his actions become sweeping and then he begins to wave his arms very widely and it becomes easy to avoid these blows. And there is time to think about what to do next, which is exactly what the young man did when he fought with this newcomer. There is also time to jump to the other side if you don't want to fully fight. Du Zhangong is very fast and therefore moved very quickly and it was unbearable to strike him. Toothless hit one after another but always missed the target. He could not concentrate on the movement of the young man. Several blows to Du Zhangong and what resembled a knife in the hands of the newcomer was no longer lying around somewhere not far from the place of the fight. Du Zhangong stood in front of an angry Toothless who had already lost this fight but he did not want to accept it. His goal was not achieved. Du Zhangong had no intention of attacking anyone, he was just watching what would happen next, how his opponent would act next. Toothless thought that this guy couldn't use both hands, so it would be easier for him to deal with him. but that was not entirely true. I decided that the young man had no chance because he had 2 broken arms and would not be able to fully fight and defend himself. Yes, of course he had his hands in plaster, but he decided to teach something to this toothless man who came to kill him at night. The young man said that no matter how toothless a tiger is, he can deal with a puppy with his claws. He doesn't need paws for this. The newcomer did not want to stop. He was thirsty for blood. He could easily be provoked. The young man had just done this, and therefore, after a few seconds, he was ready to pounce on the young man. Screaming, the idiot newcomer strikes with his fist. He thought that he would approach him and then would not be able to defend himself from his blows and strike back. The young man already said earlier that if a person is very overexcited, then his movements become very wide and therefore it becomes very easy for a professional to fight with him. And the more emotions the movements became wider, so such an enemy became easy prey and could be quickly neutralized. When the newcomer was already very close to the young man and waved with his hands, then one but very accurate blow hit his knee straight into the opponent's lower jaw. After the first blow, his opponent was immobilized, after which the young man delivered precise blows to the enemy several more times so that he could not resist. Du Zhangong dealt one blow after another to his opponent. He knew that he didn't need to stop until he gave up, especially since he wanted to kill him. Toothless could barely stand on his feet, but he had not yet given up on such a turn of events. He certainly did not expect. He thought that by coming here he would be able to destroy his master's offender in a short time. The young man kicked one after another so that his opponent did not have time to react and protect himself from the blow, much less could strike a counter-blow. One more blow and the toothless one definitely couldn't stand on his feet. It was a very strong blow and he fell. Toothless lay on the floor and didn't understand how this could happen. There wasn't a single person who could knock him out. How can he be so fast and strong at the same time? He can be like this when I take his hands off. He's incapacitated only now he's toothless. Why did his guys get hurt then in the restaurant and lay in the hospital for so long? The young man forced the new guy to say, it's clear that he won't touch him anymore, otherwise he'll make him physically especially fall on him. The newcomer barely got up from the ground. His hands were weak and his legs were also weak. He couldn't even continue this massacre. He didn't have the strength and the advantage was on the side of the young man. Toothless lowered his head and said that he would no longer touch the young man. He was humiliated and insulted. He came here to kill him, but it turned out the other way around. Du Zhangong turned to the rest of the prisoners and asked for forgiveness for the commotion. He told everyone to go to sleep from different parts of the room. It sounded good, okay. The others said good night. Du Zhangong asked the newcomer that this is some kind of nightmare. He was brought here because of some kind of revenge of his master. Of course this is a very great loyalty. Toothless answered, to be honest, he didn't know where he was going and that's why the place where he is now is some kind of nightmare. Before Zhangong, it was also difficult to imagine a few days ago the existence of such a place and now he is here and they don't know how to get out of here. Toothless said that now he has no reason to stay in this place so he will go and sleep and leave here tomorrow. The young man did not understand the newcomer's words. He said that he would come out. It was interesting to see how he would do it. It's simply impossible. The next day everything was as usual. The prisoners woke up and everyone began to clean up their sleeping place. It seemed like nothing happened during the night. After cleaning the rooms where they sleep today, the prisoners had to clean the area near their premises. And Sunjo was always near Du Zhangong. He did not want to leave him and of course he himself needed help. The guy looked around and saw that he was a newbie standing and not working near the exit from their barracks. No one here could afford this. If their platoon commander works, then everyone else should work too. The guy went up to the newcomer and asked him, can't he see that all the prisoners in the group are cleaning the territory? Toothless didn't care at all. He couldn't understand where he ended up. The guy couldn't stand it and shouted to start cleaning here. Absolutely everyone is equal and no one has privileges. Toothless didn't understand how this young man could talk to him. He couldn't afford it. He believed that he was above them all. The guy got scared and hid behind the platoon commander. Du Zhangong, he understood that this was the only way he would be safe and this toothless man would not be able to touch him. Toothless continued to hope that he would soon leave here, so he was not going to work here anymore. It was beyond his dignity. He believed that all the drunks and homeless people were here. Hearing that he was going to leave, both Sunjo and Du Zhangong were very surprised. They were interested in only one question. How exactly was he going to do this because no one had ever succeeded in doing this? At this time, a security guard approached them and shouted that they were idle while cleaning and if they didn't start working now, they would be punished. Toothless answered, if you are interested in the question of how he will do it, then it is very simple. He will just leave here. The young people could not understand why he was behaving so impudently. Toothless went up to the guard and asked him what he wanted from him and why he was shouting at him. The guard was confused. He didn't know what to answer to Toothless. The newcomer once again told the guard that he had finished all his work here and it was time for him to leave. All this happened in front of other prisoners, so the guard did not know how to react correctly. Do Zhangdan and Yi Sungjo had questions. Will the guard just take him and let him go, and if so, does that mean they have some kind of agreement? The guard looked and saw that another guard was in the same territory, so he could not help but react to such statements from the prisoner. The second guard is the one who approached the place where the showdown took place and answered the newcomer that they don't understand what he's talking about and most likely he's gone crazy. They say such things. Toothless continued to insist that he had nothing more to do here and that they supposedly had an agreement to let him out. This began to stress him out very much and he even started shouting at the guard that he was not homeless, he had nothing to do here. The guard grabbed him by the chest and began to explain to him that he did not dare talk to him like that. There were other prisoners present, and that he explained to him even before he got here that this is not a simple center for the homeless, that you can't leave here. To which the toothless one said that he didn't care. He wasn't going to be in this shit anymore. The guard didn't understand what he could do. He had his duties here and he had to fulfill them, otherwise he could lose his job. Toothless asked the guard that he seemed to have forgotten about his position. If he did not listen to him, he would not be able to pay his debt. Du Zhangong and all the other prisoners became very interested in why the guard was talking to this newcomer for so long. They didn't understand what they were doing there. They went out on a date or something. The guard could not stand it and began to threaten Toothless with his stick, shout at him and wave his telescopic stick in front of his face. Everything that happened from the outside looked completely incomprehensible to the newcomer who threatened the guard who stood for a long time listening to him attentively and at the end the guard who began to wave a stick. Toothless said that it would be good if he didn't boil over and asked the guard what his thoughts were on this matter, because he was completely financially dependent on him. The guard said if he left it here, then the guard's debt would disappear with him because no one else knew about the debt except him. When the guard finished his speech, the toothless one had already decided for himself that this idiot didn't understand who he was contacting. Of course he couldn't restrain himself and struck the guard in the jaw. He flew to the side. Toothless continued to strike blow after blow to the guard because he could not restrain his emotions. He did not understand how a person could not keep his word. He very rarely found himself in such situations. Toothless took his telescopic stick from the guard so that he would stop waving it in his face. On the other side of the gate, he could destroy this guard in a few seconds, and now he was not going to forgive him. The guard was sitting on the ground and holding his place. And where he received the blow, he shouted that the newcomer was crazy and attacked the guard. Toothless didn't hold back, and as soon as the guard started screaming, he delivered a few more blows, but this time with his telescopic stick so that he would understand who he was dealing with. Toothless dealt blow after blow to the guard. He didn't understand how he dared to say such a thing to him, because just yesterday he was drinking completely different songs. Other guards saw this fight. They quickly ran to stop this incident. None of them knew who they would be dealing with now. It seemed to them that they were very much afraid. Toothless saw that another guard was approaching and now he had not one opponent, but already two. He couldn't stop because he didn't want to. Toothless always punished those people who brought him trouble. When the guard ran up very close, he turned around and hit him on the neck with a telescopic stick so that he fell to the side and did not interfere. It was a massacre between the security guard and the newcomer because one did not want to stay here and the second did not want to remain without work and therefore without money. Toothless was in terrible rage. He beat the guard who owed him money only for him to understand that he needed to finish the job and how he put him here in the same way he had to let him out of here. Before Zhang Ong and Yi Sungjo watched what was happening, they decided that this newcomer was not a mistake at all and very quickly was able to hold up over the guard. Then the guy turned to the young man saying that he was an incredible fighter because tonight he was able to defeat this newcomer. The young man was embarrassed. The young man thought that after seeing this situation with the guards, he could easily get out of here. Even in his condition with broken arms, it became clear to him that they did not pose a particular threat to him. The newcomer stood and beat the guard with a telescopic stick so that he could not move while lying on the ground, while the newcomer said that he was already very tired after the fight last night. To such a state that the guard began to show mercy. He understood that a few more blows and he would have many bruises and fractures because the newcomer beat him with a metal telescopic stick. Someone very quickly approached the place where the events unfolded between the prisoner and the guard. This someone had to stop everything that was happening here, in case other prisoners could rebel against the guards and then they could calmly leave the territory. Toothless decided that if the guard did not take him out of this territory, then he would be finished and already wanted to beat him to the end. When Toothless wanted to strike the next blow at the guard and had already swung, then someone's hand intercepted his hand and held him very tightly. Without a tooth, I didn't understand who it could be. He wasn't here for that long, so he didn't know everyone who was in this territory. The thug vice president held his hand. His face was, as always, completely stony and there was not a single emotion on it. He asked the newcomer what he was doing. Toothless didn't understand what kind of guy he was and he was strong enough. He held his hand so he couldn't break free. Toothless didn't know that you were an establishment there, you couldn't behave this way, no one was allowed, so in the next moment, he felt a very strong blow. Toothless thought that someone hit him with a sledgehammer, in fact he was hit with a fist. The next moment, the toothless man was already lying on the ground, blood splashes were scattered in all directions, he was absolutely helpless and was no longer so aggressive. Du Jiangmeng thought that maybe he could defeat the other guards with broken arms. Well, definitely not this type, he was too strong. It was the younger brother of the thug, the vice president, I think his name was Park Yem. In his hands he was holding the same baton that a minute ago the toothless one beat the guard. Now everything has changed, the baton was already smashing, the vice president was beating the newcomer in the same way as he was a few minutes ago, blood was flying in all directions. All the prisoners saw how the newcomer immediately killed 2 people before their eyes and they could understand that the guards could be dealt with so easily. Therefore, it was necessary to show them something more convincing. So it was necessary to punish the one who staged this whole performance so that everyone would have the impression that any action can be punished. The prisoners had to be shown what happens when resistance begins to the employees of a social institution. They must listen to them unquestioningly and do everything they are told, while the thug continued to beat the newcomer with a baton. The thug, the vice president, dealt blow after blow so that the prisoners knew that it was better not to catch his eye and they developed fear and complete submission. Some prisoners asked the vice president to stop and wait because a few more minutes and he could beat this newcomer to death in front of all the prisoners. It was Du Jiangong, it was he who asked for forgiveness and asked the vice president to stop. He said that this newcomer was from his squad and it seems he was a little crazy, that's why he did this and attacked the guard. If he had not intervened and stayed to look at all this, then the vice president would have definitely killed him, this toothless man would not have had a chance to survive. The young man began to ask that they sit him this time and, as the head of the detachment, he would give him the opportunity to work in correctional labor. The words of the young man forced the vice president to be honest, he did not expect that it was he who would stand up for this newcomer just yesterday. Before Jiangong was very daring and ready to fight with everyone here, he humiliates himself in front of him by asking for another person. The young man also didn't understand what kind of guy this vice president was, he fell for his words so easily and stopped beating him. The vice president thought, is this Du Jiangong really protecting this newcomer? I consider myself to be in charge. He probably wants to punish him as a platoon commander. He really began to act as his older brother said, the vice president thought. This young man decided that power was in his hands and now this position is his world. The vice president brought the bloody stick to the young man's face and told him to punish him properly, otherwise, if this happens again next time, he will receive the punishment. Du Jiangong said that he understood. Now all he had to do was make a decision. The vice president left the place where the incident took place at the stadium. 2 guards who were beaten by the toothless one and the toothless one were left lying on the ground. Vice president approached the very same guard over whom this whole fight started. He asked what happened. The guard replied that fellow newcomer suddenly began to demand from the commander of the 3rd detachment that he let him go. The guard continued to talk about how the newcomer was talking to his platoon commander informally, which was completely unacceptable for prisoners in a social institution. The guard made excuses to the vice president. He asked the master to forgive him for this commotion and that he needed to monitor all the prisoners more carefully. The vice president listened to everything that the guard told him, his face was stony as always and it was impossible to understand what he was thinking and what decision he would make. Du Jiangong picked up a toothless man from the ground who could barely move. The young man asked him why he was so sure and he needed this guard to let him go from here. Toothless explained that he had an agreement with that guard and he secretly let him in here. He had to completely follow all his orders because he owed a lot of money. The behavior of the newcomer now became clear to the young man. Du Jiangong explained to the toothless one that he needed to be more careful because of what he had done. The authorities might begin to suspect that there was something between that guard and the toothless one still didn't understand. He said that he didn't care, this guard shouldn't be seen. In any case, the security guard will begin to justify himself to the vice president and other superiors and will shift all the blame onto toothless everyone. Those who work in security are far from decent people. And so it happened, the guard began to slander the newcomer in order to shield himself. He understood perfectly well that if this person stayed here, his debt would be repaid and no one would know about him. It was the same day as always. After breakfast all the prisoners went to work where they collected small parts for sprayers. Du Jiangong seated the toothless man next to him. He asked him that he really only entered here because the guard had a duty to him. Wouldn't it be better to call Du Zhangong from here? Toothless replied that guard said that it was absolutely impossible, the only way he could get to him was to get here. The young man told the toothless man that he was very assertive and very stupid here, that he came here with his own feet. The toothless man replied that he did not know what place he would end up in when he walked. Toothless asked the young man what he was going to do here. He didn't understand what he was talking about. Then Toothless explained, is he really going to stay here? The young man said that he would only get out of here when his hands had healed. The toothless man asked when that would be. The young man replied that the doctor who put the plaster on him told him to walk in it for a month. This is the period during which his kostia should heal. And turning to Isunjo asked, since he got here, half a month has already passed. The guy confirmed that he has been here for exactly half a month. Then the young man concluded that he still had half a month left, and after that he would get out of here. Toothless asked him how he could do this. Du Zhanong replied that he didn't know yet, but by any means. Toothless realized that the young man also doesn't have any plan and they both don't know how to get out of here. Then Du Zhanong asked Toothless, what, doesn't anyone outside know that he's here? He replied that he told everything to his master Park Guanho and he knows where he is now and therefore can come for him. Park Guanho was very nervous because there was no news from the Toothless one. He didn't understand where he could go. And it never happened that he didn't report when something happened. The fat thug, Park Guangho's assistant, suggested that he might have suffered from Du Shangan, to which the gentleman replied that in any case, he needed to contact them, whether it was him or not, it didn't matter at all. Park Guanho ordered the thug to gather the guys because he needed to go somewhere. He obediently agreed. He was only interested in one question: where will they go now for a showdown? Park Guangho remembered that his toothless comrade would go to catch this Du Changong Center for the social welfare of the homeless of this city. After he went there was no news from him, so he decided that they should go there and find their comrade. Park Guanho got into his car and his guys drove after him. They had to find where this social center is. And most importantly, they had to pick up their toothless comrade. Park Guangho's driver was a fat thug. He was always nearby. This was necessary so that no one could come close to Mr. They drove through the whole city because they didn't find out that this social center was located somewhere on the outskirts in the forest. They still didn't understand where they were going. They drove up to the high metal gate at the top with the inscription Dessen Social Center. That's where they were and how many days ago their comrade went, and after that there was no news of him. Park Guangho's guys who came with him were allowed to go out with a minibus. Each of them had, if not a stick, then a bat. Looking at this area, one of the nicknames said what kind of hole they found to build such a center. The faucet approached the iron gate from the inside of this establishment. He asked the armed guys what they were doing here. Usually no one came from outsiders. The guard was a little scared because the number of people was confusing. They were all armed or with batons and were clearly not in a good-natured mood. These guys stood and hit the gate with their batons and shouted at him to shut up and quickly open the gate. The guard was scared. Two more guards ran up to Europe, screaming. They asked what was happening. Who were these people and why was he sitting on the ground? One of the guards approached the gate. What kind of bastards are the arbitrariness here? These words greatly offended Park Guanho. No one has ever called him that, much less a man who had no power. Park Guangho asked the guard what he called him, the bastard, and I pushed my guys aside and began to make my way to the iron gate. He was very angry. No one had ever called him or insulted him like that recently. He asked this guard several times. Did he really think he was so disgusting? This guard realized that he said something wrong and the people on the other side were not entirely simple. He began to make excuses, said that he did not mean it and asked to name the reason for their visit. Park Guanho said that his younger brother is in this center and he came to pick him up from here. The guards asked him if his younger brother is here, to which he replied yes, this is where his younger brother is and he demands that they bring him very quickly here. Other guards began to arrive at the gate where Park Guangho was located with his armed guys. The situation might not have developed quite as they wanted. The security guard who owed money to Toothless also saw this kipish near the gate. He thought that it was there and saw the guys with Toothless gang, then he realized that they had come for him. The vice president came out to hear this cry. He asked the guard what was happening there near the gate. What was the reason for these screams? The guard, stuttering a little, began to answer the vice president that there were some guys there, they were armed and they were coming for someone. He didn't know exactly who the vice president was after. The vice president thought that he should go to these guys in order to clarify the situation. The guard realized that his affairs were bad and now it could be revealed that he illegally brought one of the bandits here and that he owes him money. The security guard realized that if the deputy director found out what he had done, he would be finished and he decided to run away. He didn't have a clear plan. but he knew for sure that he needed the institution to be as far away as possible now. Vice President approached the iron gate and asked the armed guys on the other side of the gate what was going on here. As always, he was very polite and said everything with a smile. Park Kwan-ho said that it is very good that he is the most important person here. I am addressing the Vice President. First, let him open the gate and then he will talk to him. The Vice President replied that but this is impossible, persons not related to the center are prohibited from entering the territory. Park Gwang-ho shouted, why doesn't he have a relationship with the accent? Because his younger brother is in this territory, which means he has the opportunity to enter the territory. The Vice President understood that he was not really talking to an ordinary person, but to a bandit, so he asked again whether his younger brother was really in the territory of the center. The gentleman replied that he had become like a family member to him. The Vice President thought that he did not need a folding center in front of the gates and needed to quickly make some decision, because if they scream so loudly, the prisoners will hear this scream and everyone can come here, then the guards will not be able to deal with them all. Park Kwan-ho decided to sit down in front of the gate because he had recently been in the hospital. He was still weak, so he couldn't stand on his feet for long. The Vice President did not understand what these people were doing. They literally began to besiege the gates of his center. This could not continue for so long. Something had to be thought of. Park Kwan-ho told his guys to open the gate if they don't want to stand in front of it forever. His bandits went to carry out the master's order. Park Kwan-ho told the Vice President that they would not leave here until they took their man from this center. This was their condition. The Vice President told them to wait, then he would go inside and check if they had the person they were looking for. Park Kwan-ho shouted back to the Vice President that they should start standing for half an hour and take away his precious time and asked him to do it as quickly as possible. The Vice President didn't understand how this bandit could afford to talk to him like that. He didn't really want to help him. But on the other hand, he didn't want a conflict around his center. The guard had a plan that he decided to put into action. He went to the room where all the prisoners were now working. In order to take the toothless one from there, he did not know what exactly he would do with him, but he understood that only he knows the whole truth, so he must destroy him. Entering the room, the guard approached the toothless man and told him to follow him. All the guard's actions seemed very suspicious to him, so the toothless man asked where he was going to take him. The guard whispered in his ear that he wanted to get out of here and then they would follow him. Toothless for some reason believed the guard this time and decided to follow him. Du Zhangong is a platoon commander of the third group. Asked the guard what happened, to which he replied that it did not concern him and let him mind his own business. Of course, the guard did not know that the young man knew the whole truth and therefore Du Zhangong decided to control where the guard with the toothless one would go. Toothless followed the guard. He was interested in only one question. Only recently he said that he would leave him here forever, and then such changes. The guard replied that it was because he was very angry because of his threats. The scene that the toothless man made in front of everyone added a lot of trouble to him, and it seemed to him that the toothless being here was completely unprofitable for him, so he decided to let him go. Without a tooth, he asked several times where they were going. After the next time, the guard replied that if he went over there would be a hole through which he could get out quietly. The guard already had a plan in his head on how to get rid of his enemy here. It was a very quiet place and it's unlikely that anyone will come here in the near future. Just in case, the guard asked the toothless man if he had heard any screams recently. He replied that no, he was at work. The guard told him to go to the fence where there was a hole and he would keep watch so that no one would see the center. Toothless really believed this guard and went in the direction where he showed him. He thought that he could really let him go because he was afraid for his place. When the toothless one turned his back and walked away, at that moment the guard realized that he needed to act very quickly. He would never have such a moment again. He picked up a brick of earth in order to strike the toothless man walking towards the exit from behind in the head. This was exactly the plan that he came up with. The guard followed the toothless man. He was several steps away from completing the plan. He wanted the toothless man to never be able to tell anyone anything. He came close to his back and waved his hand. The practical plan was carried out, or so it seemed to him. The next moment someone knocked the brick out of his hands. Something didn't go according to plan, which means someone else became a witness and knows the whole truth about the guard. It was Du Zhangong. After Toothless' story, he didn't trust this guard, so he went to see where they would go and he was right. Toothless turned his head and didn't understand what just happened. He was a few steps away from freedom. Well, something went wrong again. In front of him stood a young man who explained that this guy wanted to kill him for his freedom and benefit and he warned him about it. Toothless was angry as never before. He no longer wanted to trust this guard because he was just ready to kill him. Toothless came up and picked up the brick with which he wanted to kill him. the guard told him that the dog was better than him, and he began to deliver blow after blow to the guard's head. He was ready to beat him to death because he was not used to forgiving such things. Du Zhanong asked the Toothless to stop and don't do this. Kill this guard. He could even complicate his situation of living in this center because he has already been through a lot here. Toothless did not want to forgive his offender, it was beyond his strength, so he definitely decided that he would kill him now in the same way as to kill him. Toothless was not the most honest person, but he could never allow his opponent to be hit from behind. He preferred to act openly, so he did not understand how this idiot wanted to kill him. Toothless raised his hand to hit the guard on the head. Du Zhanong could not allow this and therefore knocked the brick out of his hands. If he killed him now, there would be a big fuss and most likely they would be sent back to the isolation ward. He knew what it was. I didn't want to go there anymore. Toothless was very aggressive and shouted that he would kill the guard and finally end this. The young man calmed him down and said what he was doing. They still needed to get out of here. He tried to explain that he would have problems while he was here and they would do to him exactly the same as they did to him. Before Changong asked the guard what he was up to and why he decided to kill him, it was all very strange. The guard began to answer something incomprehensible. The young man addressed him as you. The guard didn't really like it and he began to be indignant while no one else had worked here, but the prisoner did not address him with you. Du Zhanong told the guard that he was a lousy dog. He just a few minutes ago almost killed a man in front of him and now he stands and beats his chest, demanding respect. The word dog angered the guard even more. He took out his baton which was ready to hit the young man. He started shouting how dare he talk to him like that. Du Zhanong didn't listen to all this nonsense that this guard was saying. He kicked him in the stomach several times, so he spun around and fell to the ground. Most likely he can only understand force. The blow was so strong, in principle, like all the blows that the young man suffered, that the guard grabbed his stomach and sat down. He could no longer move and of course could no longer wave his stick and be indignant about the fact that they were talking to him incorrectly. After the guard didn't scream, the young man explained to him that he had just saved him from death a few minutes ago and he started screaming. And he continued, if it weren't for him, he would already be lying dead now, but he can still live and insisted that he answer why he did exactly that. Toothless, of course, was very angry that Du Zhanong did not give him the opportunity to kill this guard, but he also wanted to know why he did it now. Therefore, the young man demanded that he answer this question. The guard said that Toothless' boss and other bandits were standing outside and causing a scandal. They said that they knew that he was here and demanded to let him go. Toothless was very pleased that his master had come to pick him up and he understood that he could go out. The guard said that no, it's all useless because even the fact that you are here cannot be verified. He's not on the lists and he's not listed in any way. And Toothless was indignant that his master would come in and check and he would see that he was here and the guard would take him away. He was told that the doors of this establishment would never be allowed here, they would never open for him. Then without teeth he said that he could smash the doors and enter. The guard answered him that the employees of the center they won't just stand and watch as their doors are broken down. Toothless didn't understand what these guards could do. The guard replied that they would try to stop you at all costs. Toothless asked, well, how did the young man tell them to shut up because they don't behave like they were in kindergarten? But he thought to himself, why did he even got involved in the affairs of a guy who wanted to kill him? One headache. Before Zhanong, he thought for a long time about everything that was happening lately. Only events piled up that he didn't understand when it would all end. Maybe he remembered the times when he served in the army. He was called commander there as well as here and was also respected. Most likely, what was triggered in his mind was that he did not want to lose his colleagues again, as was the case in the army. He still could not forgive himself for the fact that he survived alone. Du Zhanong raised his two hands up and told the two to shut up and stop arguing. This was very important in the message. He said if they don't shut up now, they will both die. Toothless didn't understand why he said that they would die because his friends from the gang were standing outside the gates and they were ready to free him from here. The young man turned to the security guard and said that he had let a man in here who had his own goal because of money. If his superiors found out about this, he would definitely be in trouble, lose his trust and would no longer be able to work here. The young man continued, judging by what he saw here, they won't just fire him. Does the guard think that it will be very dangerous to let out of here a person who cannot be trusted, despite the fact that he has seen all the secrets that in their opinion should not be shared? And you, too, are an accomplice, said the young man. I'm turning to Toothless because of you. Now a scandal is happening outside. You think the authorities won't be angry with you, they will want to get rid of anyone who poses a danger. Isn't it better to actually get rid of a person than to just say that he wasn't here? Toothless asked Du Zhanong if he had any ideas. The young man replied that of course he had an idea. He needed to keep everything a secret and pretend that you didn't know each other. The Toothless man and the guard were outraged. Well then, the young man told them. This was your plan initially. Continue in the same spirit. Toothless didn't understand how he could trust someone who almost killed him a few minutes ago, to which the guard replied that he was also ready to kill him. Du Zhangong said that they should then trust him and do only as he tells them, only in this case they have a chance to survive. Teeth was not ready to completely trust the young man because he came here to punish him, but Du Zhangong was on this so that they would trust him. Therefore, the young man said that he would kill any of them and begin to sort things out first because they would interfere with his plan. Each of them knew what the young man was capable of, only he had a strong blow, so they did not continue the further argument and said that they were ready to carry out all his instructions, after which they shook hands. It was like a deal had been concluded, at least it was a temporary truce. Each of them still had his own opinion. The young man was pleased that they were able to agree at least temporarily and this issue could be ended. Du Zhangong told the toothless man that his master had most likely already left because the noise near the gate had stopped, which meant there was no one there anymore. The vice president, of course, didn't go to find out if in their center there was a person whom Park Gwang-ho was looking for. He didn't care. He went to call the policeman whom he paid every month to solve the issue with the bandits. A little later, he went to the gate and said that he had checked. Park Gwang-ho interrupted him and said that if he had checked, then let them open the gate and they would take their man. The vice president of the institution said that such a person is not on the lists and they came here in vain and are trying to get into the territory of the center. Park Gwang-ho don't believe me. Go to this gentleman's mother's word. He said that he was from the sofa above him and tell a lie. Park Gwang-ho was not going to leave it at all. He didn't believe a single word of the son of the director of this center standing in front of him. The vice president of the social center asked the gentleman and his guys to leave the gate of the territory, to which Park Gwang-ho replied that he was creating problems for himself, that he could call the police here and enter by destroying their gate. Vice president of the center, will he really call the police? He even felt a little funny when the bandits called the police to achieve their goals. A few seconds later they heard the sounds of a siren. Cars were approaching. These were police cars. There were several of them. Most likely it was the police, strengthening it to disperse people. The cars drove up very close to the guys who wanted to storm the gate. It was unclear why these police cars were invited to come here. Park Gwang-ho that he hadn't called yet and the police had already arrived here. It was somehow very strange. He didn't understand what was happening. One car pulled up and behind it a minibus. The doors of the minibus opened and quite a lot of young people began to get out. They weren't patrolmen at all, most likely they were investigators. Park Gwang-ho is surprised by such attention to himself from the investigators. He directly asked them for what issue they came here. The chief of police approached Park Gwang-ho and said that he wanted to talk to him alone. The gentleman did not resist and decided that maybe the chief of the police station could clarify the situation. Park Gwang-ho convinced the police chief that there was definitely an employee of his inside, but these guys wouldn't let him in and said that he wasn't there. After listening to everything that Park Gwang-ho had just told him, the police chief said that he understood everything, but they also can't do anything with this center, they just need to believe and surrender. Park Gwang-ho couldn't believe that the police department was also in close ties with the authorities of this center. The police chief explained that, of course, the local authorities know the leadership. And in fact, this is the center and its leaders know people much higher in status. And it wasn't the chief of police who sent them here, but a man with much greater influence, so he invites Park Gwang-ho to take his word for everything they tell him and get out of here. Park Gwang-ho thought it means they have someone else higher up. Who could it be? The mayor of the city or maybe one of the deputies? The police chief said that it was best for Park Gwang-ho to take his guys and return, otherwise he might use force against them. And even if it's true that his employee is here in this center, the scandal will not bring him any benefit there. Outside the gates, his life will be even worse than before. The more he angers the vice president from the center, the more his person who is inside this institution will suffer. Therefore, it is better for him to forget about his person. Park Gwang-ho, after listening to everything the police chief said, agreed with him. He didn't want any trouble for himself, so he decided that nothing depended on him here and he was leaving. Park Gwang-ho turned around and told his guys to get into their cars and leave for all those who came with him. It was very incomprehensible. Their master never gave up so easily, much less betrayed his own. The fat thug turned to his master that he didn't understand what happened and why he changed his mind so quickly. Park Gwang-ho said that he would explain to me later when they leave here. Park Gwang-ho approached the iron gate and asked for forgiveness from the vice president of the social center. He said that the person he was looking for was really not here. It seems he was mistaken. The vice president of the center said that he knew so and asked him a question. What is the last name of the person he was looking for? Park Gwang-ho thought why he needed his last name. So everyone is telling lies, most likely his comrade is located right here. Everyone is lying. Park Gwang-ho thought that he shouldn't say his real last name so that things wouldn't get worse for his friend in this social center. He hesitated for several minutes and then squeezed out that his last name was Park Sanchol. He specifically said that so that they could not find him. The vice president said that he understood and wished to find his comrade as soon as possible. As always, he looked through the prism of his glasses, hiding his real face behind them. Everyone got into their cars. First the police left and then the bandits and their master Park Gwang-ho left. He still had a lot of questions that he wanted answered. Despite the fact that he agreed to leave, he was not ready to leave this matter just like that. He was driving in the car and constantly went through all the words where the policeman told him and then remembered the face of this vice president. What kind of things can they do in this social center? Park Gwang-ho thought that they do not open the doors for visitors and the police come at their first request in order to remove strangers from their social center. He was driving in the car, reassuring himself that nothing would happen to his friend in this social center and no one would know that he came specifically for him. The vice president was not such a fool and he immediately guessed that these people came for a new person. He asked his guards in which squad the new guard was located. He replied that a few days ago a new person entered the third squad. He ordered his guards to follow him to the third squad in order to check whether it was Sankyol or not. He had to know everything that was happening in his social center. The vice president of this center went to the quarry today. His younger brother was supposed to be there to observe everything that was happening there. The prisoners worked as always. Some used a sledgehammer to break them with stones, others put these stones into huge bags, and the third carried them up the stairs somewhere high where they put all the stones. The youngest son of the director of the center of a social institution really liked to watch all this. He liked it when they hit a stone with a sledgehammer. He loved his life and everything heavy and everything big. One of the guards called out to him. He could only afford to do this if his father or his brother wanted to see him. He asked the security guard what happened. Then he was told that the deputy director of this center was looking for him because he urgently needed to talk to him. The vice president thought that his brother was looking for him on some very important matter, so he simply wouldn't have sent a guard after him. When the thug, the vice president, came to his brother and found out what was the matter, that he had to immediately call him, his brother answered him that he could open the gate and start fighting with them. This would lead to big trouble, so he didn't call him. Of course, he was right, so the thug vice president decided to agree with him. Moreover, everything had already been decided and no one needed any help anymore. The most important thing for why the elder brother called his thug brother was to find out if they really had on their territory the person these bandits were looking for. Therefore, they went to where the third group of prisoners was working today. Two vice presidents entered the room, then Du Jianong understood what they were talking about. Maybe now we are talking, most likely they will find out who is involved in the latest events. The security guard at the entrance asked what happened, Mr., to the vice president. He pretended that he also didn't know what happened today near the gate of a social institution. The vice president ordered to call the man who was brought in recently. The guard was a little scared. He thought that now the whole truth might be revealed and then no one would definitely leave him here at work. The guard brought the toothless man to the vice presidents. They asked him. He toothless Sankal confirmed that yes, that's really his name. Du Shengen thought it was too bad. How did they know his name? Most likely it was Park Gwang-ho who told them what his name was. The guard silently listened to everything that was happening, that the end had come for him. If now the directors find out the truth, then everything will be lost and most likely they will kill him, as Du Jianong said. The vice president asked again. The toothless one really is Pak Sankal. It was under this name that the bandits today were looking for their friend in this center who allegedly came here. Toothless said that no, his name is different. He told me Park Sunkol and Choi Sunkol. He basically told the truth, but the truth could have saved his life. The vice president was very surprised. He was sure that it was him that the bandits who came to the gates of their center were looking for. Was he really mistaken? Du Jianong thought it was very good that the last name did not match the person the vice president was looking for. The guard was happy and a little surprised that the last name didn't match. It was true that it also saved his life. The vice president thought that it seemed like Sankal but not Park and Choi. This meant that these were completely different people. After which he asked what he was doing outside. Toothless hesitated a little and then began to mutter something incomprehensibly like, well, I didn't know whether to tell him the truth or make it up. At the moment, he didn't understand what was better and what could save his life. The young man thought that the toothless man should never tell the truth and asked him not to do this, otherwise there might be trouble. Toothless said that here is a social center for the homeless, a homeless person, and that's why he ended up here. He was picked up on the street by the employees of this center when he was wandering. These explanations of the toothless man did not at all coincide with those told by the bandit who came for his man to the gates of this center. The vice president calmed down a little because he no longer had to deal with these bandits and asked the police to protect him. The young man exhaled with relief. After all, this toothless man was not such an idiot as he thought. He told a lie and saved his life. The bruiser vice president turned to the toothless one because he remembered that quite recently he had caused a scandal and even tried to fight with the security guard of this social center. The thug asked again, it wasn't he who recently made a scandal so that he could be released, and turned to the platoon commander that it seemed as if they had an agreement for him to teach a lesson to a prisoner from his group. The thug remembered that he behaved completely differently then and was very impudent. The second vice president wanted to hear answers to all questions from his brother. The thug asked the guard. He managed to talk with this prisoner about his morning behavior and how things were now. The guard was a little confused because he didn't know what to tell him. Toothless interrupted and began to say that he was asking for forgiveness. He really wanted to get out of here, so he chose the person who looked the weakest and threw a tantrum. The vice president was very surprised. He attacked the guard, choosing him only because of his appearance. There was something strange about this because all the guards were almost the same. Toothless told them to look at the guard. He really didn't look like a weakling, that's why he chose him. These words really hurt the guard. The vice president began to think, maybe he really doesn't look very good if some homeless person considers him a weakling. Here in a social institution it's impossible for the guards to make such an impression. The vice president is thinking, are they either deceiving or is this really the case? If this is so, then something needs to be done about it. The thug vice president told the toothless one that he had no right to express himself that way towards employees of a social institution. The toothless one lowered his head and asked for forgiveness. The two sons of the director of the social institution came out and knew where the prisoners worked. The guard escorted them to the door. The president ordered them to continue working. The guard confirmed that everything would be done. The younger brother asked the older brother, are they really going to leave it all like this? To which the older brother replied that it also seems to him that everything is unclean. But do they have anything to check? Perhaps this bandit just came here by mistake? Most likely he really came here by mistake, said the elder brother. They have nothing to worry about anymore and no longer need to pay attention to it. In any case, if they start to get annoying, you can always just remove them, even if in fact it turns out that the suspicions were false. The fact that they were annoying remains a fact, said the elder brother. 3 guards, the toothless one, and a platoon commander, Du Zhang'an, gathered in a secluded place. They were pleased that they remained alive. Each of them did not betray the other. The young man told the toothless man that he was great and that he was better than he expected. The toothless man agreed. Well, he replied that he doesn't understand how they can get out of here now. Toothless couldn't be here, he didn't know how to get out of here and he no longer had a plan. Now his friends on whom he was counting will most likely not come here anymore. The guard said that there is another way when prisoners are released from here. Toothless asked what kind of method. He really couldn't stay here for a long time. He wasn't used to this kind of treatment. The guard explained that there is such a thing as the best re-educated person. If he is taken there, then he can be released from this social institution. Toothless asked the young man if this was really true because the guard had already deceived him several times and he could not trust him. The young man replied that yes, indeed, this had already happened while he was here. In fact, at the meeting, one prisoner was chosen who was supposed to be released. Toothless said that then it would be enough for him to have the guard help him become this best re-educator. Or whatever they call him. The guard agreed. The young man thought about everything that was happening, from really how can one get out of here, because he also did not intend to stay here for a very long time. Song had a day off today, but she went to find the young man Du Zhang'an. She was sure that something happened to him because they just did. He quit his job and did not come to her at the bank, although he promised. She didn't understand how it happened that she herself couldn't calm down and constantly thought about him. She had very plausible dreams about him. She goes to work, thinks about him all the time, thinks only about him. She even went to look at Du Zhang'an's personal documents, thereby breaking the rules of bank secrecy. To find out his address, she had no other opportunity to find out his address. She opened a personal file and made an extract on her day off. She decided to go to where he was registered. Maybe someone knows where he is now, or maybe he lives there and she's worrying in vain. When she arrived, she saw where the young man lived. She realized that it was very difficult for him to live in such a place. The woman asked what questions the girl had. The girl didn't understand. Then the old woman explained again that there are questions. Let them ask them to her. She, the owner, stood in the courtyard where rooms are available for rent. The girl was delighted and decided to ask the old woman if she knew a young man named Du Zhang'an lived here. The old woman asked. She was his girlfriend, and at the same time her face changed, she became very serious. It seemed that she knew something. Well, if so, then you can find out the whole truth from her. The girl begged her to tell her everything that the old woman knew about this young man. It was very important to her. The old woman thought for several minutes whether she should even talk to this girl, because she was not a client. If Sona said that she was not his girlfriend, then she would not have a chance to ask this old woman about him. She would not tell anything. Sona decided that she would say that she was Du Jiangong's girl. The old woman said that he didn't waste his time in vain. He worked very hard every day and still found himself such a beauty like her. The old woman asked why she was trying to explain that the young man said that he would leave on business and there had been no news from him for a long time, almost half a month. The old woman was surprised how it could be that he didn't even call her. She didn't understand how he could not get involved with such a beauty like her. When they entered the room, they saw that all his things were in place, so it was unlikely that he had run away, and over the last month, he had completely paid off the old woman. Sona asked, but he didn't tell the old woman where he was going. The old woman thought a little because someone really happened when he left. She needed to strain her memory a little and remember. She began to remember everything in turn that day when the young man was leaving the city and asked him, "Isn't he going to work?" He replied that he quit and left a business card with his phone number. If he was gone for a long time, she should call this phone number and find out what happened to him. The old woman asked him what he would do next. The young man replied that he had found another very well-paid job and now he was heading there. He explained that he had to leave for a while for work and should return tomorrow. The old woman told him to come back quickly, because if he was gone, who would protect her from the local drunkards? That's all that happened on the last day when the old woman saw the young man. She accurately conveyed everything she knew. The old woman remembered that he left her his business card in case she would call if something happened. She took this business card out of her pocket and handed it to the girl. The old woman said that she didn't call him because she thought she would show up. When the time comes, let him try. Call the girl at this phone number. Sona thanked the woman. In parting, the old woman asked the girl if she was going to marry a young man. This question put Sona in an awkward position. She did not know how to answer correctly. Du Jiangong is a very good guy, the old woman said and continued so that the girl does not look at the fact that while he lives in such a place, they work at a construction site, everything will be fine for him. Sona realized that most likely something had happened to him, that he wasn't calling anyone. Of course she wanted it not to be true because she was very worried about him. The girl said goodbye to the old woman and said that she also thinks so she will most likely call him back herself and find out where he went. Sona looked at this business card angrily. She didn't know if she did the right thing by taking it, not too much. She was breaking into his personal space. After all, they weren't closely acquainted. She didn't know what to do right and decided to think for a while because she was afraid that he might not understand her experiences. Another morning at the social institution for the homeless Daesing began as usual. After all the events of yesterday, it seemed that life here should go differently. The prisoners of the third group, as well as before, they woke up and began to clean their sleeping places. One of them was cleaning up the dirt on the floor, toothless. He had already begun to get used to the fact that he was here and was not very indignant at the regime of this institution. A guy named Isunjo was always near Du Jiangong. He went to work with him. It seemed that they had already become friends and they had no secrets. In this social institution there were several detachments and each of them had its own platoon commander. The situation that was in the third detachment after Du Jiangong was appointed commander was not very pleasant to everyone else. In other groups, the commander of the first group did not understand why Du Jiangong suddenly decided to leave on his own. He didn't like him at all and the commander of the second group didn't like him either. Before Jiangong behaved completely differently from how a commander should have behaved. He was too friendly with all the other prisoners. That's exactly what all the other commanders thought. The commanders of all the squads gathered to discuss the behavior of Du Jiangong because they never worked together with the rest of the prisoners after they became commanders and only enjoyed privileges. There were 5 groups in the social institution, which means there were again commanders. 4 of them allowed themselves not to work and considered themselves superior to all the other prisoners. The only one who treated everyone in his group normally was the commander of the 3rd platoon, Du Jiangong. The commander of the 4th platoon was very experienced and had been here for a long time. He said that he did not like it at all that Du Jiangong had taken the place of the previous commander. The commander of the 5th detachment supported his friend, the commander of the 4th detachment, and said that indeed, after that incident, the rest of the prisoners began to look at them strangely and he got the impression that they were waiting for the moment to also remove their commander, as was the case in the 3rd group. The commander of the 2nd platoon suggested that in this case, he sees no other way out than this commander of the 3rd platoon and kill him so that everyone else will be afraid to do as he did. The commander of the 5th detachment said that he was ready to kill him at any moment, if it were only his will, but he does not have the right to let go of his hands, so he cannot do this. The commander of the 1st detachment entered the conversation. He stood the whole time and listened carefully to what the other commanders were talking about. He said that this was all good, but this would only add problems to them. The matter cannot be solved in this way. Others asked what he proposes to solve this problem. The commander of the 1st detachment said that they need to show this upstart Du Zhangong that they will not leave alone anyone who removes any commander, so they will instill fear and no one will think of doing such a thing. The commander of the 4th detachment listened carefully to everything that was said. This man concluded that then it was necessary to deal with the commander of the 3rd detachment. All other commanders agreed with him. The commander of the 5th detachment said that he heard that he was a diehard and not so easy to deal with, to which the commander of the 1st detachment replied that even the strongest could not resist the group. All the other commanders agreed that there were actually 4 of them, and Du Zhangong was alone, so they decided that they could teach him a lesson. And the commander of the 1st group also suggested that each of them bring 2 to 3 assistants loyal to them and then there would be enough of them to teach this upstart a lesson. The commanders decided that they would do just that. They would gather people, but now they had to decide the question of how they should proceed. They couldn't just break into the 3rd detachment. They understood that if they acted thoughtlessly, they could get punished. One of the commanders said that maybe they need to call him here and then he will come alone and they will be able to deal with him. Another interrupted him that he most likely is not such a fool and he will not come running at their first request. Then the commander of the 1st platoon said that yes, indeed, he just won't come. Therefore, they will need to prepare bait for him to come to them. This day passed absolutely calmly without incident and night had already fallen. According to the schedule, all prisoners of this institution were supposed to be in their groups and sleep. Du Zhangong also lay down on his bed. He thought that another day had passed in this terrible institution. He had only a little time left until his hands healed. He was tormented by only one question: how long would he remain here and whether he would be able to get out of here? He really wanted to see Sun. He looked at his hands, he was wondering if they were healing. He couldn't understand, because he hadn't moved them or straightened them for a long time. He really wanted to recover and become exactly the same until the moment when they put plaster on his hands. Every evening when he went to bed, before going to bed he remembered Sun. He really wanted to see her and only these hands were holding him back, and that's why he was in this institution with them. He couldn't get out of here. And every evening before going to bed, he was very hungry. He wanted to eat something worthwhile and tasty. The food in this social institution for the homeless was simply disgusting. Of course he ate it, but when he closed his eyes he dreamed of a completely different food that he missed. What we were given by prisoners in this social institution was fish that had turned sour and maybe rotten greens that had been torn out from nowhere. It was impossible to eat like this. Well, all this was not pointless, so the young man turned over and tried to sleep. Anyway, tomorrow morning he would have to eat this concoction. When Du Zhangong had already closed his eyes, someone turned to him with the words, "Commander of the 3rd detachment. You're already sleeping like that." No one from the group addressed him, which means it was someone from another group. He opened his eyes and stood up. He didn't understand who or why to talk to. He asked what was wrong, why they woke him up. He didn't understand what was happening. The man who stood next to him introduced himself that he was the commander of the 2nd detachment and he urgently needed to talk to him and called him to the exit. Du Zhangong asked why he came to him at such a time, and so there is not enough time to sleep. He could talk to him if he wanted then during the day. The commander of the 2nd detachment said that without further ado, just come out, that he urgently needed to talk. The young man did not know how to react to this commander's proposal. Before Changong, he really didn't want to get up and go somewhere. He was tired the whole day because he worked with the rest of the prisoners, but the commander of the 2nd detachment insisted that he go out. When they went outside, the commander of the 2nd detachment said that now all the commanders would gather, so he should come to this meeting. The young man thought if this was a meeting of commanders, then he really didn't want to play kings with these people or had completely different views. The commander of the 2nd platoon continued to persuade the young man to go to a meeting of all commanders. His task was to bring Du Zhangong into a trap. Therefore, does the young man want to have a good meal at night? A few minutes ago, the young man was lying and dreaming of good food, so this question puzzled him. He thought it would be really nice to eat something tasty, something filling. Maybe he really needed a late-night snack, then he could go talk to the rest of the commanders. These words from the commander of the 2nd platoon about a snack immediately woke up the young man. He was ready to follow him and even tolerate all the other platoon commanders and their conversations. Du Zhangong said that he agreed and followed the commander of the 2nd platoon. He did not yet know what the next moment would happen and that it would most likely be a trap for him. But doubts appeared in his head. A night snack, how could this be? Could this commander be serious since he knew where he was? Therefore, he decided to be very careful. They approached another barracks. The commander of the second entry said that they had come and invited the young man to come inside. Inside there was a long table, 3 more platoon commanders were sitting behind it, there was food on the table. Du Zhangong decided that it would really be a night snack with other platoon commanders, but something seemed very suspicious. Before Zhangong, their hypocrisy was obvious, and this only meant one thing, that they needed something from him. The platoon commander who brought Du Zhangong here invited him to sit down with everyone at the table. Everything looked quite plausible. Well, something still confused him. The young man began to look very carefully at everything and everyone who was around. Of course he really wanted to eat, it was his desire. He was surprised that these commanders had other food and a stove where they could cook. It all seemed very strange to him. On the single burner stove there was a saucepan nearby. There were several packages of ramen noodles and in a glass there were metal sticks for the first time in all this time that he had been here. He saw the chopsticks and was even more surprised that they had ramen. The commander of the second group said that they were really ready to share with him for this. Let him sit down, they want not only to eat with him, but also to talk. When the young man looked at the table, he was confused by some things that were definitely not allowed to be used within the walls of this institution. He didn't know how to feel about it. He picked up a metal stick and asked the other commanders if the name could be used in the center. He remembered well what they told him on the first day when he got to the canteen. The commander of the second group who brought him here said that chopsticks and noodles are allowed here. The young man was very surprised because he explained that they are commanders, they are ordinary people and all this is allowed. Du Zhangong thought to himself, they are funny, he thinks that this is not their privilege. Of course the young man treated his position completely differently. When he looked at all the commanders present here and how they behaved, of course he wanted to turn around and leave here and not continue the conversation further. But his subconscious said that he wanted to eat normal food and there were packages of romaine noodles lying so close here, so he decided to stay. Now there was only one thought in his head, that he wanted to eat this vermicelli. He had not eaten good and tasty food for so long that everything else remained in the background. One of the commanders said that everyone had gathered and let's start cooking the vermicelli. He said that he would go and bring water to cook the vermicelli. He went to the sink, opened the tap and began to draw water. Everything seemed absolutely plausible. He needed to wait a few minutes and then the young man would be able to eat well. This commander brought water and put it on the stove. The young man looked at this commander and the pan he brought. He did not understand. Why did he take such a large amount of water to cook ramen? He didn't need so much water, but he continued to watch.